Wow. Okay. Hello, hello. Let's see. I have a few new r slash videos for us to listen to because I haven't listened to them yet since I streamed last. Music software and interface design. What the fuck? I never watched that. What the fuck is that? It's telling me to keep watching something I've never watched. What the fuck? There it is. We have 4 videos to listen to. Hell yeah. All right. And then we're going to be starting off with finishing off this commission from last time. Because I haven't even been able to sit down at my computer to start it, even if I wanted to. Like, I got home at almost midnight the other day from work. I've been so fucking tired from work, dude. It's like crazy. Let me. There we go. My little art pen. Yaha. Okay. Um. Um. Hmm. Let's see. So I've got to finish this one. Then I've got one other commission. Then I've got a bunch of trade pieces, which are all chibis, and chibis are generally easier to work with. So those should go quickly. And then art-wise, the only things I'd have after that is finishing coloring Echo's chibi model from like forever ago. That's like 2 years now working on this model for them as a gift. I'm so sorry, Echo. I'm so bad at this. But like I wanted to redo how I design chibi models. So they're getting like the upgraded version of what my chibi models would be. And then I gotta make a little tiny little life 2Ds for Zen. Gotta draw that. And then after that, I'm art free. I can draw for me and me alone, which is really exciting. After that, it's all on to rigging, which I'm gonna focus on rigging Azure's model and the raffle model from them as well. And then honestly, I'll probably work on everything like slowly, like all at once. Just kind of bounce between them so I don't get like burnt out on one model. But I'll have like 4 models to work on, and then actually like 6 models to work on. Just realizing that. Because I'm gonna have Shakura's and Undine's as well to work with. So that's okay. This will be fun. This will be great. And having all of the art out of the way means I'll be able to focus on rigging, which is really exciting. I can get better at rigging. I've missed rigging, dude. I can't wait. Soon. Delicioso. I got strawberries and cream Dr. Pepper. Okay. Also, I was playing around with looking up sounds earlier too. Because with the rebrand, I'm going to need new sounds. And so far, I got this fox bark cry. He bark. I don't know which one I will use that for. Probably just a follow. Just, you know, the follow. Like, oh my god, you followed. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I've got to do a lot of looking around. Because having water theme, you know, I could easily do like bubbles and splashing. And that made that easy. But I'm moving into like a flower cacti fox theme. So I've got to figure out what to do for that. But for right now, it's just a bunch of fox sounds that I'm looking at. And then half of these fox sounds aren't even fox sounds. So that's fun. That's okay. All right, let us start on some r slash.
Welcome to r slash Am I the Butthole, where OP's sister wants to steal her baby. Am I the butthole
Right.
for refusing to let my sister adopt my baby after she called me unfit for being a single mom? I'm a 27-year-old woman,
We're
and
starting off
I got
strong.
pregnant unexpectedly after a short relationship. The father isn't involved, but I decided to keep the baby. My family's been supportive, except for my older sister, who's 34, who's been struggling with infertility for years. From the moment she found out that I was pregnant, she kept making comments like, "It's not fair that you get to be a mom when you're not even married." She even suggested multiple times that I let her and her husband adopt my baby since they're better equipped to raise a child. I shut that down every
Bruh.
time. After my son was born, my sister came to visit and started crying when she held him. I felt bad until she said, "He should have been mine. You can't provide what he needs like we can." I told her she was way out of line, and she exploded, calling me selfish for hoarding the baby while she's destined to be childless. I asked her to leave, and now she's telling
Girl.
our family that I'm heartless and ruining her only chance at being a mom. Some relatives think that I should at least consider it since being a single mom is hard. Oh, geez. All these
Bro.
relatives that think that you should at least consider it, why don't they get themselves knocked up and give their baby to your sister? OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. Your deranged sister and everyone who supports her gets 3.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for refusing to go on a family trip unless they disinvite my nephew's friends? I'm a 43-year-old guy, and I'm really close to my family, consisting of my siblings, their spouses, their kids, and my parents. Every year we go on vacation this time of year for 2 weeks and come back right before Christmas. We're supposed to leave a week from today. I'm the divorced, single, sole parent of my daughter, who's 15. She jokingly calls herself a nerd. She's weird, she's quirky, she likes anime and video games and Star Wars, the whole stereotypical nerd thing. She does get bullied at school, but since leaving middle school and growing up a little more, she started taking it better, and mostly it stopped. This one boy, Jeff, who's 16, coincidentally is my nephew's best friend, and he's an absolute nightmare. I've talked to the school, we've had
Tommy.
meetings with his parents, she's switched around classes extensively, but
Are you
he
trying to
still
get
goes
out?
out of his way to pick on Emily.
Hold on. I think Asami's trying to get out, but she can't open the door. She can open it sometimes, but she's having trouble right now. Do you want out? Hold on. Go on. I had it close the door all the way, so she kept pushing her way inside. And then she's a little dummy and can't properly figure out how to get out. So she just trapped herself in the room.
Emily's told me herself that she can deal with the name calling, but it doesn't stop there. He pulls her hair, rips her clothes, destroys her things. Like, this kid is a full-fledged nightmare. They even got into a fist fight that they were both suspended for last year because he stole her backpack and put it into a full toilet in the boys' bathroom.
Bro.
When I was discussing plans with my sister, she brought up that she needed to buy this bully, Jeff, a winter coat. When I realized that he was going on the trip, I actually almost lost it. I told her, admittedly without thinking, that we were not going, and she began begging me, talking about tradition and family and blah, blah, blah.
Tradition
I
at that
said,
point.
no, I'll eat my portion of the cost, but we are not going. After a longer conversation, I said that I'll go if they disinvite Jeff. We're well off, and we're lucky to have grown up in a financially stable home with parents who are attentive and supportive, and for our kids to have done the same. Jeff was not that lucky. He lives in a really unstable environment, both financially and emotionally. This was apparent to me from the meetings with his parents, as his father didn't care, and his mother blamed my daughter for being evil. And these were multiple separate meetings. This is awful, and I'm sorry that Jeff or any child has to go through that, but I told my sister that my position still stands. The conversation went back and forth, mostly just her throwing excuses. Jeff has divorced parents, he grew up differently than us, maybe it's just a crush. Ew. So on and so forth. When I reminded her of the fist fight, she said, I know, but Jeff needs this. She mentioned how he needed a break from his toxic home life. And I respect that. But why does that mean that I have to put my daughter in a house with her tormentor for 2 weeks? I told her I wasn't changing my mind and went home. Now there's pure chaos. My family is split. My parents are begging me to go, and I'm getting texts near constantly. My daughter told me she's not going if Jeff is going. She had a full-blown panic attack over it. Maybe I'm looking for validation, or maybe I really need a wake-up call, and I'm just being a selfish butthole. Yo,
Hell no,
OP,
you ain't being
your
selfish.
family
The
is
fuck?
blowing my mind. If my daughter's best friend was bullying my daughter's cousin, then I would force my daughter to stop being friends with that person. I can't believe that your sister's son, your parents, everyone in this family is supporting this bully. Why is everyone so worried about Jeff's life, but doesn't seem to care at all about Emily's life? 2 days later, OP posted an update. The night before last, my 3 siblings, their spouses, and my parents all gathered at my sister's house to talk this through. I, very immaturely, sort of walked in with a mild attitude. I knew I wasn't going to change my mind. I felt like this was a waste of time, but my daughter keeps expressing to me how badly she wants to go on this trip, so I went. It started off with my sister and my mom crying and just asking me to go, but that got shut down really fast by pretty much everyone else. My sister expressed that she just felt so bad for Jeff. Again, he's lower class with a mother who treats him like a baby and a father that doesn't care. She mentioned that Jeff and Emily have been polite to each other in the presence of family and figured they were getting over their issues. Regardless, my sister was trying to convince me and my entire family to allow Jeff to come. I really do get it, and I'm a person who can experience empathy, sometimes to a fault. But for the millionth time, my empathy towards Jeff and his situation does not overpower my need to protect my daughter. As her only parent, it is literally my duty to make sure she's safe, and this is not safe. Thanks to one commenter's suggestion, I did say, my daughter doesn't feel safe around Jeff. To which my whining sister's husband replied, well, that settles it. The only adult who wanted Jeff to go was my sister. The only people who wanted me to compromise and go and ignore Jeff were my mother and sister-in-law. Everyone else was adamant that Jeff did not go. No one knew that he was invited, and it wasn't until I sent in the group chat that I wouldn't be attending because of Jeff's presence that anyone, including my sister's husband, knew that Jeff was going. My father, who's actually a therapist, has been ridiculously supportive throughout this whole thing. He explained the reasonings for not wanting Jeff there, besides the obvious. Most notably, and as many others, including myself, have pointed out, he started bringing up the subject of sexual assault. My nephew mentioned to him that Jeff does actually like Emily, And if his mindset is as dysfunctional as we're led to believe, he's not currently capable of expressing that to Emily in a healthy way, which could lead to him attempting to sexually assault Emily. My sister tried the whole "I told you so" about the crush thing, but I literally laughed at her. I really honestly don't care if he has a crush on my daughter. He's so awful to her. It was ultimately decided that Jeff was not going. Thanks to another comment I saw, I did tell my sister that she was doing a great thing by trying to help this boy, but her niece must come before him in this situation. I brought up that Jeff might retaliate against Emily. Again, thanks to another commenter, because he was disinvited, so we did come up with a plan, sort of. My nephew had to tell Jeff at school the next day that Jeff was no longer invited because he didn't want him and Emily to get into a fight. I thought that was a dumb plan, but as long as the blame was off of Emily, I didn't care. So this leads us to last night. Emily showed me a message from my nephew that just says, "So Jeff backed out, LMAO." And that's it. Get this, Jeff didn't know that Emily was going. My nephew went to tell Jeff what was up, and he got as far as saying Emily's gonna be there before Jeff backed out. My brother-in-law responded with laughing emojis. The fact that Emily didn't know that Jeff was coming and that Jeff didn't know that Emily was coming makes me think that the sister was trying to literally set them up with some kind of romance scenario. A 2-week vacation in some winter wonderland over Christmas break? Why, it'll be like a Hallmark movie. They'll be hanging ornaments and decorating gingerbread cookies and kissing under the mistletoe. Yo, this woman is deluded. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. It's honestly such a relief to see someone who truly advocates for their children. I'm giving your sister and Jeff 3 out of 5 buttholes.
Yeah,
Am I the
Jesus.
butthole for refusing to babysit after my sister demanded I stop bringing my boyfriend to family events? I'm a 20-year-old man, and I've been dating my boyfriend, Ryan, who's 22, for about a year. My sister, Amanda, who's 28, has a 4-year-old, Jack. After a family barbecue last month, Amanda pulled me aside and said, "Hey, just so you know, it might be better if you don't bring Ryan to the next few family gatherings." I asked her why, and she got all awkward, saying, "Jack's been asking questions about you and Ryan, and I don't think he's old enough to understand all that yet." I told her we weren't exactly putting on a pride parade in her yard. We were literally just eating hot dogs and chatting with family. She replied, "It's just confusing for him. You know how kids are." I was mad,
It won't
but
be
kept it together
confusing if
and
you
said,
explain
"If
it."
Ryan isn't welcome, maybe I just won't come either." She sighed and said that I was being dramatic. Last week, Amanda called me, panicked because her babysitter canceled. I told her I couldn't because Ryan and I already had plans. She begged, saying that she was desperate. And I finally snapped. "Why do you want me babysitting Jack? What if I accidentally expose him to my terrifying gay lifestyle? God forbid he sees me and Ryan together." Amanda blew up. She accused me of using Jack to make a point and said, "This isn't about Ryan, it's about you being spiteful. You're punishing Jack because you're mad at me." She told my parents, and that's when the real drama started. My mom called and said that I was being selfish for letting a small disagreement ruin my relationship with Amanda. I told her it wasn't small and reminded her of Amanda's comment about confusing Jack. Mom brushed it off, saying she's just doing what's best for her child. I said, "What about what's best for me? Why do I have to hide part of my life to make her comfortable?" My dad sided with me.
Hi, Yazan. Welcome in. Welcome in.
He said that Amanda was being narrow-minded and told her, "Kids aren't confused by love. They're confused by acting like it's something to hide." Amanda then put the drama into the family group chat. My uncle said, "It's not homophobic to want to protect your kid from topics they're not ready for. Why push it?"
Yeah,
This set off my cousin, who said, "If Jack is old enough to understand that Amanda and Mike are married, then he's old enough to understand that OP has a boyfriend."
Yeah,
She accused Amanda of being a hypocrite and called out my uncle too, saying, "Let's not make this about your own outdated beliefs." She also called Amanda a stuck-up B-word. And my uncle called my cousin a drama queen.
Bruh.
And my aunt chimed in on the family
I'm drawing this character you see in the bottom left corner. It's one of my commissions that I'm working on right now.
chat saying, "I don't agree with OP's lifestyle, but we should still support each other." My grandmother replied, "Support doesn't mean tolerating disrespect." Amanda's husband, Mike, texted me saying, "Look, I don't have an issue with you or Ryan, but this is getting out of hand."
We're listening to Reddit stories. This one is an Am I the Asshole story.
Amanda's just trying to avoid awkward questions from Jack, not insult you. I told him it's already insulting. Would she say the same thing if I were dating a woman? He left me on scene. Am I the butthole? The sister in this story is dead wrong. And it's not because of the gay thing, and it's not because of the inherent hypocrisy of telling someone that they can't be around, but then also expecting them to be around. No, what makes this woman so stupid is that she's worried about uncomfortable questions with her son. The other day, I went to the bathroom, and through a locked door, I had to explain to my upset 3-year-old daughter why she couldn't come in and watch me poop. Well, sweetie, you have to understand some things in life require privacy, and people prefer to be alone when they poop, generally speaking. Also, there are certain body parts that are considered private, and that means you don't want to let other people see them, and I don't want you coming in here and watching me poop because you'll see my privates, and it's just, listen, sweetie, I'll be out in a second, so just be patient and let daddy finish pooping, please. Uncomfortable questions are just part of raising a child. Just answer the kid's questions, you doofus. Opie, I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your overly dramatic sister 2 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for installing a lock on my fridge to stop my roommate from...
Yeah, you're stinky. I'm not stinky. Okay, I do need a shower today, actually. I had to think about it. I was like, oh, wait. I did shower like 2 days ago. Today's my shower day. Listen, it rained yesterday, and I took a shower like before work the other day, and it was so nice. But then it was like kind of rainy, and then it rained yesterday too. And like, if it's gonna rain, I hate having to like take showers because of it. Because if I'm going to be outside in the rain anyways, like, what's the point of showering? Because that just, like, fucks it up. I get, like, I don't know. If that makes sense, like, that's how my brain works. I'm just, like, it feels like a waste of a shower if I'm going to get showered by the fucking outside world, So, now today is my off day, so I'm going to shower today. But first, we're getting art done. Also, Gray, now that you're here, you wanna hear one of the sounds that I found that I'm probably gonna use for sound redeems. Where's it at? It's just simple little fox barking, but I'm probably gonna use like just one portion of one of those. I don't know if I can, like, when I upload the sound, if I can edit it to where it only has certain parts of it. But I'm probably gonna have that be for like follows or something. I don't know. I gotta find other stuff. It's gonna be really hard to find sounds. But yeah, for right now. A new yipper has joined. That's cute. I don't know if you saw on the server, but I was also thinking about, instead of calling you guys just blooms, I'd call you phantoms. I'm not sure. I've got to play around with it more. But, like, I want to keep the kind of bloom aspect, because it's definitely going to be, like, flowers. It's, like, I'm going with that little spirit dude. But I got to find, like, a spirit word to go with it. Right now, phantoms is, like, the closest one. But I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sold on phantoms. So, blooms it is for right now still. We'll figure it out. Tacomb. What's coom? What's that? I know there's like the shorthand for raccoons, which is actually like a bad word. Come? Gray, how is that close to come? Phantoms is nowhere near close to come. Gray, what? Gray, no! Nowhere close to sounding like come. I'm not going phantoms. Phantom. What the? Get your mind out the gutter, nasty ass. Nah, there's a lot that I need to like still put together. Bloomies. Okay, that's actually really fucking cute. Bloomies. Stop. Bloomies. That's really cute. You know, because I was thinking like, oh man, what kind of other words for phantom? Other words for spirit? Spirit. Okay, I want spirits. Not liquor. Stupid. As in ghost. Okay. Let's... There we go. This is what it says as like other options. I like how there's two different versions of like boogie, like bogey. There's three. Bogey. Bogey. Jen. Dejin. Jenny. Dejini. What the... Why is it zombie without an E? That's a whole lot of boogie. Do you know how you make a napkin dance? You put a little boogie in it. You're welcome. Lordy. Hello, welcome in, Nishun. Welcome in. We are working on art, I promise. I'm taking a little side break because I'm talking about my rebrand nickname for my watchers. Right now, Bloomies is up there. Blooms and Bloomies. Uh, but I'm also like taking a gander at like different words for like ghost and spirit and shit like that. I don't know. Because my brain is trying to force bloom into like one of these words, but I don't have to use blooms per se. I don't know. I don't know. Wandering blooms. What? Oh, stop. I know how that goes, dude. You'll get there, though. You just gotta keep at it. I've been doing this for almost 4 years now. That's why I'm doing like a rebrand, too, to try and catch my luck. The grind never stops. Never, never stops. I've been at this since like 2021, dude. I didn't think that I started doing this around when VTubers first were getting like extra big, but I guess I did because 2020 was the hit, and then I did like 2021 after that. But actually, I really like Wandering Blooms. Blooms for short, but Wandering Blooms for like full is really fucking cute. Blooming wisps. Oh, yeah, they are little wisps. Wisps, wisps. I'm sorry. My brain in words where like you say the S twice makes the brain go, huh? Wisps. I don't know. It's a lot of in it. Fuzzy fairies? Nah, no. Fuzzy fairies is so weird. I don't like that. Ideas. Okay, let me put the blooms. This is the guys. I love them. They're so cute. The little wispies. Wispies. Ah! Thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. I think wispies could be cute as well. Blips. 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 Bloops. Bloops. I'm just like repeating words into the void right now. Just like, does this sound right? I don't know. Blispies. Blispies. Blippies. Yeah, it kind of looks like a cat. But since I'm supposed to, like, I'm going to be rebranding into a kit soon, I'm thinking of having it be kind of like a kit or like a little, it kind of gives me a little Pomeranian vibe as well, but it does also give cat. I think it's just kind of whatever. Yeah, blue does feel really close to water. Man, sometimes that, like, reheated shit just fucking slaps, dude. Wait. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I think they are. I don't know. Okay. Oh. Hold on. This isn't the CSP. This one. Do not save that one. Okay. Okay. So. We're taking a quick little detour. We're gonna stretch this canvas. Okay. So, my next theme, my name is gonna be Juniper. June for short. And I'm a kitsune with the Queen of the Night flower. Flower theme. So she's technically awake at night. Oh, not reheated? Hey, some shit just tastes good cold too. So. Okay. So. Right now I call you guys blooms. Wisps is on the table. Cold chicken. Okay. Now I'm questioning you. Cold chicken's a little... It depends. I do like cold chicken nuggets sometimes. Like, after they've sat, after they were, like, heated up and they're, like, room temperature, it's pretty good. I don't know. Something about room temperature chicken nuggets kind of just hits. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, I eat on stream all the time. I'm just, like, I'll either mute or I'll, like, eat unmuted. It depends on, like, what I'm eating. I mean, like, I've got a... Excuse me, Gray. You taking my hair? This is fucking rude, dude. I love how I just never fix the bald toggle properly either, so the hair sometimes comes back. Oh, that wasn't you! It was Nishun! Nishun! No! Okay, listen. I'm used to Gray torturing me. So... I promise my next model, I'm gonna get the bald toggle correct. I'm gonna do it properly this time. Okay. Ah! Oh God. You are the default villain. Which actually, speaking of throwing shit, I'm gonna have to make a full adversary. I need to make, like, little new things to be thrown at me. I'll probably do, like, little wisps to be thrown as well. And then, like, flowers. Which, with the throwing, you can adjust how, like, hard it hits. So I could have it where the flowers are, like, the most gentle of fucking hits. Or I could be really funny and they're, like, the hardest hitting thing and it, like, breaks my model kind of shit. Ah, I got a mustache. Thank you. I am now a refined young manta ray. I don't know. I mean, Blooms does fit so far. Bloomies is really cute. Markiplier. I feel like Bloomies is too close to Bloom still, though. Where I'd be like, saying both interchangeably. So, I don't know. I mean, I could always just stick with blooms. I don't have to change it from blooms. Because right now, blooms is kind of catching on. Oh, so this was the first one I designed, and then I was like, okay, I want to go with this one. What if for like subscribers get legs? They became more corporeal, and these ones are more incorporeal. So these are the followers. These are the subscribers. Scribbles. Yes. The subscribbles. You get to have legs as a subscriber. Bloomporials. Bloomporials! Stop! Bloomporials. Ah. Yeah! No skipping leg day for the subscribers. So, okay. So these are going to be the blooms. And the subscribers are going to be the bloomporials. Yeah! I'm sorry. Hey, glad the chicken tastes good, my guy. Yippee! Okay, okay. Yeah. Cuz it makes sense. Cuz these guys they're incorporeal and these ones are corporeal. So like you can actually like walk around, but this one like floats and can go through shit. But this one like is more physical and shit. So bloomporial. Hee hee hee. Because I was not vibing with Cactinites either. Bloomporials. And then we'll call, like, we'll give Cactinites to the, like, my moderators. Okay. Yippee! Okay. Bet. Okay. Distraction over with. Um. Okay. Let's get back to the commission and back to listening to Reddit stories.
Stress eating my food? So I'm a 30-year-old woman and I live with my roommate, Sarah, who's 29, who has this habit of eating everything in the fridge, whether it's hers or not. She always says it's because she's stressed and she swears she'll replace it, but my groceries vanish faster than a dating app after mentioning kids. The last straw was was when she ate my emotional support tiramisu. For context, I'd spent hours making this tiramisu after a rough week at work. It was my therapy and a dessert. Sarah ate the whole thing without asking and left a note on the empty dish that said, "Sorry, PMS sucks. I owe you." That was it. I lost it. I ordered a lock for the fridge for my food and moved everything into it. Now, Sarah's furious, saying I've ruined the vibe of the apartment and that I'm passive-aggressive for locking her out of the shared fridge. She even tried to rally our other roommates against me. Spoiler, they also hide their snacks from her. Am I the butthole for locking up my food?
No.
Or is Sarah just mad that she can't steal my serotonin anymore? If I made tiramisu from scratch after a long week at work and someone ate the entire thing and left me just a dirty dish, then, I'm not saying murder is fully justified, but we're getting pretty close here. And for context, yes, OP clarifies that it was a dirty plate that she left in the sink. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. Sarah is honestly cruising for a bruising. I'm giving her 2 out of 5 buttholes.
That was r/Am I the Butthole. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day.
The audacity! Bro, the fuck? So I had that happen once at work, at one of my old jobs, where I had bought a, what do you call it? I got the Hot Pockets, and it was a 2-pack. So I was like, okay, I'm going to eat one for today's lunch. I'll leave it in the freezer here at work, and I'll have it the second day. So I can have, like, I'm not paying for a lot of lunch. I have lunch 2 days in a row. Someone ate my fucking Hot Pocket, dude. I was so pissed off, dude, because I was that was my Hot Pocket. And somebody just decided, this is going to be mine now. And I was like, the fuck? So I didn't even get, like, to have my second Hot Pocket and had to waste money getting more food because somebody decided to eat my fucking food. That was, like, the only time I've really run into that issue, too. So, I don't know, dude. It just pissed me off. Because I was trying to save money and everything. And somebody just took my food.
Welcome to...
I'm gonna hit y'all with a random bark every now and again. Oh, so I'm so excited with this rebrand. So I've already commissioned B. B's going to be making me a new Minecraft skin. And B made the current thing that I'm using here. I forget what it's called. That like shows the chat and everything on it. She's gonna be remaking that one for me and a few variations of it. So that's exciting. I got a quote from somebody to make a custom chat. So once I get around to that, I'll be able to pay them for that soon as well. And then there's Kagoogle, who, lovely Kagoogle, made, my little logo down here at the bottom, in the bottom right corner. So I'm going to be going back to Kagoogle for that. And I'm going to get emotes from Kagoogle as well. And then hopefully my stream panels from Kagoogle as well. Yes, dude. I'm so excited. Like, I've got, I think that's the main things I need lined up. And then I started talking to somebody about, like, the subscription, follower, like, those things. um like I was asking if they make them, but so far I haven't really gotten any responses back. Like their commissions aren't open, but I wanted to, ask them if they did that stuff, but they haven't quite responded. So I've got to find somebody else for that, or I might just make it myself again. I don't know. But Hydra's going to make my model as well. So I'm excited when she makes the model and getting to rig my own model, which I will not stream rigging that. Heck yeah, you got this. I know I'm going to be streaming for like a while. I've got quite a few things I need to get done. I have 2 full body commissions and then like 6 chibis to get done. So if I stop getting distracted, I'll get through these. But yeah, I'm so excited. I've got like, I have people lined up this time. I'm gonna actually do a proper debut, and I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Now I just need to figure out what I'm gonna be doing for work. Because if I can't get into the warehouse near me, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I hope I'm not gonna be out of a job. I have bad news for that, boss. I'm very easily distracted. You don't have a PNG? Well, there's like, have you checked out VGen? VGen has like a lot of really good PNG people on there. What do you call it? You can always, it's not Pixiv. Is it Pixiv? I don't think it's Pixiv. I don't know. I can't remember. Whatever that one website was where you can like customize like a little image of a character essentially. What do you wait? You stream from your iPad? Okay, so what I do actually, let me show this. I don't use the PNG thing.
What the dog doing?
Here we go. There we go. So what I do is I use, what is this called again? I use Reactive Fuji, and then I have a personal Discord server. So I sit in my personal Discord server and sit in a call, basically. And so then the Reactive Fuji is my PNG tuber. Because then I don't have to worry about having like a PNG app or anything. And I can just set it up on the side and just sit in a Discord call. And it works. It really helps out. Okay. Let me... This should be the website for it. And then you'll log into Discord with it, and you'll upload an image. You'll upload like one with the mouth open, one with the mouth closed, essentially. And then you'll put this down as a web, I believe. And then you'll put the URL from the Reactive Fuji into it. So like,
Welcome to r/best of Red.
hold on. Let me really quick. And we're... Oh, that's not what I want. Delete that. We're going to window capture. Oh, that is not what I want that to capture immediately. Excuse me. It is this one. Okay, so this is going to be your reactive Fuji. And so what you're going to have is you'll have like your Discord avatar, your unnamed. You can add multiple versions and stuff. And so then when you are going in to have it for yourself, I believe you click... Okay, so when you click the little cog, this is going to be your speaking. This will be your inactive. So then like when you speak, it'll open up the mouth essentially. And then when you want it to be just you specifically, you'll click on that and then you'll copy this link essentially. And so that link to P2.01, that'll be how you you'll like copy paste that into a browser for on OBS, and then that should be able to react for you. I hope it works out for you, man. All right. Ah. Excuse me, rude ass. You know who I haven't turned on in a long time? Because no one uses him. There you go, Toast. You can speak if you want to. For now, though, we're gonna listen to Red Stories again.
I shouted.
What? Toast, no! My boy. My child, my mans. He finally gets the chance to speak, and the first thing he does is shit himself. Poor Toast. I'll get you some new puppy pads soon. Also, I know that we're gonna keep Toast, but should Toast get a slight redesign? Like, what if Toast had legs? What if Toast had legs?
I covered it with your carpet. You're welcome.
Never mind. You don't get legs. Excuse me. You do not get to have legs, sir. Leg revoked.
To r/best of Redditor updates,
God.
where OP discovers that her husband is actually a pony named Sparkles. Our next Reddit post comes from r/relationship advice. For about 6 years now, my husband has been a Freemason, and I've always supported him on this. My grandfather was a Freemason, so it's not really new to me or anything, and I don't believe in any of the conspiracy stuff you see online. But I'm starting to think that it may not be the best for him. My grandpa always used to say that it went family, work, masonry. But in my husband's case, it's more masonry, 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 then family, then work, then masonry again. He attends lodge nearly every night. For context, my grandpa would go a couple of times a month. And yet he's only a fellow craft, so not a part of the add-on things like the Scottish Rite or Shriners or anything. I genuinely don't know how he has the stamina for it, because I'm part of an improv theater club, and frankly, every other week is enough. Sometimes he's gone for hours, other times an hour or even less. When I ask him what he's doing, he gets defensive and says he can't tell me because he has to maintain secrecy. I knew full well that there would be some lessons and ceremonies that I wouldn't exactly be getting a front row seat for, but I don't think that it's unfair that I ask what he could be possibly doing that occupies him practically daily. Hell, some days when he comes back early, he'll go to his man cave and do more work for them. Apparently, he's volunteered to do admin work for his Grand Lodge, but when does it end? He doesn't get paid for any of it, and he spends so much on dues to actually do this. I've even tried to get involved via the OES, whatever that is, OP doesn't tell us, but he point blank shut it down and said that we can only look into that when he becomes a Grand Mason, which is apparently still years away. And it's not even just our marriage that it's affecting. Some weeks he's out so late with his lodge buddies that he doesn't take care of himself. There's been times that he hasn't worn clean clothes or shaved, and plenty of times he's gone into work without showering. Sometimes he doesn't even go into work and just calls in hours late to say that he's been called for urgent lodge business. His boss is too good to him and lets it slide because he's genuinely blown away by my husbands and the Masons and think these meetings must be dead important. I get that a lot of these guys are going to be retired, but Jesus Christ, surely they have to know how it works. It's making a bad impression with people, and I genuinely can't remember the last time that we did anything together as a couple. Plus, our bedroom has been dead for at least a year, which I've sort of put up with because I have a low libido, but I guess it's just another symptom. Every time I ask him to do anything, he just tells me that he's too tired. By the way, I did actually email the head of his lodge to say that I'm kind of worried for him, but I haven't heard back yet. And if they're all this active, I'm not sure how much help he'll be. Then OP posted an update. The head of the lodge just emailed me. He apologized for taking his time and explained that my husband hasn't been a member of that lodge for at least 5 years, and that he left just under a year after he joined. Apparently, he had difficulties with the leadership and has been repeatedly cautioned for soliciting the other lodge members. He told me he checked with other lodges in the area and none of them have any record of him switching there, so it seems like he's not going to any of them. All right, as you can imagine, the comments are full of, he's drinking, he's gambling, he's on drugs, he's cheating, and who knows, maybe all the above. We're about to find out. Then, about 1 week later, OP posted an update. So the head of the lodge got OP in touch with another senior member, and the senior member vaguely remembers that the husband was kicked out because he was soliciting people, but he doesn't remember what he was soliciting them for. He described it as invasive and strange behavior. So me and this senior lodge member, David, had a good long chat before he offered to join me in discussing this with my husband, Kevin, with the hope that we could get through to Kevin and steer him off whatever course he was on. Sadly, I don't have good news. David came around on Monday, and Kevin was, of course, out. Midway through our conversation, Kevin comes home, and when he comes in, I say there's somebody I'd like him to meet, and he just deflects by saying he's tired from lodge and we'll have to do it tomorrow. David introduces himself anyways, explicitly as a senior member of that lodge. Kevin ignores him, but then goes to the kitchen, pours himself a glass of milk, and starts scrolling through his phone at the kitchen table. Me and David sat down at the kitchen table too, and without a word, Kevin got up and went to the living room, so we followed him there too, where David said that he knows that Kevin isn't attending lodge because he was the senior member there when my husband left. Kevin does this weird laugh and says, "Heh, so it's a crime to move lodges then?" David said that no other lodge in the area took him on, and Kevin goes a little bit red before saying that's because he switched to PHA, and then sort of insinuates that David is racist for taking issue with that. David said that he spoke to all the PHA lodges in the area too, and he's good friends with a lot of their members, and he knows he's lying again. Kevin just says, "Look, I'm tired." Well, the majority of the commenters on the last post thought that it was drugs, so I just said, look, is it drugs? He said no, but finally admitted, yes, there was something up, and he asked if he could show us something. He just needed to go to his car. David said that's fine and we'll come with him. Well, I guess in Kevin's defense, he did need to go to his car. In the trunk, he got out this black sports bag, and I don't know what I was expecting, but I don't think anything could have prepared me for what he showed us was inside. When we got back into the house, he got out this near lifelike latex horse mask and other leather and latex fetish gear. A full suit with harnesses and everything. If you were expecting anything to happen, there wasn't anything. We kind of just stared in total silence. Eventually, Kevin restarted the conversation by explaining that he was into a BDSM fetish called pony play, and that he went down the rabbit hole, or horse hole, a long time ago. I won't really go into the full details, but the long and short of it is that he's clearly been dealing with homosexual feelings and submissive desires for a long time, though he's still in denial about both of them, and he's adamant that he's not bi or gay, that he's 100% straight. Obviously, he is at least, and most probably, bi, but he wouldn't hear it. Anyways, he explained that he was really struggling with these feelings. The urge, as he calls it. And that's when he joined Freemasonry because he hoped that it would prove a distraction and help him improve. And he sort of implied that being around old men would turn him off from this. I could tell that David was a bit offended, but he didn't say anything. But yeah, apparently this is what the solicitation was about. Obviously, joining the Masons didn't make these feelings go away, so he said he initially started trying to see if any of them felt those feelings too. But no one would bite. Apparently, midway through, he discovered the pony play rabbit hole on a BDSM website and was utterly hooked. This is when his solicitation went from, hey, I'm having these feelings towards guys. This is totally normal, right, brother? To, hey, are you looking to buy a pony, brother? He claimed that he didn't leave the lodge because he was being disciplined, but because of how goddamn prudish everyone was. Yeah. Apparently, he was already deep into the hole. And while he'd be attending lodge a couple of times a month legitimately, the other times were him doing BDSM stuff. Apparently, it began with escorts, but eventually he graduated to professional doms because too many of them found it weird or weren't into it enough. There's one main one that he goes to the most called Mistress Candy, but when she's busy, he'll go to the other ones. And if that's not an option, he'll go find a cheap hotel to self-care or do it with an online mistress. Or there's a lot of them apparently, and that's how he got into Findom, where the whole thing is he gives them money for nothing in return. I don't really know how to describe how I felt as this all came out. The shock, the betrayal, the rage, the upset, the hurt. I suppose I feel quite numb now, but none of it could have prepared me for what he did next. David said, so you've been having an affair and using my lodge as cover. Kevin got very angry and said that he hasn't been having an affair. This sparked an argument where Kevin's excuse was that at no point was he in control during this because Mistress Candy made use of hypnosis to... Hypnosis? Again? Guys, look, I don't know how many of you guys listen to my stories every single day, but this is the second post in the past week or two where some guy's like, I have no control. I just got hypnotized by a gay person and now I have to give all my money to the gays. How am I reading this twice in 2 weeks? I'm sorry, I'm just shook, you guys. Because Mistress Candy made use of hypnosis to control him, and sometimes the urge was so powerful it would shift him into Sparkles, his pony persona, involuntarily. Hold on, what the hell is an shift? It's a mental shift. Okay, mental shift. So I guess your thoughts turn into different thoughts. Okay, turns into Sparkles. All right. He didn't use this as an example, but I guess it's kind of like a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation. Again, there was no remorse or regret, and he said that we can still fix this with couples therapy because apparently I wasn't satisfying his needs. How did he come to that conclusion? Well, I never independently... Well, I never independently suggested pony play, and I never gave him an avenue to open up about it, which is somehow my fault. I won't go into the arguments that followed, but it ended with me packing a bag and David taking me to my parents' place. I told Kevin that I'll be seeking a divorce, something which he is also in denial about, because the marriage is dead. Clearly, he values his time playing dress up as a horse more than he does me as a person, so I might as well let him focus on that. I'm staying with my parents right now and taking some time off work until I can clear my head. I can't sleep, so I figured I might as well try to get this out of my system. It's helped, honestly. I'm also currently no contact with Kevin, and it'll be staying that way until I can serve him papers. Who knows what the future holds there, but he won't be in it. Though, if you wanted some good news, I'm finally joining the OES. David explained to me that I can join via my grandfather, so I'm going to be meeting with the secretary next week. Thanks for being on this wild ride, and helping me see reason. This top comment from Itinbo. The scene where he leads his wife and a near stranger to his car, open the trunk, and lets them marvel at the contents in silence is absolute gold. Yeah, that part honestly felt like a scene out of a movie. Our next Reddit post is from r/Am I the Butthole. Am I the butthole?
That was not what I... Okay, when that started, and it said their husband's horse Sparkle or whatever, I thought this was going to be like they just had an obsession with My Little Pony, and Sparkles was their character. I did not expect BDSM horseplay. And yes, he did. He really did go from gay feelings to horse. What the fuck, dude? Okay, also, I'll be right back. I am freezing, and I dropped my jacket somewhere, and I don't know where I dropped it. Oh my god, my legs. Oh, where's my jacket? I've also grabbed a bunch of snacks. It really did take pet play to a whole nother level. Oh, my hip. Oh, that hurt. Okay, and my toes are cold. I set the heater to 70. Yeah, snacks. But, like, it doesn't feel like it's 70 in here because it's cold outside. I got goldfish. You guys get goldfish ASMR. Hold on really quick. I'm going to mute the desktop audio. I'm going to harass Smuggies for a second. Hold on. Okay. I have sufficiently harassed Smuggies and said hello. Okay. Yippee!
Hole for leaving my Bumble date stranded at a restaurant after she admitted that she was going to her guy best friend's place after the date. A couple of months ago, I matched with Anna on Bumble. I thought we vibed really well. She had a really nice and funny demeanor, and we had lots of engaging conversations on FaceTime. We set up our first dinner date last week. I proposed a really nice restaurant, which was sort of far from where we lived. But I wanted to treat Anna because I thought that she was special. Anna asked if I could pick her up and then, after the date, drop her off at her best friend's place. I didn't mind at all. Anna said that she had movie night with her best friend. I picked up Anna and we went to the restaurant. The date went better than expected. We vibed really well. Anna also had drinks since I was the designated driver. However, right at the end of the date, Anna asked if I would drop her off at Josh's place. I was initially confused and then realized Josh was her guy best friend. Anna instantly realized what she said, and it sort of became awkward. Anna apologized, and I told Anna there was no reason to apologize. I was just curious about who Josh was, so I asked Anna, and Anna said that he was her guy best friend, and they occasionally had movie nights. Anna said that she wanted to be honest with me because she really liked me and saw a future with me. And she admitted that they sometimes make out during these movie nights, but it doesn't go further than that. I appreciate Anna's honesty, but this whole thing felt like a huge gut punch. I was maybe in my feelings, but I just couldn't do it anymore. I told Anna to just ask Josh to pick her up, and I paid for my portion of the dinner and left. Anna looked really sad when I ended the date and left. I felt sort of guilty about it later and called my sister to ask her if what I'd done was right. My sister said I shouldn't have left Anna stranded at the restaurant, especially after Anna was really sweet and honest with me. I told my sister, how could I be expected to take Anna for a really fancy dinner and then drop her off at her guy best friend's house where she would then make out with him? I had enough self-respect left not to do that. Was I the butthole?
Nah.
Then, one day later, OP posted an update. Since I left Anna at the restaurant, she texted me a couple of times, but I just ignored those messages. I opened the messages a couple of hours ago, and I was sort of surprised. Instead of lashing out at me, she just apologized again and said that she was willing to stop seeing Josh if it meant that we could continue our relationship. She said after the dinner, she just took an Uber back home and didn't go to Josh's. I texted Anna that there was no reason to apologize, and I shouldn't have left her stranded at the restaurant, and I should have also paid for her meal, since I was the one who invited her to the expensive restaurant. I asked Anna for her Venmo, but Anna said she didn't care about the money and asked if we could continue our relationship. However, I didn't have the same feelings for Anna anymore, so I just texted Anna up front that I don't think that we're compatible, and I don't want to continue this. We chatted a bit more, and Anna was very respectful of my decision, but admitted she was sad. I too admitted it was tough, but it's best for everyone that this doesn't continue further. This was the final text, and I definitely think there are valuable lessons learned from this entire thing. This is kind of weird because on the one hand, Anna seems really sweet and mature and like she understands OP's feelings and she understands her own feelings, which is kind of surprising for a Reddit story right off the bat. But how can someone who's so like mature and has a high IQ be this clueless to say, oh, by the way, after the date, be sure to drop me off at my friends with benefits place so we can, make out and give each other, all kinds of weird stuff. Huh? I guess it was just a slip of the tongue, so to speak. I don't get it, man. How can you say you want an exclusive relationship and you want to date and you're on Bumble, but then you're also making out with dudes? I don't call me old-fashioned, I guess. That was r/best of Redditor updates. And if you like this
Not
content,
worth
check out my
it.
podcast where I publish the... Welcome to r/off my chest, where OP sends her uncle to prison for 9 years. Our next Reddit post is from Pale Pompathy.
Yeah, like, that's not how that works. Like, oh yeah, surprise. After my date, I'm gonna go smash my best friend. Like, this date meant nothing. Like, what? That's not how that works, my guy.
My husband has a 4-year-old daughter with a girl who's 16 years younger and was also our neighbor. This woman lived with her grandma and they were barely making it. Her grandmother was taking care of an old lady who died, and she passed on the 3-room luxurious apartment to her, but they could barely afford to pay the bills. I knew the granddaughter had a crush on my husband, but I talked to him about my concerns and he said that it was nothing, that he ignores it, and if she crosses the line, he'll tell her. Me and my husband do well, financially speaking. My husband buys a lot of old, deteriorated buildings and then sells them after fixing them. This young woman, who was 24 at the time, said that historical buildings are her passion, and he took her plenty of times with him to visit the buildings. She became pregnant. We never asked who the father is, but we both agreed to help her with money. They eventually moved away and sold the flat. They moved 3 years ago. I got a phone call last week from the grandma who was crying when she heard my voice and told me the little girl is actually my husband's daughter. They moved somewhere else because my husband actually acted like a father during his rare visits, and when the girl started to talk, they were afraid that she would call him daddy. The old woman told me that her granddaughter is feeling extremely guilty because I helped her the most, but couldn't call me because she's afraid of me. I went to her workplace, and when she saw me, she ran away into the back. She works in a restaurant. All that money that I gave her for a year, she accepted it, even though my husband was also giving her about 1,500 euros per month without my knowledge, just for the child. I confronted my husband about it yesterday after he returned from his daily jogging, and he didn't deny it. He said they had an affair and the child is his. He did the paternity test. He apologized. I feel so lost, hurt, betrayed. I've always compared myself to that young woman.
She was and is extremely beautiful. And my husband is also lean and tall, and I gained weight. I feel like I want to dig a hole and jump in. I feel like a clown. OP, I definitely feel sympathy for you. You're certainly the victim here, but I cannot believe that you fell for the historical buildings are my passion line. And the husband says, oh, let me just take this single young woman who has a crush on me to abandoned buildings where only I have the key to get in, and I'm just gonna show her around so she can look at the copper wiring because she's very interested in the copper wiring, sweetie. You know, I don't want to be too harsh on you, OP, but how could you have fallen for that? Please!
Our next Reddit post is from OK Big. I accidentally put my sister's dildo in my mouth multiple times. Okay, I know the title is actually kind of insane. When I was younger, around 5 years old, there was always this pink thing stuck to the wall in my sister's bathroom. Like, I didn't know what it was, obviously, but it looked like it was shaped like a shoe. It was almost transparent, and it was silicone. I used to think that it was one of my dollhouse toys or slime that was just stuck in the shape of a shoe. Oh jeez. I vividly remember putting it in my mouth and biting it with my teeth almost every day, and chasing my brothers with it while slapping them across the face while my sister was gone. My brothers were around the same age as me, so they didn't know this, and our parents were out working most of the time during that time period. I didn't know why she always hid it in the bathroom cabinet, but whenever she left for work, I would take it out and start playing with it like it was a doll or something. I only just found out what it actually was because me and my friends were online shopping and we accidentally went to the adult toys page. We were laughing about it, obviously, until I saw that same pink shoe thing. And then it hit me. Oh my God. Down in the comments, we have this story from Uniquely Eris. Well, to be fair, when I was about 7, we did a walkthrough of a home that my grandparents bought, and it was nasty inside. I picked up what I thought was a balloon and almost put it to my lips. I know, I was a dumb kid. But my dad saw me and slapped that thing out of my hands. Now looking back, I know exactly what it was.
No.
We have this story from Throwaway Splittin'. When I was about 9, I used a porta potty at my local sports field. When I got out, my dad asked me if I would like to use his water bottle to wash my hands, to which I proudly replied that I did wash my hands with the soap in the porta potty. He was very confused and asked what I meant. I said that bar of soap in the little sink next to the toilet. His face fully drops. That wasn't soap, it was a urinal cake. Our next Reddit post is from Married to My Best Friend. I married my same gender best friend, even though we're both straight. My wife / best friend Annie is self-employed / works freelance, and as a result has struggled getting steady health insurance in the past. 4 years ago, she had a health scare, and because I had a somewhat decent
Jesus Christ, dude. This is why teaching they are fucking, what do you call it? That's why sex ed is important, and you don't shield your children from it. It does not matter how tiny that child is. Once that child can understand and ask what certain things are, that child needs to know what that is to avoid situations like that. Like, for real. Like, oh my God, dude. Man.
decent insurance through my job, we said screw it and got married. Thankfully, the health scare was just a scare and we're both healthy. 3 years ago, we said screw it again and decided to buy an apartment together. It's small and lame, but there's no way that we could afford anything on our own, so it's not something to really complain about. We have separate rooms, and we still sort of casually date other people, but we talked it over and decided to commit to being married. We love each other, we live together, and we're happy, so does it really matter that we're not gay? We haven't decided if we're having children yet, but we have decided that if we are, we're having them together, not with a man. Everyone in our life is really confused about our marriage, and I guess to some extent, so are we. But this seems like a don't fix what ain't broke situation. I don't know what it means to be platonically married, but I know that we're not gay, but we're also more than friends. I've honestly never been this happy my entire life,
Aww.
and the love that I have for this woman pales in comparison to the way that I felt with my boyfriends in the past. And before the best pal...
Bro, I like how we go from like really disgusting ass stories to really cute, I married my best friend, but like we're not in love, but we are in love.
jokes start pouring in. I've never in my life been sexually aroused by a woman, and I very much find men hot. I guess this is just my public service announcement to all of you that you can live life however you want, and there's no universal formula for a good life. You know, honestly, I feel like this is going to become increasingly more common just because things keep getting more and more expensive. And that's the whole story. Just every year, things get a little bit more expensive and people make the same amount of money. So I feel like we're going to see a lot of straight people becoming married as gay people and becoming roommates just because, I mean, the alternative is like homelessness.
Yeah.
Our next Reddit post is from Independent Chip. In September 2021, I was in a horrible car accident. I was
It's why even though like sure me and Hyder are dating and we live together and stuff, that's why we need a third roommate, because it's so expensive to live that if we didn't have a roommate, we would not be able to pay our bills, essentially. And it's really fucking depressing, dude.
T-boned by someone running a stop sign, and I broke my back. The likelihood of walking again was low, but a year and a half later, I was able to walk with a walker. I still walk with a walker, but sometimes I can use a cane. I'm only 30 years old. Unfortunately, I can no longer get an erection due to the location on my spine that was damaged. I've tried therapy and nothing works, and likely never will be able to again. My wife is an absolute sweetheart. She cared for me while I was in the hospital and well after, even though she was pregnant at the time of my crash. For a while after my accident, we coped with just using toys and whatnot to please her. But she confided in me in 2023 that it was taking a toll on her. She's always been a hypersexual being, so not getting to actually passionately hug was destroying her mental health, which I totally understood. I felt like a failure for not being able to do what she needed me to do. We talked about options for a while and finally decided on letting her as...
What? Can you do anything to have them like fix that? Because usually apartments, if you're renting, I don't know if it's the same way over there, but I'm pretty sure there's got to be like tenants' rights where like you have them come out and fix shit if it's not working properly. Oh, that's fucking stupid. There's gotta be some way they can like work with you. Especially because that's a that's like a safety violation kind of shit. Ah, don't we love our governments who say they're for the people, but they're never actually for the people. They're just for the rich people.
essentially have a hall pass. The rules are that she has to find a consistent long-term partner. The man must be drug and disease-free with proof, and he must be respectful of our situation, and he must wear a condom. She found mutual attraction with a guy earlier this year, and their situation lasted about 3 months. She then moved on to another man over the summer, and he's been her consistent friends with benefits ever since. He'll usually come over every other weekend or once a month if we're all too busy. He's really respectful to me. It's not a bad setup either. It's mostly just business when he's over. He doesn't stay longer than he needs to, they go to the guest bedroom, do the deed, and he's gone within 30 minutes, usually. Sometimes he'll stay for dinner because having a friendly relationship with him is the best thing for all of us too. I know that I'll get absolutely roasted for this confession, but I don't care. I've never gotten to reveal this to anyone, so it's nice to get it off my chest. I'm just happy to see my beautiful, sweet wife find some pleasure again. Our next Reddit post is from Dumb Brat Baby. I come from a pretty unsavory family, and my uncle is a known drug dealer. He never hid this fact and would openly blow a couple of lines in front of us as kids. He lived at his parents' house, so whenever my mom took us to stay at my grandmother's home, I would bum a couple of smokes off him. He never noticed, probably because we didn't visit all that often and he was never sober. You'd think a drug dealer would have had a lock, but he didn't. He was just incredibly bold and never hid what he was doing. On one visit, I had plans to go out for the night, and I wanted a little hit of something. He had just driven off, so I went into his room to pinch some weed for the night. His laptop was closed but switched on, and because I'm a nosy person, I opened it up. I saw an adult video playing from a website that I didn't recognize. Both people in the video seemed familiar, so I kept watching. A girl was giving a guy oral, and at first, neither of their faces were visible. I kept watching, and eventually some light hit the girl's face, and I was able to place her as a 13-year-old who lived on my 35-year-old uncle's street. The very girl that I was going to the park with tonight. Another tab was already open on my uncle's laptop, so I clicked on that. It was a bunch of files, some with my uncle's name and various other girls on them. Some were numbered. I clicked on the files with the names, and it was all girls who barely looked like they were old enough to be teenagers. The 13-year-old girl I mentioned was in there several times. The numbered ones were random indecent pictures of children. There seemed to be thousands of them. Shocked with the discovery I'd made, I waited until me and the girl went to the park to confront her. She confessed instantly, breaking down. She told me it initially started because he promised her some money to buy a new phone, and then he began to threaten to post the videos online if he told anyone, so she stayed silent. When I told her the videos were already online, she cried. I'd been mulling on this for the past few hours, and I told her my plan to report the crime anonymously and for her to call in and share her testimony as a victim. She was game, and that's what we did. We told nobody. The police raided his home and found the laptop containing over 200,000 videos and pictures of indecent children, as well as 1 ounce of cocaine, 5 grams of acid, printouts of exposed children, and an AK-47. The girl called in with her testimony, and along with my statement, my uncle was arrested with a sentence of 9 years. He was let out after 6 years for good behavior and is now free. He got married to a woman from our home country who has no idea about the monster she married. He now scams the government for benefits, faking having anxiety to get PIP and claims universal credit. He also still sells weed on the side. The 13-year-old girl was placed into witness protection and moved to a different country with her mother. We kept in contact for a few months after that, and she changed her number and we lost contact. I can't blame her for wanting a fresh start. I think of her often. I hope she's doing okay. Everyone in our family still talks to him because they think that he's reformed. He's visiting our home tomorrow. He also has no idea that it was me who discovered him and ratted him out. He thinks it was one of his drug rivals. He still puts his hands on me and acts playful, and I have to act like I care about him. I'm a 20-year-old woman now, and I despise my uncle with every inch of my being. I will never regret what I did. Nobody knows about my secret, aside from his victim and one other friend. And also you, Reddit. Our next Reddit post is from Cold Helicopter.
Bro.
I was removed from my mother's care when I was 11 years old due to allegations of sexual assault posed against my stepfather. He was convicted of those crimes, but took a plea deal, which meant that he'd be out by the time that I was 13. And from what I can remember, I don't even know if he served those 2 full years anyways. I was his primary victim. I don't remember how old I was when it started, but
I really, really fucking hate that pedophiles get the tiniest bit of a slap on the hand. 8 years? 8 years for child stuff and let out at 6. And he had video evidence of him doing it. Why was he not lynched? Why was he not just strangled in jail? I don't care if I get in trouble for this on stream. I hate child predators with a living fucking passion. And I will never, 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 never understand how they get the smallest slap on the hand. I will never understand it. That shit pisses me off so fucking bad. Like, these victims have to live with this the rest of their life. And then have to live with the fact that their abuser is gonna walk free like that. I'm all for justice in the prison system by other inmates against child predators. Okay. That is my angry rant about child predators. Exactly. Like, as a victim myself, that shit pisses me off.
the earliest he admitted to was when I was 8. I don't know if my mom knew before Child Protective Services got involved or if she found out afterwards, but now I don't think it would have mattered to her if she was aware. After being put into temporary custody of the state while the legal issues were sorted out, eventually I was placed with a relative and her husband. They later adopted me when it was clear that my mother would not be getting me back. My adoptive parents put me into therapy, got me the help I needed, did everything they could to make me feel safe again. Something they never prevented me from was speaking to my mother. I was always able to call or text her, and she was always allowed to come visit me, but I could never go and see her. I didn't really question it as a kid. I assumed it was some stipulation the courts made. I believed growing up that the reason my mom hadn't gotten me back was because of neglect, I guess. I assumed that the court thought that it was partly her fault that I had been left unattended with that man so often, or that it took someone else noticing that I was physically injured for something to be done about it. My adoptive parents never challenged these assumptions that I had, and they always told me that they would never stop me from having a relationship with my mom so long as that's what I wanted. Once I turned 18, my mom and I started talking more frequently, but we didn't see each other in person often. I never really thought about it much at first, but as the years went by, I started questioning the circumstances of my removal and subsequent adoption. I was confused as to why a woman with no prior issues with the law would have had her child taken away from her in such a cut and dry way. I decided to ask my adoptive parents about it, and they very gently informed me that my mother was told that in order for her to regain custody of me, her husband, my abuser, would be required to leave the home and could not under any circumstances come near me. Not only because he was an offender, but because I was the victim. My mother evidently couldn't meet these conditions, so I was adopted by my relatives. When I worked up the courage to ask my mom if it was true, she didn't deny it. She told me she loved him. that he was a good man who made a mistake. The court said that she could have her daughter or she could stay with her husband, so she chose him.
Are you
She picked him
fucking
over me.
serious?
I don't even know what to do with the things I'm feeling now. I feel sick just thinking about it. She's my mother and she knew what he did. He was convicted of sexually abusing her 11-year-old child, and she refused to leave him. For the past 12 years, she's willingly slept in a bed next to the man that assaulted her daughter. She stayed married to the man who hurt me. My adoptive parents said that they
Hell
were
no, I
advised
would've
by my
killed that
therapist to let me
man.
figure it out in my own time, as my mother, despite picking that man over me, never made any move to have me near him again. She just wasn't willing to make him leave so that I could be with her. Evidently, the therapist thought that it would be more detrimental in the long run to keep me from communicating with my mother entirely. None of that makes me feel better. The past 2 days have felt like a nightmare. I don't understand how she could stay with them. I don't understand why she chose a monster over her child. I'm trying to understand why my adoptive parents didn't tell me, but to be honest, I don't really understand their reasoning either. My mom's been texting me, but I haven't answered. I can't even think about her without feeling nauseous or so angry that I want to cry, or both. My adoptive parents keep checking in on me, but I've only answered the phone for them because I don't want them to drive here out of concern. I really don't even know what to do anymore. That was r/off my chest, and if you like this content, check out my podcast
Jesus.
where I publish the exact same episodes. Also,
So normally r/ would react to stories like that, but I have a feeling that these stories probably were so like vile to read for him that like anything he could have commented on those stories probably would have gotten this video taken down. So while I like to hear his commentary on shit, I can't blame him. I think I'd get banned from YouTube if I try to comment on those videos. Yeah. Jesus. Okay. This is the last r/ video I have from the last time we listened.
updates, where OP is in a 5-person polyamorous relationship, and they're trying to figure out which of the 3 guys should impregnate OP's wife. Our next Reddit post comes from r/polyamory. I'm a 35-year-old guy, and my wife, Lori, is 34. We've been together for 16 years, married for 13, and our relationship has been open since the day that we met in college. About 8 years ago, we met another couple, Kyle, who's 34, and Andy, who's 33, who were also open and poly, and we hit it off right away. In 2012, Andy got pregnant, and after a bit of math, we realized that I was probably the father. After discussing our future, we had a commitment ceremony in July 2012, and we've all been a family ever since. When that occurred, Andy already had 1 baby with Kyle, and Lori had 2 with me. On the periphery of all this was Joseph, who's 34. Joseph and Kyle have been friends since college, and Joseph, Kyle, and Andy have had an intermittent sexual relationship since then. There was never anything serious there, but he was a regular third man in their threesomes. After the commitment ceremony, Joseph occasionally joined all of us for our bedroom fun, but it was again an intermittent thing and nothing serious. So it wasn't a huge surprise when Andy's baby turned out to be Joseph's and not mine. It was still a surprise, but it wasn't a problem. The baby was welcomed into our family, and Joseph became a more regular guest in our home. About a year after the baby was born, a few things happened that seriously changed things. First, both Andy and Lori got pregnant again. As we would later learn, Andy's baby really was mine this time around, and Lori's baby is Kyle's. Oh my God, you guys. Shortly after that, Joseph was involved in a very serious motorcycle accident. He was hospitalized for nearly 2 months, lost his job, lost his apartment, and needed a lot of help. We ended up moving him in with us as a temporary thing to help him out. That was a year and a half ago. He's still here. Kyle is happy to have his old friend around all the time. The women both like him a lot, and the intercourse is great between all of them. 3 days ago, Lori was hinting that she needed to talk about something serious, but didn't know how to broach it. After a bit of discussion, it came out. She wants to have one more baby, and not just anyone's baby. She wants to have Joseph's baby. She wants to go off the pill and have Kyle and I either abstain from sex with her or to have only condom-protected sex until Joseph gets her pregnant. When I asked her why, she just shrugged her shoulders and said that she loved him too, and that it was only fair. She said that Andy had a child by each of the 3 guys, and she wanted to have a baby by each of us too. After a bit more discussion, it came out that the idea was his, and that he was feeling left out because he didn't have a child with her. Putting aside the childish notion that babies should be created solely to placate someone's sense of fairness, I have a few serious problems with this. First, we already have 6 kids in the house, which is already a bit much at times. I thought we were all done having kids, and I'm not sure I really want any more. Second, there's no commitment to Joseph. Where the rest of us have gone through a commitment ceremony to join ourselves to each other, he hasn't. But the biggest is also the simplest. I don't really like the guy. Never have. He's got this odd vibe and has always struck me as a bit untrustworthy. He honestly reminds me of a shady used car salesman. He also drinks too much, is a bit of a bigot, and has a personality that I find grating. I don't object to him hanging around now and then because he was Kyle's friend, and I didn't have a problem with the intercourse because it was just intercourse, and I understood the history of their relationship.
Rude.
But now I'm wishing that I had. To be honest, I've long hoped that he would meet someone who wasn't into polyamory, just to get him out of our sex lives and relationship. When he moved in after the accident, I kept my mouth shut because they were just trying to be helpful, and the discussion about his long-term plans have always been alluded to the idea that he'd be moving out again someday. Whenever he really annoyed me, I would just tell myself that it was just temporary. Now I'm facing the possibility that this guy is going to be around forever. Kyle and Andy love the idea and think that Lori having Joseph's baby is romantic. Lori is looking to cement some kind of bond to him. I, on the other hand, seem to get angrier and angrier every time I see him. Almost violently angry. I want to chase this guy out of our home and never let him in again. I want to punch him square in his smug face. I temporarily tolerated someone that I disliked because I wanted to be generous and helpful, and because he's the father of one of Andy's children. But now, because I didn't want to be a dick and consign a disabled man to homelessness, he's worked his way into our relationship and seems quite content to stay there forever. If this pregnancy happens, I know he'll never move out. How do I even begin to approach this? I don't really care if Joseph gets hurt in this, but every other solution seems to lead to the other people in my family being miserable, them being angry with me, or me living in silent misery. I can't see any way to resolve this that doesn't involve hurting those I love or hurting myself. Guys, I want to be super clear about this. I'm monogamous. I'm happily married to one woman. She's happily married to me. And I don't want to bash on people who are into polyamory at all. If that's your thing, then that's your thing, fine. But you guys, I am exhausted reading this. This is so complicated and exhausting. Obi is really like, listen, I don't like you, but you can live with us and screw my wife. But I draw the line at impregnating my wife. That goes too far.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay. Then, one day later, OP posted an update. Wow, where to begin? We had the discussion this morning, and it went about as poorly as expected. I began by clearing the air about my feelings for Joseph. I reminded everyone that he and I have never gotten along, and that I've always viewed his presence in our home as a temporary thing. I told them that I still view it as temporary, and that I can't support any moves that would make his presence in our home more permanent. That's when Kyle and Andy dropped a bombshell. Following Lori's announcement a few days ago, they'd been talking about asking Joseph to join our family formally through a commitment ceremony, to make him a permanent part of our household. They were apparently going to bring it up with me today. I reminded them that, as part of our original commitment, we'd agreed that any additions to our family had to be done unanimously, and made it very clear that I would never agree to that. My statement led to a huge argument, which included them calling me selfish, and the statement that the three of them could hold a commitment ceremony without me. I didn't want to go there, but I shut that down by saying, understand that if you do that, you're not talking about adding someone new to the family. You're talking about replacing me with him. I can't stay in a family that would hurt and disrespect me that way. That led to even more arguing that didn't have any real conclusion. That's when I turned to Lori. I told her that I loved her, and that it broke my heart that she wanted to have a child with someone that I couldn't stand. I also told her that I found it offensive that he would ask her to have a child to placate his own ego, but that I thought the request was fairly consistent with his lack of character. I reminded her that a child is not an object to be traded for affection or love, and that they should only be created as an expression of that love. I told her, without any hesitation, that having a child with Joseph would irrevocably change our relationship and drive a wedge between us. She would be choosing his happiness over mine, and that's how relationships end. She was crying the whole time, and when I was done, she called me selfish and mean. She told me that she loved us both, and that she wouldn't choose between us. She flat out said that she wanted to have one more baby, that she'd already talked to Joseph about it, and that she wasn't going to go back on her word. She then offered to get rid of the exclusive part, saying that she was willing to go off the pill and have sex with both of us, letting fate decide the baby's paternity. I told her this was unacceptable, reminded her that I'm her husband and family, and that he's not. And I said, that's not making a decision, she was actually making a choice. I told her that I'd be more than willing to have another child with her, but that having a child with Joseph would be the end of us. And then I went to work. The discussion didn't really change anything or lead to any firm decisions, but the information is now out there and everyone knows where everyone else stands. Then, one day later, OP posted an update. It looks like my family will be changing a bit, but things appear to be settling down. After Lori bawled her eyes out after reading my post, she apologized to me for everything, and we spent the night together. No sex, just holding each other all night. This morning, she asked me to not discuss this anymore until we got everything worked out, but she said that I could post one final update. So, first off, Joseph is moving out. Yep, it actually happened. And the shocking thing, it was his idea. He finally demonstrated some of that nice guy personality to me that I've never been able to connect with. I knew that Joseph would be home when I returned from work yesterday, and I was honestly expecting the worst. I was sure that someone had clued him in, and I expected him to react with his usual butthole persona. That didn't happen. Instead, a few minutes after I came home, Joseph walked into my room and asked me to join him in the backyard for a conversation. I was expecting a fist fight, but I got an apology instead. He admitted that we've never gotten along, and he admitted that he's never liked me either. But he said that he didn't feel right about coming between me and Lori. He went on to talk about how happy his son is in our family, and how he didn't want to destroy that family. At the same time, he talked about how much he loved living with his son, and how he really didn't want to go back to only seeing him once a week. I'd never thought about that. In the end, he proposed a solution that I accepted. There's a nice apartment complex about 2 blocks from our house, and he wants to get an apartment there when he lands a job. He's pretty good at what he does and already has some job leads, so he anticipates that'll happen pretty soon. He can visit our house whenever he wants during the week. I'd be at work anyways, and he can spend up to 2 nights a week at my house to be closer to his kid. If he does it right, that could mean that he could still potentially see his son 7 days a week, while I only have to deal with him for 2. It's a great solution that gives us both what we want. He's also already told Lori that he doesn't want to have a baby with her, so that's now off the table. He actually admitted that he wanted to have a baby with Lori, but said that he didn't want to stick her in the middle of a conflict over it. And then we had a beer together. I didn't even complain when he handed me one of his piss water Coors Lights. Totally not kidding. This guy really does fit certain stereotypes. My low opinion of the guy went up a notch. As for Lori, she was a tearful mess for most of the day, apparently. And Joseph taking the baby off the table was fairly devastating for her. After I got home and we talked a bit, she unloaded her soul and let me know just how much she wants another baby and how much it hurt her that neither Kyle nor myself wants one with her. And then she felt even more hurt when neither of us even noticed how hurt she was over it. After several hours of talking, we came to an agreement. We're going to have one more baby, but we'll wait another year for it. And interestingly, she wants it to be mine. Not Kyle's, not Joseph's. Kyle apparently doesn't have a problem with that at all. So what about Lori's relationship with Joseph? Well, here's where polyamory and open relationships can get complicated. The commitment ceremony is off the table, but she still wants to date him and have some sort of a relationship with him. No babies, no pregnancy, just love and intercourse now and then. She won't ever sleep with him when he's staying over at our house, but she's still going to go on dates with him, visiting him at his place from time to time, and will be staying overnight on occasion, like maybe once a month. While I have to admit that I'm still not totally thrilled with that, it's really just going back to the relationship they had before he moved in with us, which I'll tolerate for her happiness. Andy, on the other hand, is a problem. She's still furious with me over all this and isn't showing any signs of backing down. In a way, it's understandable. She's had a sexual and emotional relationship with Joseph since she was 21 years old and is the mother of his child. So she was really looking forward to him becoming part of our family and was deeply hurt by my rejection. Kyle told me last night that she even talked about leaving the family over it and moving in with Joseph, but that it was just angry talk. Right now, I can only get cold stares and slam doors from her. I really don't know how this is going to resolve itself, but for the sake of our daughter, I'll never stop trying. I stuck her in the middle of a fight between the fathers of two of her children, two men she loves, and she's furious at me for even forcing the choice. It may take some time for both of us to work through it. Kyle is a bit of a different story. He admitted that he knew Joseph and that I didn't get along, and apologized to me for not talking to me sooner to make sure that I was okay with everything. He apparently blames himself for the arguing, thinking that it was his job to run interference since Joseph was originally his friend, and I'm a life partner in his family. I told him not to worry about it because it was my fault that I didn't bring it up myself. Then we had a beer. What's funny about this is an old post. This was posted right before the pandemic hit. And unfortunately, OP never replied again. That really was his last update, so who knows? You guys think they survived COVID? Not for me, man. Not for me. Our next Reddit post comes from Ask a Manager. I'm a younger...
That's a complicated family.
person who's job searching for something full-time for the first time. I haven't been having a lot of luck, of course, due to the state of the world, but I recently got an interview where I made it all the way to the final round and was rejected. At first, the company was really professional about it. They were kind enough to let me know I'd been rejected and thanked me for my time. But then, about 3 days later, I got an email from one of the interviewers. The email body text said, "Hey, here's some tip for future interviews." And attached was a Word document with a super detailed list of everything I'd done wrong, including that my answer to the question, "What's your favorite book?" was too pretentious. Note, the job wasn't for a library or any other book-related field. Although this guy had been part of the final round interview panel, he hadn't been present during previous interviews, and this was the first communication that I got directly from this guy. Here are the comments from the documents. For context, this was a financial/stock company. But if I got the job, I wouldn't be working directly with stocks. I would have worked as a copywriter. I can tell that you're not passionate about stocks. Every member of this company has been passionately investing in the stock market as a hobby for years. You had basic technical knowledge about it. In general, you seem to lack passion. Your answers are very thorough and well thought out, but lack passion. What are you passionate about? I couldn't tell. You were clearly nervous throughout.
You lack confidence. When asked about an issue you had to overcome, you mentioned something that had happened in a job not related to our industry. You didn't seem to have an interest in company culture. We mentioned that we're a company with lots of events and training workshops, and you didn't ask any further questions there. Your response to the favorite book question sounded pretentious and insincere. Les Miserables simply isn't a book that people read for fun. You weren't enjoying yourself at all. We're a friendly company, and you were tense and nervous the entire time we talked to you. You let your nerves show. Is this normal? It left me feeling really terrible. According to him, I did so many things wrong, and it's killing my confidence. Then, 3 years later, OP posted an update. As many commenters guessed, he was trying to hit on me in a negging sort of way.
What?
He later tried to ask me out via LinkedIn DMs. Needless to say, it did not work. And then just OP goes on to explain that she got a job and she's happy now. I like this comment from Jay Byington. Why didn't his constructive criticism make her hot and bothered? Is she stupid or something? That was r/best of Redditor updates. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where
I will never understand bullying as a flirting tactic, dude. What the fuck? I don't get it. Alright, well, I'm caught up on r/ now. I guess we'll just listen to music again. I don't know, listening to stories with you guys and like reacting to them is kind of fun. Well, how are you? How are you, Darren? Yeah, we can always listen to spooky stories. There is B Busta we can listen to. He puts out like long ass videos. Okay. Heck yeah. We like relaxing days. Alright. Let me pull up a
Since
video.
the time that
Get it pulled to the side. And I'm going to run to the restroom really quick. We're going to take a break. Be right back. 1 second. Okay. I am back. I'll wait for Gray to get back before I start the vidjas. The stories. Okay. Wow. Whew. do that. Yeah. Time to drop it off. Yippee! Okay. Ow! Ow! Oh my god, hello. Why is the hydrates not being thrown at me? It disconnected from Twitch. No. Okay, hold on. Hi, Al. Hi, Al. Plink, plink, plink. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. My tits are acting up. My tits don't want to work. My tits are throwing a fit. Twitch bot. It's not connected. Okay, hold on. I gotta restart my tits. I don't know why my tits are broken. I am getting drowned over here, but my tits aren't working. I don't sell houses. Leave me alone. Okay. Absolutely unruly honkers. Okay. Oh, God. There was how many redeems? 6 of them? All right. Let's fix this up. Oh, God. God. One more. Okay. I have been sufficiently drowned. And we also have our creepy stories. To listen to. No! No more! No more! Just to make sure. At this rate, I'm gonna need a new fucking soda. I'm almost out of it, actually. I do need to go get something again in a bit. But not right now. I don't want to get back up. Instead, I have... Oh, dude. I'm sorry. The smell hit me, and oh god, that smelled so good. I got Reese's Animal Crackers. Oh. Bro, this shit smells so good. I'm okay, I promise. I just really like Reese's Animal Crackers. This is great. Okay. Where's the next person I gotta draw for? There they are. Oh, wait. I need to make sure. Horny snorting. It's not even horny. I just really like the way it smells. Like, I opened that bag and that smell, dude. It smelled so good. Okay. Plink. Actually, I really do need more drink. I don't have enough drink anymore. Hold on. I'm gonna go get a soda and a water. I got a cherry Coke. Oh my god. I don't know if y'all heard that. I popped my ankle. Ow. That kind of hurt, but it felt good. Ow. That's my ankle that's been hurting a lot lately, too. Oh. That hurts right now, actually. It'll settle down after a minute, but I've been needing that pop. Ow. Ow. Careful now, Grandma. I'm not that old. Okay. On to the horror stories from B. Buster.
That I was a child, there has been things that have happened in or to my family over the years that fit snugly into the topic of the paranormal. I no longer live in my childhood home, having moved 5 years ago to a farmhouse more northern up in the state. But an occurrence that I do recall was a girl that could sometimes be spotted just across the street near our mailbox. So, our house was just off of a corner, and across the street lay a neighbor's dark red house with 2 pine trees, close to the road, and in front of that, on the edge of the road, was our mailbox. Now, as you turn onto our road coming in from the direction of town at night, the headlights of the car would, for a moment, illuminate the mailbox and the pine trees as you pass. And it was only in the headlights that you could ever see her, though, a young woman. Maybe looked to be in her late teens or early 20s, with dark straight brown hair, clothes being reminiscent of what girls wore in the 70s as far as the skirt and blouse went. She would be leaning toward the road, looking towards the corner the car was pulling onto the road from, and pushing a part of her hair behind her ear, arms wrapped tightly around her as if she was cold. It was like she was waiting for someone to pick her up, though she always looked through the car as if it wasn't there, never acknowledging it. Whenever she was spotted as well, she would always do the exact same thing, like a video recording, and only ever at night. Once the car's headlights passed her, she would always be gone, though. Now, I never saw the girl myself. Only my mother and uncle had ever seen her. I'd like to believe that their tales of seeing her were just a tell of a funny, spooky ghost story, but neither of them were very good actors, and my mum has always had car anxiety since getting into a crash in her teens, so it was always out of character for her to suddenly demand the car be stopped on a dime in the dark like that, and have my dad slam on the brakes, all because she saw the girl again. As for my uncle, well, he'd have no reason to come home from work late at night. He lived with us on and off throughout my childhood, and occasionally, but swiftly backing the car into the front yard, almost hitting the bushes just to shine the headlight into the neighbor's yard facing the pine tree, was really out of character. And I would say that this would be an excellent stunt for him to add legitimacy to the ghost story, if not for the fact that it was often well after midnight, and would have really no reason to believe that any of us kids were still awake to see the action. Still, as far as encounters my family has had, the idea of my mum and her brother occasionally seeing a girl who isn't there is rather mundane, I'll admit. But what gave me chills, though, was this. You see, 2 years ago, an unclaimed, heavily decomposed body was found back in my old hometown and reported.
Oh.
My mother caught wind of it and decided to tell my dad. Back when he was young, one of his uncles just vanished without a trace, and when bodies in the area pop up, he likes to call in to find out if it could possibly be his missing uncle. This body, though, was another dead end there, but triggered my mother to go looking into cold cases around the area, just out of curiosity. In real time, while she was scrolling, I saw her almost drop her phone and gasp as well, calling my dad to come quick. I had a thought for a moment that maybe she'd found my dad's uncle, or perhaps something worse, but worth the gasp. That's her. She shoved her screen into my dad's face. That's her. That's the girl who stands by our mailbox in the headlights. Looking at her phone was a black and white photo that perfectly matched the girl both my mother and Uncle had described for the last almost 30 years now, down to the letter even. She was 19, lived a town over, and was last seen in my hometown in December of 1976. Her body was found 2 days later, having presumably died from multiple stab wounds found on her body. If this was a prank that my mother was pulling, having known about this earlier and only showing it now, 30 years is quite the long game to wait to pull that trigger. And once again, she is a terrible actor. I feel uncomfortable sharing the name of the girl, as she still has living siblings according to Find a Grave, but strange things do indeed happen in this world. Honestly, I don't even know where to start with this. So I moved out of my parents' house 2 weeks ago, thinking that I'd finally have some freedom and space of my own. At first it was exciting, decorating, staying up late, no rules, but now I wish I'd never left. I just don't feel safe here. I don't feel alone. It started small. I'd put my keys on the counter, only to find them on the floor or in the fridge. I thought that I was just being forgetful, but then it got worse. One night I came home and all the cabinets in my kitchen were open, like every single one of them. I know that I didn't leave them like that, and then a few nights ago I woke up and noticed my closet door was open. I never leave that one open either. I swear that I shut it before bed as well, and as I stared at the dark space inside, I heard it. A soft, raspy breathing, so faint that it could have been my imagination, but I'm pretty sure that it wasn't. I pulled the covers over my head and stayed like that until morning. The next night I woke up to a noise under my bed. At first it was just a sort of low creaking, like the wood shifting, but then it escalated. A quiet scream, choked, gurgling, and desperate. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to make me freeze, and I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. And when I finally got the courage to grab my phone and turn on the flashlight, there was nothing under there, but the shadows are the worst. At night, I'll wake up and see somebody in the doorway, just standing there, not moving, not blinking, and the first time I thought that it was just a trick of the light, but it's happened every night since then. Sometimes they're closer, like they're stepping into my room, and I cannot tell if they're real or if I'm just going insane, but last night, I locked my door before bed, and when I woke up, the lock was completely broken. The door was wide open, and there were faint wet footprints leading into my room and stopping right next to my bed. This morning, I found something on my bathroom sink, a hairbrush, old, cracked, with hair still tangled in it, and it was definitely not mine. I don't even own a hairbrush like that, but when I touched it, it felt damp, like it had been pulled from somewhere wet. In any case, I threw it out, but an hour later it was back on the sink again. I've started hearing whispers when I'm home alone as well. I can't make out what they're saying, but it's like they're coming from the walls, just low enough to drive me crazy, and I can't eat, I can't sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I feel like somebody's watching me, and I just don't know what to do. I cannot stay here, but where can I go? My parents won't believe me. They'll say that I'm imagining it or being dramatic, but I know what's happening here. There's something here with me, and something that doesn't want me to leave, something that wants me to stay, and every night it feels like it's just getting closer. And look, I don't even know why I'm sharing
It
this,
is
but
needy, yeah.
maybe it's to make sense of things, or maybe it's just because I need someone or anyone to know what's happening to me. But since this morning, everything has spiraled out of control. I thought that staying out of the apartment would help, but no matter where I go, it feels like it follows me now. I woke up early at a friend's house, hoping for some peace. I didn't tell them what was going on. I didn't want to sound insane, but When I opened my eyes, their cat was sitting in the doorway of the guest room staring at me. Its fur was matted and wet, even though my friend swore that it hadn't been outside. And then I noticed a faint, damp footprint next to the bed. I decided to head home to grab some clothes and figure out my next move, but as soon as I stepped into that apartment, the air felt heavier. It was hard to breathe, like something was pressing down on my chest. The moment that I walked into the bathroom, I saw the mirror fogged up, as though someone had just showered in there, even though I hadn't been home. But I swear that I could make out in the condensation 3 words, and they looked like, "Don't fight it." I can't bring myself to sleep there anymore. The whispers have grown louder throughout the day, almost like they're trying to form words now. I don't recognize the language, but it's deep and guttural, like something choking on the sounds. It all came to a head a couple of hours ago, though, because I heard water dripping and thought that it was the kitchen sink, but when I walked down the hall, I saw a puddle forming. It led right to my bedroom, so I went in to check, obviously, and my bed was completely soaked. Sheets, mattress, everything. And in the middle of it was that hairbrush again. The same one that I've thrown away twice now. I don't know how it keeps coming back. I don't know how any of this is happening. I've kept all the lights on since this morning, but they've started flickering now. My phone battery drains faster than it should, and no matter how many times I check the time, it's like it just never changes. I called my parents earlier today, desperate for help, but the call dropped midway. When I checked my phone, the last call wasn't to them as well. It was to an unknown number. I don't remember dialing it. I don't even know how long the call lasted for. And so, right now I'm sitting in my car sharing this with all of you guys. I cannot bring myself to go back inside, but I can't stay out here much longer either. Every time I look up at the window, I see the shadow of someone standing there, I think, watching me and waiting. Something's going to happen tonight, and I don't know what it is, but I can just feel it. Whatever this is, it doesn't want me to leave, and I'm really not sure I'm going to survive even if I try. Whatever this thing is, it's not just haunting me anymore. It feels like it's taking me. Obviously, that's horrible to even think about, and quite honestly, I need to get out of here.
Damn.
This happened to me a few years ago now. So I was working overnight at the time. I was sleeping during the day, and in the middle of one of these sleeps, I was startled awake because I saw a dark figure standing next to my bed. By dark, I mean more like it was hard to tell what it looked like, but besides human and standing, if that makes sense. But in my groggy state, I could tell that it was holding like a bucket, as if it was just about to go and dump it on me. And I sat up in a rage, swinging at it like, "No, you won't." Grappling with it was futile, though, because it was over my bed, so it had the height advantage, and it easily dumped the entire contents of the bucket over my head. I was super annoyed and aggravated, but I realized that the figure was gone. But I was completely soaked. My blankets were soaked, and my bed was soaked as well. As I sat there, becoming more lucid, I grew more horrified about how weird this actually was. My bedroom is tiny, my door was locked, I was alone in the house, nothing could hide under my bed or in my closet or anywhere else in my room, at least without me being able to easily spot it. I was also able to wring easily a full bucket of water out of my blanket, and it was so soaked that I eventually gave up on falling back to sleep, put it in the dryer with my bedding to get all the water out, and just stayed up. A giant puddle was on the floor as well of my room that I had to mop up. I smelled it too and stopped short of tasting it, but as far as I could tell, it was just regular, colorless, scentless water. Not sweat or urine or puke or anything. There's not enough room in my body for all this liquid anyway that a mysterious figure poured onto my head in the middle of the day while I was trying to fight to keep it off from doing that. No drugs, no alcohol, I wasn't mentally unwell or anything, and there were no pipes over my head or anything like that. I even climbed into the attic later to double check that. Sunny outside and it wasn't raining or anything. Eventually I went back to bed because I had work that night and I wanted to get some sleep. I told a few of my closest friends and they were all like, wow, that's crazy, but I'm sure that there's some sort of an explanation for it. Well, several years later, I still sleep in the same room and I still cannot explain it.
Damn.
This story takes place in 2016. My parents had just bought our first house in Cold Springs, Nevada. It was a beautiful house too, grand spanking new, and only one prior owner who was a religious nut and stayed in our driveway for a week after we moved in. My dad, he had to pull his pistol out at some point and tell him to leave the property,
Jesus.
and that we were not going to pay for him to live in our front yard, basically. But that's besides the point. You see, growing up, we had always lived in an apartment. Not the worst apartment, but certainly not the best because, you know, Reno, Nevada. But in 2016, we had moved into this brand new house, planted grass, done a new sprinkler line, and so on and so forth. But when we were moving in, we had the charter people over installing our internet cables, and we found this crawl space or attic in the laundry room. The charter guy came down while we were still moving stuff in and stopped my dad, and he said, "Excuse me, sir, I'm not trying to alarm you or anything, but in the rafters upstairs there appears to be a pair of woman's panties nailed to the rafters." My dad stops dead in his tracks and goes, "What? Excuse me?" He then asks me to put on a pair of gloves and to go and take a look, to which I do because at this time I'm like 16, 17 years old. And when I get up there, sure enough, on the rafters in the middle of the room, there's a pair of white woman's panties with a pink bow in the middle, nailed to the rafters, and they appeared to be used and really, really gross. My dad hands me a hammer and I pull the panties down, putting them in a trash bag and throwing them in the trash.
Ghost panties.
Not thinking too much about it after the police department says that there's no sign of foul play. Cut to a couple of months later and things in the house start to get a bit weird. Like cabinets opening on their own, the sound of footsteps in the hallway in the bathroom, and a weird groaning sound coming from the vent in the bathroom across from my bedroom. I tried my best to ignore it, but honestly, it was hard to shake.
Ghost is Commando.
And one night, I'm home alone playing on my Xbox when I hear noises in the kitchen. Growing up in Reno leaves you a little bit paranoid that tweakers are going to break into your house or something like that. So I grabbed my dad's gun from his bedroom and I started sweeping the house. I don't find anything in the end, so I put it back in its holster and start walking towards my bedroom. When I turn from the kitchen towards the hall leading to the bedrooms, that was when I see a woman in a dress. I nearly jumped out of my skin, and I screamed, and she seemed to run towards the laundry room. So I pulled my gun again and ran towards the laundry room, but when I did, I couldn't find her anywhere. There were no doors opened, no way that she could have climbed up into the attic. She was just gone. So, dumbfounded, I put the gun back, put my headset to full volume, and I just proceeded to play my Xbox like nothing happened. A couple of days go past, and I then start seeing her multiple times throughout the week. Cut to a few months later, and I say, you know, I'm sort of done with this, and she's standing at the end of the hall staring at me at one point from towards the kitchen, so I just bulk up and I run at her. I expect her to do something, but instead she just vanished into thin air. I tell her to leave me alone and to just leave, and that she's not welcome in this house. I spend the next couple of weeks choosing to ignore any potential activity, just for the woman to never show her face again. Every once in a while, though, I would still hear sounds and moans, but nothing more than that, and the sounds in the bathroom completely stopped about a week after that, and I never saw her again. I moved out in 2020, and I left the state of Nevada and that experience behind.
Yeah.
But lately, it's been sitting in the back of my head, so I thought that I should share it with all of you guys. Thanks for listening, and
It sounds like the panties were nailed there to keep her from haunting the person. That's what that sounds like. Also, my tummy is upset again, the dreaded panty nailer. So I'm gonna be right back again. My tummy did not like cereal, apparently. am back. Good luck, not the fucking good luck. That's so funny. Hello. I survived. I survived a tummy ache. Okay. Lean back the chair just a little bit more. Go. All right.
I hope you all enjoyed my interesting first home experience. When I was a child, my mother took care of my grandparents and we lived in the basement. At one point, my cousin lived there too, and we always had a creepy feeling that something was down there watching us. It was the usual stuff, I guess you could say. Cats staring at places that they normally don't, drapes moving with no air, just a general sense of unease as well. Now, for the longest time, we assumed perhaps that it was my great-grandma bound to her furniture below. But once our grandparents moved, and my mum moved upstairs, that's when we started having doubts it was something benevolent, or at the very least my Nana's ghost wasn't alone. She started having nightmares of 3 faceless men yelling at her, verbally abusing her, telling her what a failure and how damned she was. I think as a child, not knowing any better, I talked to it and bonded to it even. A strange and chilling familiarity, if nothing else. Well, my mum meets her current husband at this time, a good man with the sixth sense, if you believe in all that stuff, as well as my stepsister. At this time, my mum had told no one about these nightmares, mind you. First night my stepsister is there, and she's young at the time. She points out to the window and says that there's a faceless man in the window. Well, we move out within a week, and as my mum's getting the last stuff, multiple doors just start slamming. I thought that it was just one basement door until this Christmas as well. We eventually moved out of state, but something was still attached to me. I'm not sure if it was the same thing, because it seems that the thing is sort of bound to that house, I guess, but I told a friend of my experiences and how the literal day before, something pushed really hard on my chest. Turns out she practiced Wiccan and performed a lot of removal spells. I had never felt that freed before as well, like it was actually gone. Well, about a decade goes by, and by then the Slender Man thing had become a household name for horror. I showed my mum at some point because I was playing the game or whatever, and she immediately went pale. That was him, apparently, the faceless one. Now, over 7 years since showing her that picture, I've befriended another Wiccan or two, and one of them had a pendulum that could answer yes or no, and eventually, a line of questioning led to that thing, and it remembers us all. It apparently wants us to come back. My mum and stepdad moved back to the area, and every time my mum passed that road, she has to fight going down there. Present day, I have come to the region, past that street to the house, and also felt compelled to go down there, but I did nothing. This Christmas, I'm here about 30 minutes from the house, but I had nightmares last night, and they were of it. My stepdad has a dream catcher blessed by a native shaman to keep some ghosts off the property, but it feels like I'm close enough where it's just trying to get back. It can't get through for whatever reason, but I'm terrified after all of these years that it's trying to latch back onto me. Over the years, I've had a few paranormal encounters. I think even a trickster ancestor, and my mum's side's grandparents trying to guide me as well, but this, I don't know if it's my own fear or anger from the way the world is that is attracting it. Maybe it's all in my head, I'll admit that too, but since this morning I just cannot shake the feeling that it's trying to bind itself to me again. Like, the second that I leave this property, I just have this weird feeling, and I'm honestly terrified, and I don't know what to do. We moved into our house nearly 6 years ago. There's extended family living with us, and when we first moved in, I noticed something angry or seemingly malicious in my kid's nursery. We had the poltergeist works, shadow figures walking back and forth across the door, glimpses in the corner of someone standing there, kids later on saying somebody stands there at night, sometimes a muffled voice or footsteps if you weren't in the room. I took action when I saw our kids waking up with bruises, though. Things were getting thrown clear across the room, and finally I was run out of the room with my daughter by a shadow figure that leant directly into my peripheral vision, and all I felt was that get the heck out of my space sort of energy. I like to think that I handled it just fine. Holy water, sage, sachets in the four corners, and a heck of a lot of you don't gotta cross, but you can't stay here sort of lectures, and since then it left. Since then too, we've had a few separate incidences with other less angry spirits, I guess you could say, that I haven't had many issues with. Spirits and such things I can handle pretty easily, but that brings me to the reason that I've come here today. You see, at some later point we began to hear mimicking voices, the kind that pretend to be other family members and try to have you come toward them or get you to follow them upstairs or into the basement. It started with littleish things, like hearing the kids call out, or maybe an adult call us from upstairs that wouldn't reply when answered, hearing shuffling or voices in a separate room when you're definitely home alone. The things that we thought could maybe be regular spirits again, but then one day I saw, not heard, my brother-in-law come down into the kitchen. At first I flinched because I didn't hear him come down. No weight on the stairs, no footsteps, no clothes shuffling. He sort of appeared in my periphery, and I turned to look at him dead on, and he was there. He looked around the kitchen for a second. I asked him if he needed something, and he looked at me, waved and smiled in a way that gave me a weird feeling, but was odd at best. He walked out quickly after that without a word or a sound. Moments later, I heard our bells on the front door jingle, and that same brother-in-law came in the front door, home from an errand, and I asked if he forgot something, and he said that he'd been gone all morning, which was backed up by other family members that he'd seen on the way dropping things off during said errands. After that incident, things ramped up as well, but we still hadn't seen another full body again. I also heard voices, and I saw figures standing at the front of our basement from time to time that seemed to be family members and would call us down to look at something. It began to give us uneasy vibes, I guess. The feeling of, like, personal danger. From there, though, I knew the rules. If you see something, no you didn't, don't acknowledge it, don't give it fuel. Let that person call for you more than once or twice before you go looking. I kept the kids near me whenever I heard anyone call for them that I wasn't sure that they were home right away, and always kept the kids from running to the front door if we heard the bells. After a while, it died down too, and we hadn't had much happen on the mimic front for a year or two now. I hear shuffling and movements downstairs every once in a while at night, but it cannot be taken seriously because we don't live alone, you know. We'd had banging on our front door twice from seemingly no one at 3 a.m., but other than those things, which might actually have been other people, we've had relative peace. Until last night, and today that is. You see, Me and my husband and our friend who's staying with us were wrapping gifts last night. We kept hearing walking upstairs, to the point where my hubby was going to go up and check if the kids
Have a good day,
were up,
Gray.
because nearly every 20 to 30 minutes we heard something. Then, I saw a dark-haired kid's head pop out from over the arm of the couch in the playroom next to us. No sound, but it was fully opaque and swooped down as soon as I turned my head. My friend noticed it as well, and my hubby, funny guy that he is, threw a marker to check if it was a kid. Trust me, I know, but it was midnight and getting up again was not on the agenda for him. With nothing and no one reacting to the marker, we just went back to it. Then we heard my friend's baby crying every 10, maybe 15 minutes, and as soon as she would come back down, the baby would start again. When she'd run up to check, he'd be fast asleep, but her TV would be playing something else that wasn't what she had on. So we tried to finish quickly and just head to bed thinking that he was having night terrors in his sleep or something and would possibly wake his siblings, who were somehow still asleep in the bed next to the crib. My friend decided to stay with the baby while we cleaned to see if he'd cry again, and he never did. Anyway, as we're cleaning up and turning out the lights, that's when we heard coughing and shuffling in whatever room was next to us. Especially so after all the lights were out, as my hubby was helping me upstairs. I'm heavily pregnant and disabled, so he had to keep a hand on me in case I got dizzy. He said that he could hear the shuffling, though, and coughing in the rooms downstairs, getting closer to the stairs as we were going up it. It freaked him out to the point that he hurried me into our room and locked the door behind us. The nursery with our kids is connected to our bedroom, and so we knew that it couldn't have been the kids in their room making noise as we were coming up, and our friend said that her kids were fast asleep as we were coming up as well. Well, fast forward to this morning, and I woke up at 2 a.m. because I thought that I heard my kids walking around our bedroom, and I mean, that's fine, but I check and no one is in our room or bathroom, and they weren't up. And so I went back to bed. But this morning at 6:38, I woke up because I heard quick shuffling around the house, both upstairs and down. I watch my friend's kids while she works, so I figured that she had to go in early and I forgot or something. I sprang up as quickly as my belly would allow me and I went downstairs, but nobody was there. No one was awake, and I was too tired to remember that I was woken up by a movement down there, so I started to get myself some tea, and I then heard somebody talking over my shoulder on the stairs, like my friend bringing her baby down and talking to him quietly as usual. I was filling water for tea, so I hadn't turned, and then I heard her ask me something that I just couldn't make out, and I turned to clarify what she was saying. Only she wasn't there. At that, I was far more awake all of a sudden, and I remembered the night before and stayed quiet as I turned more lights on and sent her a text to see if she was awake. In the silence that followed, I heard the shuffling again in the playroom, but nothing more. I only got a reply about 10 minutes later saying that she wasn't awake but was coming down right then. She told me that it was because her alarms didn't go off and my text saved her for being late to work. That's when my hubby started texting in chat as well, saying that he'd heard the same things I was at the prior times that I'd mentioned. After that, the morning began a bit more normally, I guess you could say. The kids came down for food, and I kept them with me in the living room to allow my friend's other child to sleep. And yet, when she finally came down, she told us that someone had been knocking on her door to wake her up, and she was too scared to open it and check who it was. And not only is that out of character for her, but I know that we're home alone, and I had eyes on all the other kids the entire morning before that. Nobody left, not even for a bathroom break. So, long story short, mimics are outside of my experience. I need some advice on mimics and whatever I can do to deal with them safely. for my family and my kids' sakes. Any advice is helpful, and I don't know if things that I've mentioned and tried have ticked it off, or if I'm doing the exact opposite of what I need to do, but I could really use some help because genuinely I am completely in the dark here. Back in 2005, I had an incredible experience that I would like to share. I kind of keep this to myself for, the better part of nearly 20 years. Pretty much because I'm just a normal dad with kids now and a career, and I don't want to, have any problems. But some things have happened when I was young that still stun me to this day, and this is certainly one of them. So, I attended a party in northern New South Wales, Australia, in the spring of 2005. These bush doofs were frequented by odd and usual people of different subcultures, but on this night, it was stranger than the usual ravers that I was used to. They were much more pleasant, much more friendly, I guess. At first, the party was relatively normal, like any other party of its type. Lots of electronic music, people dancing and enjoying the atmosphere. I was there with my girlfriend at the time, who was a bit of a free spirit and seemed to just know absolutely everyone at the party, which honestly wasn't unusual. She seemed to either develop instant chemistry with anyone or already just sort of knew people, and I never got to the bottom of that, but she and I mostly went our separate ways at parties like this and would just meet up randomly as the doof brought us back together. During the night at the party, I met a few interesting people though. This wasn't the first time that I'd met supernatural types or had strange experiences at a party like this, but it was the first time that it happened that I wasn't on drugs. The first one that I remember was a guy silently gesturing to me. I sort of didn't realize that he even was gesturing to me, so just sort of stared blankly until another guy grabbed me and he pointed to the ground where the dude was gesturing. As it turns out, the guy was trying to bring my attention to himself, seemingly manifesting a small energy orb, about the size of a marble at the tip of his fingertips, hovering about a few centimeters above the ground. It was translucent, almost like a bubble, but it was more dense and hovering perfectly still, and seemingly manifested by this guy. Or maybe he was just pointing at it. I'm not sure, but I know that I reacted with awe, as you would, right? And both guys were happy with my reaction. They sort of celebrated with each other and with me, without making many sounds. I continued to party. Cool fun magic orb trick, right? Let's go. But the second one I met was when I was sitting by the open fire. She was sitting across from me, a pretty looking white woman with a short cropped brown haircut and a crochet beanie on her head. Relatively normal looking type of northern New South Wales raver, I guess. We caught each other's eyes and then suddenly I could hear her voice inside of my head. Well, not at first, but at first we had a brief conversation sort of telepathically without me realizing that it was even happening. I don't remember many of the talking points, but it was probably me thinking about how cute she was and her replying or whatever. When I first noticed it, she even laughed because I instantly rejected what was occurring and physically jumped a little bit. She must have reassured me pretty quickly because we sat there discussing something for a long time. Again, the words were taken from me, so I can't remember much of the discussion, but what happened next was pretty intense. She told me that she could do pretty much anything, and that I could as well while she was there. Pretty wild, right? Well, she evidenced it by reaching into the fire and picking up a handful, not a coal, but a handful of embers, and holding the fire in her hands. She did this with no pain, dropped it, or dismissed it, and then showed me no injury and told me to try. So I did, and it worked. She was, like the previous dudes, completely thrilled as well, and her joy actually was so palpable that it completely washed over me. It was for a lack of a better way of saying it, an intensely euphoric feeling, paralyzing so, pure joy that just overwhelmed every one of my senses. And the next thing that I know, I'm being stirred awake by a random raver-looking dude, and it's dawn. I'm snuggled into a sleeping bag and under a tree, and I had the best night's sleep that I'd ever had. He gives me a small thimble full of hot brown liquid and gestures for me to drink it. He seems super awesome, so I do, and it tastes sort of like a coffee, but a bit different. Very pleasant, warming, and soothing. I get up and I notice that the party looks different. There are no cars around, nobody drinking, nobody passed out on the ground, nobody looking like post-doof regret partiers, just 20 or so very quiet, very peaceful people, and the DJ, and my girlfriend sitting with them on a rug as they cooked up a hot meal, some sort of stew or vegetable curry. So I walked over to her, but as I did, I noticed that more people were emerging seemingly from behind the trees in the forest that was surrounding the glade that the party was in. All of them were attractive, but not overwhelmingly so, I guess. Men, women, and children all emerged from behind the trees. I don't know how many, but the party picked back up, and they basically just all started dancing with each other, being merry and all that. No talking, though. Only me, my girlfriend, and the girl from the fire, who was now sitting next to my girlfriend, seemed to talk. I walked over to them, and I must have had a look of shock or awe on my face or something, while both of them had a look of complete contentment and happiness, which definitely calmed me a bit. They gestured for me to sit down, so I did. They served me a bowl of food, and I wolfed it down. Next thing that I know, I'm laying face down and completely incapacitated. All I remember now is feeling a mild static electricity in the back of my head. I eventually came to and sat up, and they asked if they could paint me, so I let them. They drew on me with dye or ink, and it was pleasant enough, I guess. Everyone was still having a good time, mind you, and it took what felt like maybe 15 minutes for them to finish. As soon as they did, the music stopped, people started retreating into the forest, their demeanor changed to almost hostile, and my girlfriend told me that we had to go. She almost dragged me out of the glade and down a small lane that quickly turned into the main road to the highway. Suddenly, all the hungover people and the cars were all visible again. We walked about a kilometer back to the main road and attempted to hitchhike to the nearest town, which took ages. Eventually, we finally got collected, and I was able to look in the mirror, and they had painted me in the most incredible clown makeup that I'd ever seen. It was really impressive, to be honest, but I certainly felt like I'd been, I don't know, maybe mocked or maybe even laughed at, perhaps. Well, my girlfriend and I drifted apart not long after that, and as I said, this was a small part of a large series of events over a fairly long period, and my memory of the time isn't amazing for a number of reasons, but this night stuck out for obvious reasons. Also, I still had that clown paint on for quite some time after this, so that was confirmation for me that what I experienced there, it wasn't just a dream or just a hallucination. Something weird was going on, and I have no idea what it was to this day. About 4 years ago, I used to travel for work all over the province. Occasionally, I would work in the surrounding towns of where I grew up. I would stay in a house where my step-grandparents used to live, but my brother owns it now after they both passed. A lot of their stuff was still there, furniture and other belongings. My brother was barely even there, so didn't mind me staying there while I worked, and it was free lodging, so I figured why not. Now, my step-grandfather was not a good man. In fact, the reason that I moved away was because there was a court case where he pled guilty for horrible crimes, and I was placed in foster care and moved to a city. So it felt uncomfortable being in that house in that first place, but he was dead and I was older, so I gave it a try. The first day in that house, too, I took a bit of a tour. I closed my brother's bedroom door, and same with my nephew's, and I set up a camp in the living room, and then I went into the basement to turn on the water and the heat. When I went down there, I snooped around a little bit, just a bunch of boxes of their old stuff, and nothing caught my eye. I headed back upstairs, closed the basement door, and ate supper, and then I went to work. When I came back about 7 hours later, the bedroom doors and the basement door were open. Weird, but didn't freak me out too much. I told myself that it must have been me and I just forgot or something. I tried to rationalize it, I guess. I made supper, did a bit more work, and then settled in to watch a movie and go to bed. As I was laying in the dark, I felt like I was being watched, though. I got up and put some sheets over the deer heads that my brother had on the walls. But the feeling of being watched, it didn't go away. I didn't sleep much that night, too, but I didn't hear or see anything. It was just a weird feeling. Anyway, the next morning I closed the door again and I even locked the basement door. The basement had a lock on the outside, as in, if someone was in the basement, they couldn't get out. I went to work, and 9 or so hours later, I came back, and all the doors were open again. Now, that was weird, because I knew that I had closed them this time. I went and wandered the house again, looking in all the rooms, and braving the basement again, even. But I didn't see anything weird. I certainly had a bad feeling in the basement. I went back and tried to relax a bit. That night, I heard some noises in the basement, but I certainly wasn't brave enough to go down that night and take a look. The next day, though, I came up with a bit of a plan. This time, I tied the 2-bedroom doors shut as they were in a corner, so I tied them together so that neither could open. I locked the basement door and put a few cases of beer that my brother had in front of the basement door, and I went to work. After work, I came back and those beer bottles were moved to the side, and the basement door was open again. I also looked at the doors, and the rope was untied, and the bedroom doors were open. At that, I was freaked out, and I drove the 3 hours back home to the city. I was telling some friends about how the house just didn't feel right, and I was worried that my step-grandfather's spirit or something was in that house. One of my friends was intrigued by this, and one thought that I was messing with them, but the next day we packed up a Ouija board, candles, sage, and a few other things. I brought those 2 friends, one a skeptic and one a believer. We drove the 3 hours down there. I gave them a tour of the house, and we set up a camp in the living room. After we got the board ready, we started, and I'll try to keep the story a bit shorter, but essentially we found out that there was a spirit attached to an object in the basement, apparently. Now, I've seen my fair bit of horror movies and knew that we shouldn't go down into the basement with the Ouija board and listen to a spirit, but, well, we went to the basement. The skeptic thought that we were just messing with him still at this point, and we head to the basement and set up the board on the top of the pool table. Once we started it back up, a weird smell like sewage filled the basement for a few seconds, and all 3 of us could smell it. Now, in the basement there were 2 pink walls and 2 green walls, so we asked the board if the object was closer to the pink wall or the green one. The board said the pink wall. I looked to my right, and right there staring at us was the vintage pink stuffed bear. None of us had seen it when I gave the tour, and I had not seen it any time that I went to the basement. I'd never seen it in my life, in fact. But we asked if it was the bear, and it said yes. At this point, even the skeptic started to come around a bit. We asked what it wanted, and it said home. So what did I do? I walked over to this creepy stuffed bear, picked it up, and I headed back upstairs. We proceeded to ask some questions, and apparently its name was Sarah, and she was 12. I proceeded to bring the bear home, asking the pendulum some questions on the 3-hour drive home. But don't worry, we closed off the session with the board properly. I put this bear in my garage. I set her on top of the board on a table and headed inside for the night. The next day, I went out to the garage to check and grab my board to bring it back inside, knowing that I wouldn't want the bear inside the house if I didn't know that she was going to be safe. When I walked in, the Ouija board was on the ground out of the box, and she was there, still, sitting on the table. I had placed her on top of the box, but yet she was still sitting and the board was on the ground. Weird, right? Well, years have gone by and I've moved twice since then and now no longer have a garage. For the first 6 months or so in the garage, things would move and go missing all the time. When she first entered the house, my dog wouldn't enter the room that she was in. I kept her in my craft room, away from the public area. My dog would sit and stare at the doorway, and finally I just went up to the bear and said, "If you would like to stay in the house, I need you to stop freaking out my dog and get along and behave." The very next day, my dog entered that room with absolutely no issues. I now live on my own, and the bear is in my spare room. She's well behaved and nothing has happened in the years that I've lived here, and I still think that she's in there, but I have yet to find someone brave enough to talk with her again, and to be honest, I'm not sure I want to either. I had a pretty unsettling experience tonight at a cemetery nearby, and I'm curious if anybody else has encountered anything like this. So I visited my friend's grave at around 9:45 to 10 p.m. He was recently buried on Monday, and I've been visiting him every day since. I was by myself last night, Christmas Eve, with no issues. No strange feelings or sounds or anything. Everything felt pretty normal, and the tent from his burial was still set up, so I parked my car at the end of the cemetery, which is a place that you can drive through, and did the same tonight, on Christmas. I brought a friend along tonight, and we sat under the tent for a bit. I lit the same tea light that I left last night. Nothing strange happened, and we were just sitting there talking until around 10:05, when I said goodbye, and we started walking back to my car, and that's when things got a bit weird. You see, as we were walking, we heard growling and barking coming from the middle of the cemetery. We weren't sure what it was, but we kept walking towards my car. Then we see a large white dog, about the size of a large shepherd, but with patches or spots. It didn't approach us, but it was pacing back and forth, and the weird part was that it didn't seem like a normal dog. My friend heard it growling the whole time that we were walking back, and at this point we turned off our flashlights and started walking slowly, with my friend keeping his eyes on the dog while I kept my gaze on my car. The dog didn't move forward or toward us or seem aggressive or anything, but after a while it just sort of, well, for a lack of a better term, disappeared. Now, the cemetery is pretty open, and we were both watching it, so we don't know how it just vanished like that, but once we were in the car and I locked the doors, things took another strange turn. As I was backing out, we both heard a woman's voice scream, "Help." It sounded like it came from near the cemetery, and we quickly left and we went to my friend's house, where we noticed something. There were long, dragged finger marks on my car's trunk, and 2 very distinct, fresh fingerprints on the passenger side door. They weren't there when I first got into the car, and we certainly didn't stop to take pictures at the time, but it was pretty clear that something had left those marks. I don't know if it's related to the cemetery experience or...
Thank you for the follow, Ezra. Welcome in. We are listening to horror stories while I work on some art. Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah. We were listening to Reddit stories earlier, but we're caught up on r slash, so now we're listening to Busta. Busta really coming in clutch with his like 3 to 4 hour long videos.
Maybe something else, but the whole thing was just really unsettling and I don't know what to think about it. So, has anyone here ever experienced anything like this? Especially the growling dog or the woman's voice? I'm trying to make sense of it, but I'm really not sure what to think about all of it. So, if you have any insight, then thanks in advance. During the pandemic and lockdowns, I developed a bit of a habit of driving out to the country, aka the Ozarks in Missouri, in the wee hours of the morning. Honestly, it was great too. It felt like I had the entire country to myself at times, with not another living human around. Even driving from Springfield to Joplin on the interstate was pretty isolated, except for 18-wheelers, I guess. Now, I had a few paranormal encounters during this time. And
Yeah. I listen to r slash so much that it's to a point with him I'm usually like listening daily. But I've started listening to him on my art streams, so I just have like a few days built up and then we'll start listening to it basically. We had a not so fun nasty child predator stories earlier. So that was kind of like not fun, but what can you do?
this is one of them. So on one of these nights during the pandemic, me and my wife at the time were out driving around in the early morning near Springfield, Missouri. We were cruising the rural back roads and farm roads. We were getting tired and decided to take a quicker way home, so I ended up turning down this one dark road that I knew of. I smoke cigarettes, so I keep my window cracked. And all of a sudden I get this whiff of, and the best way to describe it is like rotting onions.
Yeah.
We both started getting bad vibes, like we just shouldn't be here. I'm now looking for a side road or a driveway to turn around in, and no sooner than I get the feeling that we need to find a place to turn around is when we see a man limp running. The craziest thing is that he had on a dress suit and his head was pale white and no hair.
Fuck.
Another thing that made it weird is that he never turned around or otherwise acknowledged that I was even there. He didn't move over, flinch, or anything. I had this gut feeling not to pass him. We ended up coming to another road and I took it. And this thing was probably 100 feet or 30 meters ahead of us. This happened around 4 in the morning. The road was dark and it was void of any street or traffic lights, except for my vehicles. He had no light on him that I could tell of. The only things on that road were a couple of houses and a cemetery about maybe a mile further than we were. Later that afternoon, I drove to that cemetery and there was a pickup truck with a man and a woman mowing the cemetery, giving me the evil eye. I never stopped, but I wanted to see if any ground had been disturbed. I know. There's no such thing as zombies, right? I'm not talking a parasitic or fungi type. It is impossible biologically for a decaying corpse to move on its own, from what I understand, but I just wanted to rule it out, I guess. I really don't know where the smell was coming from, but the odor was gone when I went back, and any other time that I've smelled something similar to that, in a mausoleum. Anyway, I have no idea what was going on, but it was creepy nonetheless. So I'm generally pretty skeptical about cryptids and the like, but I've recently had some experiences that I cannot seem to explain. I've been an avid outdoorsman my entire life, and I've spent countless hours in and around the woods, and this one just has me stumped. So, this all took place in the mountains of western Montana over a 2-week time span. I was out having a campfire in a relatively secluded location with one of my friends when we noticed a random light from off in the woods. I didn't think too much of it at the time, but we noticed it moving around a bit, so we just sort of chalked it up to a late-night hiker with a headlamp. But considering our location and the time of night, it just didn't feel comfortable staying around, so we left. A couple of days later, I returned to the same spot alone, and I didn't see any lights at first, but after about an hour they showed up again, in roughly the same direction, but this time there were 3 lights. The weird thing though was that they all moved in sync, bobbing up and down and getting closer and further away, all in unison. I decided to walk towards them to see if it might have just been a sign reflecting a light that I hadn't noticed or something, but
Hi, Kit Kat.
as I
Welcome
approached,
in.
they seemed to be getting further away, maintaining roughly 300 yards of distance between me and them. So in the
We're
end,
listening to
I
horror
just
stories
turned
today.
around and left the area. Then, a few days after that, I returned to the same place, this time at around 2:30 in the morning, but I just couldn't shake the feeling of paranoia that had overcome me this night, seemingly from the minute that I showed up there. At about 3:45, I heard a single noise too that sounded like a whistle, but just a single note, and nothing crazy, but it sounded far off and deep into the woods. So I dismissed it as just a bird or some other small critter, but about 20 minutes later I heard more whistling, this time a genuine tune that lasted about 15 seconds and sounded no more than 50 yards away. At that point, I said to heck with this, and I bolted to my car and I left. I haven't been back since, and maybe I'm just being paranoid, as there has been a camper murdered in that area not too long beforehand, but this has been my creepiest experience in the woods since, well, as long as I can really remember.
I would not camp
What
somewhere
do you
someone
guys
was
think?
Murdered.
Is there anything in the area that could explain
the
these
fuck?
encounters? And if there is, what is it? Also, for reference, here's the picture of the lights that I saw on that second day.
Oh shit, that actually had pictures. What the fuck? I heard something left. You would stay where someone got murdered? Dude, no. Because, like, sure, there's, like, the paranormal portion, which could be, you know, funny, haha, you get to experience paranormal shit. But what if the murderer comes back? What if you're next? You would not catch me camping out somewhere where someone got fucking murdered, dude. Hell no. I don't want to be the next story.
We moved around a lot when I was a kid. The first time there was any
Yeah.
sort of ghost or happening.
Well, it depends. It is dangerous to do that in the same place. Yeah. Yeah. Fair point. But then again, we do still have, like, mass murderers out there. Like, there are people who, like, don't get caught till they're, like, 20 people in. And it's just like, how? How do you not catch them? Yeah. Gotta keep the police on their toes. Yeah. Definitely is a lot harder nowadays. Which, thank God, but also, like, I still feel like people die at, like, get killed at an alarming rate. Which is crazy.
Man figure mentioned around me. I was only a few months old. We were in a women and children's refuge, and my older brother and I shared a room while my mum had her own. And one night, my brother goes into my mum's room and wakes her up, crying and yelling, bad man, thinking that it was my dad, which is unlikely as he didn't actually want me. My mum goes into the room and she sees the window open and me on the floor beside it. I was too young to be able to leave my cot, and my brother couldn't have been able to reach me at this age either. It's important to note that we were in a refuge because my dad was abusive to my mother, not because he had any interest in trying to take us away from her. But later on we moved twice more. The second time we stay in this house for like 5+ years, and after a few years, I begin to feel this presence watching me. It's usually in the hallway leading to the kitchen or in the kitchen directly. I'll be washing dishes and I'll hear footsteps behind me, but when I turn around, there's no one ever there. And listen, we have wooden floorboards, so it's very easy to tell where the footsteps are behind you based on the creaking and all that. They sound like someone had just walked into the kitchen, but then there's just nobody ever there. I felt breathing down my neck at this stage. There's always especially been this sense of like watching, and for a reason that I cannot explain, I feel as though it's not malevolent. I've never felt very afraid by it, I guess, but it feels like this entity is just watching to make sure the house is running well and things are getting done. I've never seen a ghost or anything with my own eyes, but when I think of this ghost, a certain image always comes to mind. I can't imagine him any other way. I mean, he's tall and mostly made of shadow, but he also wears a hat like a fedora. Now one day, I was talking to my mum about it, wondering if she'd seen or felt anything, and she said yeah, actually. She'd been having dreams sometime about a man who was tall, and I said, wearing a hat? And she goes, yeah, like a fedora? That.
Do you listen to a lot of murder podcasts? I feel like the people who have like the most thorough like ideas of how to carry out murder listen to actual like murder podcasts and shit. Smash? Called it.
Was freaky. Now recently, I saw online about people seeing the Hat Man.
Smash the Shadow Hat Man.
I've never had that, and also I don't have like schizophrenia or anything either. I know some people might chalk it up all to like trauma or whatever, but I know my trauma responses by now, and my mum knowing exactly what this ghost thing looked like was weird. I mean, the fact that it matched up perfectly with the image that I had in my own head. I've seen a few psychs over the years, and I've had no experiences with hallucinations or anything, and I have a good card of health, so
probably Reddit.
I really just don't know what to think about it.
My lady.
About 3 months ago, on my usual daily walk, I was walking that day in the evening. I was at a road in my village where new houses were being built, and as I was walking, in front of me, a dark, solid black arm from below the elbow, including the palm and fingers, was running from my right to the left. Then it went under a metal sheet, and it made a noise, so I knew that I wasn't imagining things, and disappears. Well, jump to a month ago, I was in bed, scrolling on Reddit before going to sleep. After a while, out of nowhere, I feel and see my blanket moving and rise by my left leg. Then a hand grabs my left leg, firmly holding it tight. I shook my leg strongly, instinctively, and as I moved my leg, I felt it kick a hand, I would guess. Now, I know that this is going to sound a bit insane, but I shook it off and continued scrolling. The reason for this reaction was because, well, I'm pretty much used to the paranormal stuff happening to me now. For example, not related to this
Shadow
story,
Man can
but
get it.
I was at a friend's house and we were outside chilling and talking at like 3:30 in the morning. I was on a couch facing the kitchen, and I saw a shadow figure, black but transparent, like it was black but you could see through it. I tell my friend to look and to see if he sees what I'm seeing, and he goes completely white. Mind you, he's a complete skeptic. At that moment was absolute confirmation for me that I'm sensitive to these things and not just seeing stuff. That wasn't my first rodeo, obviously, but that was the first time that somebody else saw what I clearly saw too.
Shadow Man.
I'm a
take me by the
36-year-old
hand.
female in Sweden. I've worked in mental health care for the last 18 years, mainly with people with psychotic illnesses like schizophrenia. I was working in a group home for 9 years and was very close with my co-workers there, especially 2 females. The last few years I worked there, another female started working there too. Her name was M, and the 4 of us grew very close. She was very timid, shy, friendly at times, and we got along pretty well. She was, however, often on long-term sick leave.
Honestly, yeah. Real life is fucking scary. Paranormal stuff is like the least of my problems right now. Man is a very, very scary thing.
Because of her own mental health issues, so we didn't meet much at work. But she always showed up at our after-work dinners, so we continued to stay in touch, even when she wasn't well enough to work full-time. She told us that she had a history of schizophrenia herself, just like the patients that we were treating, but that she was medicated and hadn't had any psychotic episodes for years. Now, since I have an education in psychiatry and a long experience with schizophrenia, I have no judgment towards people suffering from the illness, and it didn't bother me being friends with someone who had a diagnosis like that. And even after what I tell you, I still feel the same way. In the summer of 2023, I had moved on to work in a new place, also with mental health, but this time forensic psychiatry, like a halfway house for mentally ill murderers, etc. The 4 of us stayed in touch and still met every now and then for dinner parties and whatnot. Em told us that she had been evicted from her apartment because of an incident where she had accidentally...
I'd rather have a ghost throwing shit around my house than a man doing the unthinkable. See, I'm not really scared of animals. I know, I get the sea thing though. Like, I don't like bodies of water that I can't see into because I don't like not knowing what's below me. So I absolutely get that. But like, I don't know. I'm not too scared of animals. I know usually because my job right now is doing like delivering packages and shit. So I'm more nervous about people than I am animals. Oop, ads. Oh no. I got 30 seconds on the ad. Ad. Okay. Okay. Back from the ads. See, okay, so with my delivery job, I run into seeing like a lot of dogs and everything, and I was always raised to be like kind but cautious, and that you always let like a dog sniff you first. You let animals sniff you first. And so I actually did get bit by a dog not too long ago because he approached me really gently, and he was fine at first, and then when I held my hand slightly out so that he could sniff it to make sure that like I was okay. He bit me, and then I yelled at him to get away. So he responded. He got away, and so that's when I knew like the dog wasn't like attacking me maliciously. That dog was scared, and he didn't know what was going on. So I wasn't upset with the dog, you know. But that's the only time I've had a dog like attack me. Other than that, I usually let dogs sniff my hands. I started letting them sniff the packages first, as a just in case too, if there is like a stray dog walking around. This one wasn't even a stray dog. It was the dog belonged to that house's uncle, and it was a gated house too, and for some reason they had the dog outside of the gate, which was really fucking confusing. Like, if your uncle's dog is over there, why are you keeping him outside of the yard? Yeah, when it's out in the forest, that's a definite like, no, that one's more of a worry. Bruh. Yeah, what the owner came out, or the house owner came out after he heard me yelling at the dog, and he like apologized and stuff, and I asked him if he had band-aids, and he's like, no. So I had to finish delivering my like last 10 packages with my hand bleeding. Bruh. Dogs that come out of nowhere are honestly like, it's kind of terrifying. Like, I'm normally not scared of dogs, but when they just, it's like spiders. I'm not scared of spiders, but when they come out of nowhere, it like freaks me out. Ooh, yeah. That's the one thing is like you never turn your back against dogs and like anything that has like essentially a prey drive, because when you turn around to run, their instincts tell them to chase. So that is definitely one thing I never do, is I never turn my back. I had one time I was with one of my old bosses. Uh yeah, yeah. Dude didn't have bandages. He just was like, I'm sorry, I don't have anything. And I was like, oh, okay. And so then I like called my manager and everything. I put it in the chat and I was like, guess who got bit by a dog? And one of my coworkers got bit literally the day before, and they put in the chat, they're like, dogs 2, humans 0, because we got bit 2 days in a row. But yeah, he didn't have any bandages, and I kind of got lucky because my last delivery was at a gas station, so I was able to at least clean my hand when I got to the gas station, and then when I got back to the warehouse, I was able to bandage my hand up there. But like I had to call my manager, and then when I got home, not home, when I got back to the warehouse, they had me call to like support people and tell them like, hey, I got bit and yada yada yada, and they're like, well, did you call the police? And I was like, no. They're like, did you ask if it's had its rabies shots? And I'm like, no. I was like, the only thing I did was ask if they had band-aids. Because that was the only thought on my mind was, well, I'm bleeding now, I need band-aids. Like, did not think about anything else that I would need in that situation. Start kicking and even the score, yeah. Thankfully, like, we don't deliver to that area anymore, so I don't have to worry about that. But I do know, like, the next time if a dog does come at me like that and it doesn't respond to me yelling, I will kick. Yeah, but when I called, I didn't even get to actually go to a doctor about it, because since I literally had like $5 in my bank account and I couldn't pay a $300 deposit to get refinanced for by like my work and everything, because like I didn't have a workman's comp filed just yet, so I couldn't pay for it, so I just never went to the doctor for it. No health care, because see, I had just changed jobs too, because this is seasonal, so I'm trying to get it to be a permanent job, but right now it's still a seasonal job. And what do you call it? So I don't have any health care right now. So I I couldn't pay for it. And so like everything's healed, but I definitely have like some permanent scar buildup on my ring finger on my drawing hand, my right hand. So every now and again it hits like a nerve just right in my finger, so it'll hurt really bad. But other than that, I'm good. I know, right? Like, I couldn't even get a fucking rabies shot if I wanted to. They literally had me sign a waiver that said that I agreed that I wouldn't be seen because I could not afford a copay. So I just never went to the doctor for it. Like, thankfully, it didn't have rabies. I'm okay. I'm alive. I'm still here. It's not free here, sadly. You know, people are always like, well, in other countries, because it's free, you know, they have to wait months and everything, but it's free. And I'm like, well, I'd rather wait a few months to get seen and know that I will be seen instead of having to wait months hoping I'll have the money to be seen and then never actually having the money to be seen, so I just never go to the doctor. You know? Like, I have a broken molar where I'm literally missing like half the tooth, and it's been this way for like 2 years now because I can't afford to go get it removed. Like, that's how bad it is. Like, I never have the money to go out and get anything checked up on. Yeah. I did have to go to the doctor last year, though. Like, I had to go to the ER because I thought I had appendicitis, which I didn't. Thank God. I have a thing called diverticulitis, and it's supposed to hit on the opposite side of where appendicitis hits, but mine specifically was hitting on the side where appendicitis hits, so it felt like I had that. But no, it's diverticulitis, and basically it's where you have these little lumps in your colon where food can get stuck in it, and the food will start to rot in your colon. So, and it'll cause you immense pain that it feels like you have appendicitis. So, it's not life-threatening, thank God. So, the poor doctor, he was like, you don't have appendicitis, you have this. And I was like, thank God. And he looked at me so scared. He's like, what do you mean, thank God? He's like, you still have like an incurable disease. And I'm like, but I'm not dying. I don't need emergency surgery. This poor doctor, like, probably so fucking scared for me, dude. But I'm like, what do you want from me, dude? I can't fucking afford this shit. And then even with the healthcare that I had at the time, they still popped me with a $3,000 bill. The fucking insurance paid like $4,000, and then I still had to pay like $3,000 after that. So I never paid it. It's not dead. Yippee! Pretty much, yeah. We love the healthcare system, bro. It's so fun. Welcome to trauma time, medical wise, with Junpeta. Man. Ugh. What a little guy. It really is. Hey, I'm glad you got healthcare, man. It really does feel like Don't Starve together. And then all the fucking recalls that keep happening. Dude, I just saw one about fucking broccoli today. And broccoli's like my favorite vegetable too, dude. But I think it's specifically like bagged broccoli. Oh, hold on. My girlfriend's calling me.
Accidentally entered her neighbor's apartment in the middle of the night. She told us that in the huge apartment complex, the doors all looked exactly the same, and that she simply walked in the wrong door by accident, and that the neighbors, they'd created a bit of a scene out of pure drama and reported her to the police. I somehow felt that while that sounded out of proportion to evict someone just from that perhaps the landlord took that kind of action because he judged her based on her medical history, and I felt honestly bad for her. I questioned her if something else happened, and she claimed that it didn't and that this was the full story. In Sweden, it's very difficult to get a contract for an apartment when you've gotten evicted before. You pretty much get blacklisted, and that's that. So Em asked if she could move in with me. Since she was literally on the street, literally homeless, I said, well, of course you can. I've always gotten myself into uncomfortable situations by saying yes instead of thinking about myself, and had no idea just how severe this situation would get when I said yes to Em. So I live in a pretty small apartment. It's one bedroom that pretty much only fits a bed and a desk, a living room that fits a couch and a TV, no room for an extra bed, a small kitchen and a small bathroom, and I have 2 cats too. We decided that Em was going to live in the living room, and I offered her to throw my couch out so she could have a bed there, but she said that she was fine with sleeping on the couch since it's comfortable enough. I insisted on giving her a bed, but she always declined. There's a door between the living room and the bedroom too, but between the living room and the hallway, there's just an open arch, so she wouldn't have total privacy by any means. But I hung up a thick velvet curtain covering the arch, so at least that gave her the sense of a door and more privacy than nothing. There's another door from my bedroom to my kitchen too, so I have 2 doors to my bedroom. I have to have one of them open at night since my cats want to go in and out, and they also have their litter boxes in the bathroom, and food and water in the kitchen. I naturally kept the kitchen door open and not the living room door, since that's where Em lived and we wanted to keep our privacy somehow. She wasn't working at this time because she was on one of her long-term sick leaves, this while I was working shifts, so sometimes I had to get up at 6 a.m. and sometimes I didn't get home until like 11 p.m. I have really severe insomnia too, and I need to combine medication to just get to sleep, and even with this, I still wake up easily. I told her that I would appreciate if she could try to stay quiet those nights when I have to get up at 6 in the morning, but that it's fine if she's loud when I'm at work or when I'm doing the evening shifts because then I don't need to sleep as much. Now, she was a heavy smoker and a coffee drinker, so I bought her a coffee machine. Yeah, I know, I'm a bit of a weirdo who doesn't drink coffee very often, so I didn't have one. But I did this to make her enjoy her living situation a little more. The coffee machine in the sink is placed right outside of my bedroom door. Like I said, the kitchen is pretty small. So the first night together, I had to get up at 6 for my shift. As usual, I had a hard time falling asleep. Em had been up several times that night to go out to smoke, and I woke up every single time. At 5 a.m., she started making coffee, and since it's literally outside of my bedroom door, I was wide awake from the sounds of it. I asked her in the nicest way possible why she was up this early, asking if she had any plans today. I mean, she's on sick leave, so why not sleep at 5 a.m. if you can? And she just said that she couldn't sleep. I said, "Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that. I would just appreciate if you could wait with making the coffee till 6 a.m. since I really need this last hour of sleep because of work. Also, adding to why I need my sleep is that I have epilepsy that gets really bad when I don't get enough sleep. I usually get lots of seizures when I don't get at least 4 hours of sleep. I knew that I would probably get seizures at work now, meaning that this day would be both stressful and potentially dangerous for me since there's a huge risk that I fall and hurt myself. And it's really not a good thing to get cramps and seizures among mentally unstable criminal clients who you're supposed to care for. And look, I know it's not an ideal situation to work in that field with my condition, and I can inform you all that I did quit after only 6 months. Anyway, she said that she really wanted a coffee with her cigarettes, but that she would try to wait the next time that I have to work. I accepted it, and I went on with my day, but things just didn't get any better. She continued to wake me up early in the morning and through the nights, and continued to promise to stop, but insisted that she really wanted coffee with her cigarettes. I suggested making the coffee the night before or drinking iced coffee or Coke instead, but she didn't want that. I should add too that she demanded for me to be silent at 10 p.m. because that's when she wanted to sleep, and genuinely I respected that. She used to get these moments of binge eating too, where she would empty my fridge and pantry from everything that I had. I remember this one time when I bought a big loaf of bread, and she texted me 30 minutes after I left the apartment saying, "Hey, I'm sorry I ate your loaf of bread. I'll buy it back once I get money." Like an entire loaf of bread in 30 minutes. I had told her when she moved in to feel at home and what's mine is yours, so I couldn't really get mad at that, but it did start to annoy me for 2 reasons. I mean, it was getting kind of expensive since it was such huge amounts, and it was always in inconvenient times of the day, like after an evening shift when the store was closed and I came home hungry, and she had emptied the kitchen from literally everything that I had bought the same day. Em also had long black hair that was absolutely everywhere, all over the sink, the floor, the bathtub. I'm no clean freak, but I think anyone could understand that this isn't the nicest thing to step into or see everywhere in your house. She also left her fingernails and toenails on the bathroom floor. There were also pee drops on the toilet seat every time that she had been to the toilet too. I saw a silverfish on my bathroom floor. Never ever seen one before. They eat hair and skin and nails and whatnot, so I figured that this fella probably enjoyed life because of the new dirty conditions my bathroom was in. At first, I didn't want to say it straight out because I thought that it would hurt her and I didn't want to make her uncomfortable. So I just put a broom and shovel in the bathroom to imply that we needed to sweep the floor more often. This didn't seem to work, so after a while, I told her in the nicest way possible with a smile on my face, "Do you think we could try to clean the floor in the bathroom more often? We tend to lose some hair when we brush it, and I'm afraid that we might get pests. I saw a silverfish the other day, and I don't want it to get worse." I always made sure to say we instead of you, so she wouldn't feel attacked. And she promised to think about it, but nothing changed. Now, I started dating a guy around this time, and was head over heels for him. He was also in a roommate situation, so we had a tough time getting any alone time. I asked Em if there was any chance that we could get one night to ourselves every now and then in the apartment, and that she, of course, would get the apartment to herself as well. She didn't like the idea and claimed that she had nowhere to go, no friends or family. Now, I wasn't asking her to leave for 24 hours or anything, just a few hours so we could just get some quality time together. She could just go to the library or take a walk or whatever. I mean, I was at work for like 8 to 10 hours, 5 days a week, so she got a lot of time to herself. One of our old co-workers realized that this was really tearing at my mood, to never get any time for myself, and I started feeling really suffocated. She offered that Em could stay the night at her place. After all, they were friends too. Em said that she didn't want to bother her, but we told her that she didn't. They're friends. She's more than welcome. And I really just want one night to myself and my guy, after all. I didn't understand why she made such a big deal over leaving me and the apartment for just one night. She eventually accepted and spent the night there, and I spent the night away the next week so that she could go and get more alone time too. And when I came home the next morning from my night away, I saw that my cat's water bowl was completely dried out. There was no spill on the floor, and it looked like it had been wiped out with a towel or a paper or something. I had filled it up to the brim just the night before. I asked her how this was possible, and she said that the cats must have tipped it out, but there was nothing on the floor, like I said. But my cats are overly social and usually cuddle up with strangers after just a few minutes, and I noticed that the cats withdrew from her more and more over time, and the last couple of weeks, they never left my bedroom except from when they ate or used the litter box or whatever. It honestly seemed like they were scared of her, which I couldn't figure out since she was just so timid. I had this old saucepan from the 60s that meant a lot to me too. You probably wonder how a saucepan can mean a lot to someone, right? But it was my grandmother's, and it's really the only thing that I have that belongs to her. My mother used to cook for me with it when I was little, so it has a great nostalgic value to me. She burnt it one day and made no attempt to clean it. She left it on the stove and went out to smoke. I found it ruined, and I cried that day. She didn't even say that I'm sorry. She also broke dishes several times and didn't bother to replace them or apologize. This added to my frustration with her naturally, and it had been probably, 2 months had gone by now, and she kept waking me up at night, kept binge eating my food, never cleaned, never left the house, scared my cats and ruined my things. I realized too that she stole my prescripted sleeping pills at one point, lots of them as well, and I only get one per night, not more or less, and as you already know, I really need them. I had 20 of them in my nightstand when I left for work, and when I came home, they were gone. She denied this, which is pretty hilarious since nobody else could have been there. But my frustration was getting heavy. The summer heat was strong, and I felt locked up in my tiny bedroom with my 2 cats, never getting any time to myself, never any time alone with the guy that I was dating, except for once every 14th day. My apartment was messy, and she was stealing from me. All of this was beginning to culminate. But one day, out of nowhere, my old elementary school classmate texted me on Facebook, asking me how I know Em. He had seen that I had posted on Facebook that we were roommates now. I told him that we were old co-workers, and that she needed a place to stay because she got evicted. He said, I know, but do you know why she was evicted? Yeah, she accidentally went into her neighbor's apartment. He said, that's not the full story. She broke in and snuck up to their sleeping baby with a knife in her hand, but luckily the father woke up and wrestled her down and managed to save the baby. Thankfully nothing happened, but it was definitely a close call. I felt sick to my stomach. Could this be true? It would certainly explain why she was evicted, but it just sounded so horrible. And she is such a timid, nice girl. I had so many questions. But my friend had the full police report. Apparently the couple that M had broken into was his ex-girlfriend and her family. It seemed that M had a psychosis episode during the break-in, but those parts weren't public. It was, however, clear to me that she had been lying to me about why this had happened, and about how long she had been mentally unstable for. I started getting quite paranoid now, and I was already very frustrated with everything, and it was around this time that I really wanted her to move out. We did, however, have a contract that she had 30 days notice, and I knew that if I asked her in a harsh way that it would mean 30 days of chaos until she moved out. So I wanted to handle this as nicely as I could. I started looking for cheap hostels for her that I could suggest to her so she wouldn't be on the streets. I sat down with her and told her that I loved living with her and I feel really horrible for this, but I just miss my alone time and that the apartment is too small for 2 people. I said it wasn't personal and that I wouldn't want to live with anyone right now and that I wished it would have worked out and that I'm really sorry and hope that we can still remain friends. She looked absolutely crushed and said that it wasn't possible. I showed her the hostel that I found and said that I understood that it wasn't the ultimate situation, but I really needed her to move out because I felt suffocated, and also the summer heat was making it tough to always have the door to the bedroom closed, and that it was tough for me to not get my sleep, etc. She said okay. She was going to try and move out, but not until 30 days had passed, and I said of course to this. The first night after our talk, she got up and made her coffee at 2:30 in the morning. I nearly had a mental breakdown that night. I mean, I was going to get up at 6 and I couldn't go back to sleep. I asked her in the morning for probably the 10th time to not make coffee until I get up, but she didn't even answer me that time. She just sat in the sofa and stared out the window. I said, "Em?" and she kept staring. I was a little bit freaked out by that, but I left for work. She kept being weird though, kept making a mess, kept waking me up, kept eating my food, and all I could think about was the incident with her and the baby and the knife and all that. I eventually got so ticked off about being woken up by the coffee maker, I plugged it out and stored it in my attic, which she had no access to. It may have been childish, I know that, but I was just genuinely getting so tired at this moment. My sleeping pills were stolen and I was starting to feel like Edward Norton in the beginning of Fight Club. Well, the next night, I woke up at 4 a.m. by her making coffee in a saucepan. Not my grandmother's saucepan, thankfully. That one was ruined. I tried talking to her again, explaining the situation, but she just stared and didn't reply. Me being frustrated and on the tipping point, took the saucepan and stored it in the attic as well. I know, but I was going crazy and just wanted her to stop with this nightly coffee routines and to just get the hint. The third night, I had the guy that I was dating sleeping at our place because I was getting really paranoid now over her weird behavior, not speaking with me and just staring into space. I woke up from my very light snooze by him poking me, and he whispered, "Look." And in the doorway, M was just standing silently, staring at us. Honestly, this was like a scene from a horror movie, with her long black hair over her face. I kid you not. I didn't say anything at first, because I wanted to know if she just stood there for a second doing something by the door. But I realized after a while that she was actually just standing still, staring at us. It reminded me of the ending of Paranormal Activity when Katie just stares at Micah in the final scene. So I sat up and said, "What are you doing?" But before I could finish the sentence, she just slammed the door shut, and I heard the sound of something metal falling on the floor and her running into the living room. I yelled out, "You need to leave," and started crying hysterically because this was turning into a nightmare. Of course, I didn't go back to sleep that night, and I was really happy that I had company that night too. I just kept asking myself, had she done this before? Stared at me in my sleep like that? The next day, when I got out of bed, I opened the door that she had slammed shut and saw a kitchen knife on the floor. So that was the metal sound that I had heard before she ran off that night. At this point, I took all of my knives and locked them in the attic as well. I then asked a friend of mine to come to my house and be here when I tell her that she has to move out immediately, that I can no longer wait 30 days. We were 27 days in. And during the conversation, I really tried to stay calm. I know that she has a mental illness. I know that she means no harm. And even though I was just so frustrated, I couldn't bring myself to hate her. I was mostly scared and tired, I guess, but she, however, didn't even answer when I talked to her. She just kept staring at the window. She left the apartment and she sent me a text instead, saying that I was disrespectful for bringing a friend over to her place. Night came and I thought that this would be a quiet night finally. No coffee maker or saucepans. But at 3 a.m. I woke up by her burning dry coffee powder in a frying pan. At this moment, I just felt terrified of her. Her face was dead, her eyes were black. I suspected that she had gone into psychosis. I stopped the fire and she just ran off to the living room in silence. I knew that she had an appointment with her psychiatrist the next day, and while she was away, I packed all of her things. I then sent her a text telling her that she needs to pick them up and give me back my keys, and that I'll give her money for a hostel the upcoming 26 days. She didn't reply, though. The guy that I was seeing came to keep me company in case she would fight about it. She didn't. She left the keys without looking at us, and she just left. Our co-workers who were friends with us both told me that she moved in with a guy that she was dating apparently, and she stayed there for a few weeks until she somehow amazingly got an apartment of her own. She started working again, and genuinely I was really happy to hear this. She seemed to be doing pretty well. Then, in January of this year, one of our old co-workers told me that Em had called her and told her everything must burn, that she has a baby that she must save, and other delusional stuff. She had called 112, Swedish emergency number, like 911, about this, but they hadn't taken it seriously. Em had then proceeded to burn her entire apartment down because the voices in her head were telling her that she has to burn everything to save her friends and family. Her neighbors had tried to rescue her from the fire, but she had fought them off and ran back in and poured liquor on the fire to make it burn more. She was arrested and sentenced last week for aggravated arson. She'll serve her time in a mental institution or prison for a long time, possibly forever even. What's ironic is that she will probably be in the facility where I used to work and end up where she used to work herself. My old co-worker was a witness at the trial, and apparently she had stopped taking her medication because she thought that it made her feel numb, and she thought that she was stable enough to function without it, but obviously not. She had also stopped taking her medication the last few weeks when she stayed at my house, so when she stared blankly into space, she was going into psychosis. When she stared at me with a knife in her hand, when she burnt the frying pan that last night too, she was in a state of psychosis. It's really disturbing to think about what could have happened to me and my cats if she would have stayed too, or if I had been a heavy sleeper. I also think about what would have happened to that baby that she snuck into before she was evicted. And yeah, I know it's crazy that I didn't just throw her out by then, but it was very complicated. The reason why I haven't been able to talk about it with my friends is because they sympathize with her and have minimized my experience, and they think that I'm making a bigger deal out of it than it actually has been. I sort of understood it too, since they have never seen that darkness in her eyes that I saw that last couple of days. So really, I can't blame them, I guess. Also, I remembered something recently too that I wanted to add. That there were several times when I was going to work early in the morning that she occupied the bathroom by taking long baths. I patiently tried to wait until the last minute before knocking and asking her if she could get up and get back in after I had gotten ready and left for work. It's just another thing that added to my frustration. I fell really ill one time when she was staying here too. I don't know at the time what it was, but I woke up in the early morning one day feeling very nauseated. On my way to the bathroom, I literally almost had a heart attack and threw up at the same time because it takes like 10 seconds to get to the bathroom, so you can imagine how bad it was when I didn't even make it. And I had a really high fever and kept throwing up, and I was just a mess. Obviously, you would understand too that you would want your bathroom to yourself at this point. Actually, I think it's pretty understandable that you'd want to be completely alone when you're just this ill, right? My head was spinning, and I'm guessing I was nearly hallucinating from the high fevers. But one random thing I laugh about today is that it was Eurovision week, and for some reason the flute solo from Moldova's song was stuck on repeat in my head while I was in and out of fever dreams. I have a hard time listening to it today because of this, but anyway, working in healthcare, I also have a natural instinct of not wanting to spread infections, so my first thought was that besides wanting to be alone, I didn't want to risk giving whatever this was to M. So I begged her the moment that I noticed I was ill to please leave for her own sake. I mean, I could barely speak because it made me throw up that easily, and our friend in common had asked her to water her plants that week, so she had the keys to her place and could have been alone there. But M refused to leave, and I swear if I had the energy to slip out of the window and to fall to my death, I would have, but I couldn't. Anyway, I was half sitting or half laying on the toilet with a bucket on my lap, my head sort of resting in the bucket of puke because I just couldn't hold it up with the high fever, and I just begged through whispers for her to leave so she wouldn't be as ill as I was too. I told her, what if you get sick soon too? We can't share the toilet. I'll be here all day. You should go to her place before it's too late, please. Eventually, she left, really ticked off at me. It turned out that I had a severe case of food poisoning, and I was well again after 2 days, but man, the fact that she refused to leave is something I felt I had to add to the story because it just made me so frustrated. Also, that reminded me that she used to shut my cats inside of my bedroom while I was away at work or whatever. She did this so that they couldn't eat, drink, or use the litter boxes. She claimed that she just recently closed it because she was trying to sleep, but I remember that she did it in the middle of the day one time, the last few days too, so she was lying about that for sure. Anyway, I could genuinely just go on and on about this whole situation, but that's the story, and thankfully, I survived. I'm Tom, and I'm 42 years old, male. This happened in 2018 in Queensland, Australia. So I was heading on a hike to Lamington National Park with a woman that I was seeing for a few months at the time, Belinda. She brought along her 2 boys, 10 and 12. I had met them a few times, but this was going to be a good bonding experience to see how we get along on an overnight adventure. I really liked Bea, and I wanted to get serious with her. There was a lot of counting on this too. My old boy used to bring me up to this campsite called Binabura. Our favourite hike was the Kumara circuit. You start on the top of the mountain with all of the views, then descend down into the valleys, where there's lush forest, waterfalls and whatnot. Stunning place, teeming with an abundance of beautiful colourful birds, reptiles, these bright blue yabbies that lay scattered along the tracks, fireflies, and a multitude of leeches and ticks. Now, the drive from Brisbane was good, and the boys loved the drive up the mountain. Belinda, not so much. She apparently has a fear of heights, I learned. There were on and off showers, and the track was slippery, but we packed ponchos, and the kids were having a blast as we set off on our track. We booked a safari tent up near the lodge, and everything seemed to be going perfectly for our weekend getaway. But we were about halfway through the hike when the youngest boy slipped and hurt his knee as we were crossing a creek. It was only a graze, but I think the shock of getting a bit wet and the panic made him a bit more emotional, and he was crying for a bit. I cleaned up the scrape and put on some band-aids, and decided to carry him on my shoulders for a bit until he felt better. Belinda was acting quiet, and I thought maybe she wasn't enjoying herself. She was laughing and joking around just before this. I thought maybe I did something wrong, or she was upset her son got hurt or something. I asked if she was good, and she nodded and smiled, and went along gazing around quietly. We started heading up the mountain for a bit, and as we were walking, we could hear something thundering through the trees toward us. Branches snapping, loud bangs, impacts. We look up the hill to see a large stone the size of a basketball flying down just ahead of us on the trail. We watched as it bounced across our path, hitting into a tree and continuing down the hill. I warned everybody to watch out because sometimes with erosion, rocks can fall. I was honestly a bit shaken by that too. I mean, a rock that size, it could easily kill someone if it hit them. We continued walking though, keeping an eye on the trail above for more rocks and debris as we zigzagged up and around the mountain. And only 5 minutes later, another rock came crashing down. This one was further away, but it was followed by another that was coming right toward us. We had plenty of time to get out of the way, but if we weren't paying attention, I mean... When the third came, I knew something was up though. This wasn't right. Someone was throwing these rocks down the mountain. It didn't feel like a natural occurrence by any means. The way they were spread out, it just didn't make any sense. I shouted up the mountain that if it was someone doing that, to stop, that there were hikers. In response, another rock flew down toward us. I screamed out that they were going to kill someone and that we had children with us. 2 more large boulders crashed down the hill, leaving a trail of destruction. We heard shouts of another 3 or 4 people. Another group of hikers further down the hill shouting out the same complaints at us. A man ran up ahead until he was in shouting distance and called out to us. Another stone came crashing down, and by this point the kids were crying and Belinda was shaking. I told them to stay there and that I would run up ahead, and I did just that. I started running up the hill until I couldn't breathe any longer. I reached where the zigzag ended and continued along the mountain ridge, and when I did, no one was there. I went up and down the trail until I reached an elderly couple sitting on a bench at a lookout. I talked to them for a few minutes, asking if they saw anything or any other hikers. They said that they hadn't, that they had come from the opposite way and hadn't seen anyone for ages. A guided tourist group a few kilometers back the other way, but too long ago to be the culprits by any means. I went back down to Belinda and the kids. By this time they were with the other hikers, and we did the last long leg of the journey together. We caught up with the old couple as well near the exit. Once we left the group with some of the other hikers bombarding one of the ranges, we headed toward the shower blocks. Belinda pulled me aside once she had the kids organized, and she told me that she didn't want to stay there overnight. I was a bit shocked by that. Earlier when we arrived, she said that she loved the safari tents, and we had plans to sit around the fire and have a nice barbecue dinner and all that. So I asked her why, and she said that she didn't feel comfortable. I assured her that no one would try messing with us around the campsites, and it was probably just some stupid teenagers, and they wouldn't be a nuisance up here at the campgrounds and the lodge. Stupid teenagers within a year of this burnt the lodge to the ground, by the way. But she told me she didn't think that it was teenagers. I asked her why she thought that, and she said that when her boy had slipped in the water and was crying, she said that she thought that she saw something. She said that it was big and brown, and when her eyes first scanned past it, she thought that it was just a part of the forest, like a log or a rock. But as she moved her eyes past it again, it moved. This thing, she said, was bigger than me and hairy, but also covered in moss and grandfather's beard and leaves, so it definitely blended in. She said that she only saw it for a moment, but that she swore by it that it was unmistakable. She said that she only saw it for a moment, so she just brushed it off as just a trick of the mind. She said that she knew it wasn't, but she was trying to convince herself as we walked. I asked her why she didn't say anything, and she told me that she didn't want to scare the kids. Then went on to say that after the rock thing, she was even more freaked out. I didn't know what to think, and I have to admit I acted a bit pouty with her, which she was not impressed by. After we had showered and dressed, she told the kids that we were going home tonight. They seemed disappointed, but didn't put up too much of a fuss. I mean, the afternoon had pretty much rattled them, and it was a quiet drive home, and the kids were asleep by the time that we reached the bottom of the mountain. I drove them home and apologized to Belinda for the trip not working out that great. She was in brighter spirits now that we were off the mountain and thanked me so much for the day and for planning such a special weekend for her and the kids and all that. We ended up seeing each other more and more and eventually moved in with each other, and we got married this January. Now, after some time has passed, my wife and I have talked this over again, and we have 3 working theories. 1, it was some pesky teenagers hiding off the trail. 2, that friendly old couple wasn't as friendly as they seemed. Or 3, there's something weird and big up in those mountains, and it likes to throw rocks at hikers. My wife is set on the fact that it's option 3. I'm heading closer toward option 2. I did some research though and told her that if it was a Bigfoot creature, she should have smelt it and that the smelliest thing out there was her feet. In conclusion, we usually choose the beach over bushwalks now, regardless of whether it was people or unknown cryptids. It kind of spoiled the fun of taking my family out for hikes in one of my favorite places in the world. I might go back one day, probably just by myself. I've done those hikes countless times before with no issues, but you best believe that I'm going to be keeping a very good lookout for big, hairy mountain men. It's the early 90s. I was 6 years old at the time, living with my parents and brothers in a duplex. The events of the night are still burned into my memory all these years later. To get a feel for the house, we were in an end unit of the duplex and had a sliding glass door in our living room, and it faced the woods. The couch was against the wall half in front of the sliding glass door, but angled in such a way as to see the TV that was against the wall next to the sliding glass door. One of those big old tube TVs with the wood paneling. Now, Friday night, my father had not come home from drinking, so me and my mum, we camped out on the couch that night. We were watching a horror movie marathon, I think, and I should add that my father would get pretty drunk and was super abusive, so my mum slept with a knife next to her on nights that he would stay out late. It was a rough time for us, but we got through it the best that we could. The knife, which was just a kitchen knife, would come into play later, but anyway, we were watching Halloween, eating snacks, laughing, having an enjoyable time. We fell asleep at around 10 p.m. on the couch, Mum with her back to the couch and her cuddling me. And the next thing that I know, I awake to my mum screaming. This wasn't unusual in my house, as again, my dad was an abusive drunk, but when I opened my eyes, a tall, thin man in a black hoodie was standing over us, and it was definitely not my dad. My eyes met his, and I was frozen, but fast thinking from my mother, she grabbed the knife from the coffee table and lunged at him. He stumbled backwards and regained his footing and ran out of the open sliding glass door. My mum jumped up, slammed the door shut and locked it, and then called the police. When the police got there, they said that he probably used a knife to pop the lock. They noticed a ton of cigarette butts, but didn't match to my parents outside the sliding glass door. The police said that he was probably sitting out there watching us all night before getting the courage to come in. They also said that they had several calls of a peeping Tom that matched his description in our complex over the past couple of months. For whatever reason, he chose our house to be his first. My parents, they got divorced shortly after this, and we then moved in with my grandma, and I was so thankful for no more encounters like this. Still to this day, though, I check all the locks before I go to bed, twice, and have a pole in our sliding glass door as well. Looking out of a window at night, it still makes me uneasy thinking that someone is out there on the other side, watching. Honestly, I don't even know where to get started here. I'm mainly sharing this to get everything off of my chest in a community of people who may or may not have had similar experiences in the past or the present. I'd also like to add that creepy, unexplainable things have always happened around me since I was a little kid. But anyway, here it goes. So I moved into my apartment in September of 2023. I've always felt comfortable and calm in my home, and besides my usual nightmares, always had them, generally not too scary. Everything was pretty good. But either at the very end of December or January of 2024, things started getting weird. It's important to note that I live alone in a one-bedroom apartment. The first time something happened, I was sound asleep and was awoken to 3 knocks on my bedroom door at 3 a.m. I usually slept with the bedroom door open and just started closing it at night. It was loud and deliberate. I just told myself that I'd imagined it, and while I was pretty scared, I drifted back off to sleep pretty quickly. The next day, I was on my phone with my sister and I told her what happened. Out of curiosity, I knocked on my bedroom door and it was the exact same sound. Over the next few months, I heard 3 knocks at my bedroom door, bathroom, or front door at around 3 a.m., 1 a.m., or 11 p.m. I even had a friend visit in March, and he was awoken to 3 knocks at the front door at 1 a.m. as well. It was around this time, the first time, that I heard my daughter's 7 to 8-year-old voice say "Mum" next to my bed, and then a couple of weeks later behind me at the head of my bed. My daughter is 12 and lives full-time with her dad, so I knew and told myself that that was not my daughter. I also experienced what sounded like claw scratches across my stand-up heater across each metal section. Looks a lot like a radiator, when I was fully awake laying down in bed. Another time I was in bed and for a couple of seconds, I smelt sulfur next to my bed and got up and left my bedroom, it was so strong. After this, I took my first actions. So I have a favorite tarot reader or psychic that I found, a popular social media app that I can't type out because it isn't allowed. But last year, when he was first starting out doing free readings, I was on his live stream the night after hearing my daughter and asked him and my 13 other people that were live with me for advice. Him and a few people suggested burning sage. I couldn't do this though because it would set off the smoke alarms in the building. The next thing that they suggested using sage incense, making loud claps all over the apartment, in the nooks and the crannies, to break up the energy and get it moving throughout the apartment. Lastly, to open a window and ask whatever or whoever is there to please leave through that designated window. I couldn't find sage incense at Walmart, so I got a plug-in wax warmer and picked up Palo Santo sage wax melts. I went home, and I did the ritual, and surprisingly enough, I didn't have disturbances for like 3 weeks after this. During this time, I started leaving the bathroom light on with the door cracked, the bedroom door cracked that is, and the kitchen light on in the kitchen every night, and slept with my winter hat with the top open for my hair as a sort of face mask. But cut to Sunday night, and I was woken up to the sound of like a wooden pop hitting the floor, like a staff or the wooden end of a broomstick next to my bed. I thought it was time to get up to go over to get my daughter up for school, but noticed that it was completely dark outside. I had my hat over my eyes and told myself to stay calm and roll over to pretend like I just went back to sleep. A few minutes pass and I hear it again. And this time I feel the vibration on the floor. I sleep on an air mattress on the floor, by the way. I ignore it, but then it happens 2 times in a row. I keep ignoring it, then it happens another 2 or 3 times in a row. I jump up and say, "What the heck is this?" and dash to my living room, grab my purse, shoes, and leave my phone. When I got to the bottom floor, I noticed that it was 12:15 in the morning. I slept over at my ex-fiance's that night on the couch because I was too scared to go back. Eventually, I go back to my apartment Monday night and I start hearing a loud wooden pop noise like when a house settles, but live in a concrete building, and I'd never heard it before. I was on the phone with a friend until midnight and kept hearing the loud crack or pop noise in the bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, every 5 or 10 minutes for around 2 hours. Eventually, I fell asleep on my chair because I was nervous about sleeping in my bedroom again, and was woken to another pop at 2 a.m. I decided to just bite the bullet, and I fell asleep on my bed that night, but woke up about every half an hour or so, but no disturbances that I had noticed. I left my apartment at 5:50 to get my daughter up, and that was that. Eventually, I get home at about 7 a.m., and I decide that I needed to take a nap from not getting a lot of sleep the last couple of days, and doze off at about 8 a.m. But I was awoken at about 9 a.m. to what sounded like a loud flick against the air mattress, and I felt it. I said nope to that, and I went to lay down in a ball on the chair again. I was woken up to the loud flick of the air mattress twice, then was awake and heard it again, like flick and air mattress moved even. And at that, I decided that I was leaving. I packed up, went to the bathroom, and I heard the same sound of the air mattress moving. Got in my car and I drove to my dad's an hour and a half away, in part to see him, but mostly to just get away from my apartment. I'm still here now. I've told this to all of my friends, sister and dad, every step of the way, and yesterday my therapist and peer support in detail as well. And to be honest, I'm very nervous about being back at my apartment again. I have so much fear in my heart, and genuinely, I'm just scared. I checked with my apartment manager today, and nobody has died in my apartment in the past. I called a local Catholic church and left a voicemail with a priest to call me for guidance and hopefully meet up and discuss coming to my apartment with me. I've always been non-religious, but now I am open to anything at this point. It's worth noting too that I was having horrible, disgusting, wicked thoughts that were so bad that I can't tell anyone what they were because I don't want to be arrested when the disturbances started escalating. But I'm wondering if anyone has had any similar experiences to this. And most importantly, how did you get them to stop? Do you now feel safe and secure in your home? Are you still living with whatever it was today? And if you do, how the heck do you do it? "11 years ago, I was living in a big house where my grandmother had passed away a year prior to the incident that I'm about to tell you about. So it was just me and my dad. My dad lived in the upstairs portion of the house, and I lived in the downstairs part, which was essentially its own apartment. We were pretty much in the middle of nowhere, in the woods of Ohio. And one evening at around 8:20 p.m., it was raining and just after dusk. You could still see some light on the clouds outside, but it was pretty dark. I was playing my game when I had to pee, so instead of using the bathroom like a civilized young man, I stepped out onto the concrete patio. I started my stream, and as soon as I looked to the right, a bright yellow light engulfed my field of view. It was like a cop shining his flashlight in your face, but it was a deep yellow instead of bright white. Naturally, I yelled, "Yo, Dad, I'm peeing, what are you doing?" But I got no response or laugh, like he would normally do if he caught me doing something stupid or silly like this. That was when I noticed that the source of the light was moving backwards as I was trying to pull myself together from my stream. I walked back inside, thinking it was my dad being weird or something. I sat down and then thought about it. My dad wouldn't be outside at this point. I mean, he was upstairs watching TV a moment ago. He never goes outside at this time, or in the rain. So I went upstairs and asked him, "Were you just outside 5 minutes ago?" And he responded with no. This has been bothering me for years, on top of many other unexplainable things that went on at that house. This one, though, it definitely disturbs me the most.
Okay. Hello,
I mean,
I'm back.
My dad just
She is
wouldn't
home
be
now.
over there on the side patio like that. There's really nothing to do over there. It's just a big empty space.
I haven't done it, and I know that I'm really the only one who does it, so I haven't done it, you haven't done it.
Yeah, I'll do it later.
What do you need?
I need help drawing ass.
Do you like my sexy barista uniform?
I saw you like putting it on this morning, and I was like, I haven't actually seen her like
Yeah, I
work
thought it would
outfit
just
yet.
be the black and thing, but then the other day they were like, "You're getting a."
You're so cute.
I was like, okay. Oh, my hairnet.
Oh, you got a hairnet.
Yeah, we all have to wear hairnets around food. The hat
Yeah.
covers it up so I don't look weird. Also, the buttons like pop out on this thing. So it's not that my titties are big; it's just that the buttons suck.
Yeah.
What
Okay.
is this?
It's
It's your ugly bitch. No.
No, what? This is my it's a commission for someone. I'm trying to do like the pose or
What is going on, dude? What the fuck? One arm has to be way higher up. Neck is way too long. This shoulder. Okay. Here.
Okay, do you want to do it on another
Yeah,
layer?
I'm doing that.
Okay.
So this, all this has to be up here somewhere.
Okay.
This has to be up here. And then, are there titties? There is titties.
Slightly,
So,
yeah.
This will be like that. This arm will go.
I think it's
Yeah.
more men.
Is this a man or a girl? What kind of titties are going on? This looks like girl boobs, but who knows? I don't know.
Ezra's in chat, so they could probably.
Ezra. I thought I was talking about I was gonna say you're an ugly ass VTuber. No, this isn't a thing. You're a man. Okay,
Man.
cool.
Okay.
I have no idea. Okay, so are we having like bar titties, man? Like how? Because there's like different types of man tits going on. Like how titty, like how much boob, how much man boob is like, how much man boob are we?
She is like expert man boob.
I wouldn't say that. I've only ever drawn one man with man tits.
Gluttony.
Yeah. Don't do that.
Don't sigh. Hold on.
Looking at your VTuber made me like almost cry when I was drawing it because all the colors are way too close to each other
Oh.
for my eyes and I need to change my thing on a computer screen. This character is cool.
They are really cool.
I thought I had to draw you. You were doing yours, and I was like, I'm not gonna. Are you putting him on the?
Yes.
Oh my
Yes.
god! Stop putting him on the screen. Just peck. We don't need to get big. Why?
Look at this man.
He's naked.
He's so good. I love Gluttony. This is my girlfriend's art.
This is my girlfriend's character.
Yeah.
This is my character. She
That's
only
her
likes
character.
the characters I make. She makes her own.
What a man.
Anyways, so damn, you put a lot of titty here. You don't need that much titty.
Okay.
Then it's gonna go like that, and okay, you're pretty much good here. But yeah, this is gonna go up here. Are they all watching me? Can they hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Every time.
Then. This is probably gonna go further out. You're gonna want to bend that. You don't have to trace over exactly what I'm doing, just because. This will probably go further out. Where? Oh, there's two sets of eyes. Okay.
Yeah.
I was wondering what that was. I was just like, okay. This is That's a hand.
Yeah, that's gonna be
right
the other arm right there.
Very muscular.
Oh! Hi! Welcome in! Oh my god, thank you so much for the ride! I'm getting silenced by my girlfriend!
We're still a C-tuber. This is how I talk to them. There you go.
Oh my god, hello! Thank you!
I'm translating.
Thank you so much for the raid, hello! I don't talk like a fish!
Well, you still have the fish VTubers. It's not picking me up.
My girlfriend's redlining for me.
I can't look at it and do it at the same time. My girlfriend's redlining in it for me is the story of your life. Every time you do a human piece, I redline for you. We have to switch chairs.
Okay, hold on.
This is gonna be extensive.
This is gonna be extensive. Okay. My girlfriend is taking over my seats.
Good thing I came here at the perfect moment to ruin your stream by fixing everything and then leaving. God, I have to piss so bad.
We'll go pee first.
No.
Okay.
It's gonna make me work faster if I'm under pressure.
Okay.
Okay. Hi guys, this is my stream now. This is my hard stream.
That's okay. Thank you so much for the raid, Mama.
Raid and run is
That's
smash and
Smash
and go.
Smash and go.
Okay.
Thank you so much for
This
entrusting me with your community.
needs to go down. This. Sure. This. Even lighter. Okay. So. Okay, it still picks it up.
Yeah, you're in the prime seat for being picked up now.
Is this interesting, chat? Am I a good streamer? Should I start streaming? Let me wink. Wink, bitch! Fuck! Why are both?
Thank you for the
Ramon
follow. I'm glad you had a good
just
stream.
followed.
What were y'all streaming today?
Why can't my eyes stay?
It has trouble picking up with glasses on.
Or it's because I'm black and it's dark in here. You need a ring light.
I do have a ring light. I just don't use it.
Can I like roll my eyes into the back of my head?
Sorta. You can sorta roll your eyes.
Okay. I'm so entertained. Great, because I'm not drawing while I'm doing this.
My streamer June's girlfriend.
Why is it highlighted?
They added the name.
This is my title.
You're just June Pet's
girlfriend. I'm gonna make my Twitch name June Petta's girlfriend now. That's all I'm gonna be. What if I get 15 billion followers before you, but I'm known as your girlfriend?
God.
Okay, never mind. There's something up. There's something I can't put my finger on it. There's something going on. I'm freaking out.
It's
dude.
supposed to be kind of like they're like holding.
Well, yeah, I can tell.
Yeah. I want it to be kind of like a floating piece. Is essentially what I'm going for.
We're floating.
Yeah, because they got the wings.
Where are we flying with these? The ground?
To your mom's house.
I've been in her stream since day one. Since day one. To your mom's house? I don't know my mom. Does Ezra know my mom? Is this what's going on?
It sounds like it.
Whoa. Tell me how she's doing. I hope she. No, I'm not gonna say that on stream. Look, dude. I need.
Are you just gonna straight red line from the sketch?
This pose is killing me. This is insane. I have no idea why you chose to do this.
I wanted to do something fun.
I want to do something fun, you say, having no idea how to draw something fun. Yay! Okay, so you have all this down. I'm just doing this because
you need to work from scratch.
I need something. We got hair. Here's this. Here's this. Now you draw everything chibi-ish, which is.
Do I?
Yeah. Well, I mean, everybody like you condense a lot, which isn't a problem. Like if, but that just means when I when I redline your stuff, usually that means that
I know,
it's gonna come out weird sometimes.
I was trying to force a perspective too.
Oh.
So that could be what's screwing you up, is I'm trying to force a perspective.
I can tell, but
I'm not good at forcing perspective. It's supposed to be, you see the head first, and so the legs will be further away. When you
force perspective, you gotta make that shit crazy.
I've been trying.
You gotta make, this is not crazy enough.
This is not crazy enough.
You gotta go crazy.
That's why I've been struggling so much.
Here's the top. So you will have, I'm just having this really, really light, because I just need, so you, this circle doesn't look right. It looks kind of flat, but I'm not going to fix it, because you're cool with the head. Or maybe I will fix it, just a little bit. But here's the back of you. Look at the back of his head. Bald.
Ball.
Big ol' egg. Okay. So here's. Can you knock? Okay, that's good enough. You did it gently. We have 2 cats who know how to open doors when they're like cracked, and one of them puts her full body weight onto it and busts the door open. What the fuck is wrong with you? And then the other one is copies her. I'm sorry, I turned around and she has her pants pulled up to like under her chest and her arms inside her pants. So she just looks like a pair of legs. Like one big pair of legs. Why do you have my hat on? You look like a trucker with no arms. You look like a trucker who's unarmed and dangerous.
Unarmed and dangerous.
Again. Foot and dangerous. Legged and dangerous. Again. Okay. So here's your. I'm kind of changing your perspective a little bit just because it will be easier.
You're good.
So here's your thing. If you don't like it as much, it's okay. I still love you.
Bald.
Okay. That was me saying thank you for the
bald toggle.
The bald toggle. So here's your fingers. You can figure that out by yourself. I'm not helping you.
That's fine.
There's your thing. This just looks like whatever. And then here's the top of your thing. So you're gonna have your shoulder basically. You have a muscle there technically, but it basically connects like right to your neck. Yeah. By the way, don't take anything I say seriously because I have no idea how anatomy works actually. I've been bullshitting since I started drawing people.
But you're really good at bullshitting. Well, a lot better than I am.
You bullshit enough where you see something that looks bad and you're like, okay, maybe I should look up something. Or you just like look at other people's art enough where you just put stuff somewhere. That's what I do. I look at other people's art enough where I just put stuff places where they put it, and I figure they know what they're doing because their art looks better. Their art looks better than mine. So this is your... Your mouse is so... Every time I have to come over here and do something on your computer, why is your sensitivity so fucking high? Safe for work.png? Oh. God damn it. Your mouse sensitivity, or maybe mine is low. I don't know. Uh-oh. Oh, you have a back and forth for your dad's? Cool.
On the mouse?
No, for your, this is technically... Oh, no, this isn't a reference. This is actually a sheet. You're not using your reference?
No.
You have a reference window.
I don't like the reference window.
I don't... What is wrong with you? God. I have a problem with you. So you just use... You know, it would be smart, but here's the thing. File Packer doesn't work like this, so I can't do it. Okay. Now I have to... Sorry, I have to... fix her. I can fix her. Okay.
Why are you doing it?
Because
are you just trying to look at the...
Because putting the pose on it, you learn how to... Yeah. Yeah, you bullshit long enough, it just kind of happens. Because it's really annoying drawing with it underneath it. Okay.
You're on the wrong layer.
I'm gonna kill myself. Do you want them, like, arched? Or, like, curled?
The
arching?
body?
Yeah. Are we, like, arching it?
It's more of, like, a straight, kind of.
Do you want it dynamic or fucked up?
Dynamic?
Okay, well, tell me which way to arch this dude's back. I almost said
forward.
Forward?
Like,
what do you mean?
This?
Like back? Okay. That's what I mean. Like, yeah, no, like ass out arch or like
ass out.
Or like roly poly arch. Are we twerking or are we like unpopping it?
They said arch it, no balls.
Arch it.
Make them pretty.
Well, yeah. So it's gonna be like this. How? Oh fuck! I have to put the other reference of the character. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do that, so I can just turn it on and off. Okay, so this character is like thick.
Yeah. Like
big boned. So we're gonna. Sorry, I made him kind of look too skinny. We're gonna give him a big back. Not in that way. I mean, like, this dude is thick. Wide. Big bone. Have you not heard that? Big bone. Big bone is when you, like, you just naturally thick like it. You know? You just got... We got big bone. I'm not gonna make it poke out like that, but...
Rib.
Here's the ribs. Because we making it. And I'm like, how flat is this stomach? I can't see over my fucking thing. Are we doing like flat, or do you doing like...
Go on Discord.
Okay. Yes. Do we have more references?
And then click...
That's not the right person.
No, but right below Piers. And then scroll up.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I like this piece.
Yeah.
Scroll up.
They had like 3 other pieces I could...
Okay, cool. Damn. Nice tongue. I have a character like this.
Yeah.
So, wait, this is... I'll just go in the middle. This one's twinkier than the other one. Oh, whatever. I'll just do it. I'll just do whatever. Okay, we're going back. It's
Hispanic jeans, all thighs and ass.
Don't worry.
We worked with enough Hispanic men.
Faye too.
Huh?
Huh?
I don't have Hispanic jeans.
No, but I mean
all thighs and ass.
I meant the other part. Yeah. You ain't got no titties. So here's...
I have titties, you just can't see them past my fat stomach. Silence!
What am I supposed to say, dude? Okay, I don't feel... Thank God So we got our hips out. So you're gonna have your hips like this. This is your back. You're doing a floating... I know you had the legs up, but if we like arching it back this hard, we may not be able to do that. I mean, we can. Hold on. Look. So we gonna do that. You've always been better at drawing clothing. I'm like getting there with drawing clothing, but you've always kind of been better with some of that.
Wait, really?
For a long time.
You're better at clothes.
You were better than me until I started like grinding drawing people and then suddenly got good. I don't know what happened because you're being consorted. I don't know. Why is this light? Did I change the pad? No. Why is this so light?
It's because you've turned on your opacity to 67.
Oh no!
And then when you clicked the color.
Oh my god! And then we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do this. Okay, no.
Break the fucking legs.
Break the leg. And then so the back. I hate drawing backs. I like drawing the top part of the back, and then the bottom part I just like kind of bullshit.
Oh, the hair's covering most of it.
Yeah, you're right. So I don't even have to do any of this crap. Okay, so you're gonna do this, and
I turned off the lamp.
Okay. Here's the hips, so the hips are gonna be like that. And then here's kind of the stomach, but most of this is ribs, and then like the part between the stomach and the ribs that's going in. Maybe. Oh no, ad starts in 5 minutes. Okay, guys, when the ad starts, we're gonna finish the drawing in 5 minutes, so you never see anything else. Okay, and then hold on. Okay, and then we're gonna go back here, and then I already forgot what the dress like thing looks like. Here's where
I can figure out the clothes.
Our big thighs gonna be. We gonna have a fat ass. We have a fat ass, right?
Yeah, they said that they got a fat ass.
Well, sadly, we're not gonna see the fat ass past the clothes, but I'm gonna draw a really fat ass just so you know it's right there. Like, here's. Well, it's not gonna be super fat because this one's bending, so it's not gonna like be like super crazy. Here's our big old thighs. Here's the biggest ass known to man. Here's like a huge ass.
He got the dumpy.
This is you know when what's her face put like a martini cup like holding on the no. Fucking Nicki Minaj did it first to add. So we're gonna put like a martini glass, right? And actually, this hand is gonna be pouring a martini onto the martini glass.
God.
And so here's the knee.
You should draw the character doing that. I'll give you the reference. You just give them like a really.
Do I get 20% of your commission money? Feet. We're gonna have the toes. We're gonna have the toes spread. We're gonna have the toes like that, right?
They got sandals.
Boring. We're gonna have some toe action up in here, right? And then I spend like most of my precious few moments with you I ever get to see you just doing your ass, doing like your art. It's okay.
Yeah.
The dogs are out. I'm gonna draw each individual dog. No, I'm not. But so this leg, this ass is freaking me out. Like it's like kind of distracting because the anatomy like makes me think really differently now. So this, you're actually gonna see this arm probably, or I don't know how you do the hair, but. Look, you're gonna have to fix it.
He's gonna think I'll put the food.
Okay. There's your hands. Don't. I don't even know what's going on with this right now. Oh my god, everybody leave me alone.
Or are you getting messages on your phone?
No, I'm locking in. Okay, I didn't mean it. And then thank y'all for the food. I need to draw more porn. What?
Just quietly, I need to draw more porn.
I haven't in a little bit, and it's making me sad.
You should draw Juniper.
I thought about it. I did, but who am I even gonna draw with?
Whoever you want.
Whoever I want.
Make a not safe for work Patreon just for you to post Juniper shit to.
Then they not safe for work Patreon, but it's just my art.
It's like, it's just your art, so you get all the commission.
It's literally no one else's. Okay, so this leg looks fucked up. I'm gonna fix it, but we're gonna. The ads start in 20 seconds. Goodbye. Goodbye, everybody. I'll see you whenever. I don't know how long the ads are. I'll see you when you're back. This is my stream now.
Still watch slow, like in a corner, but the ads kind of take over.
Oh, so the stream is in the corner.
Yeah.
Still, so you can actually see it, but you can't hear it. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, you can't hear the stream.
I'm drawing this just so I can figure out what's going on, right? We're gonna have ass peeking out.
Ass peeking out?
Ass peeking.
Okay.
The ass is gonna not like that, but
the ads might not be starting.
Did the ads not start?
I don't know. Sometimes OBS says an ad's gonna start and then it doesn't actually start.
Okay. Or maybe.
I know Saribot will usually put in chat that an ad is starting, and Saribot's usually a lot better.
So Saribot didn't say anything, so...
Yeah, Saribot hasn't said anything.
Part of the martini glass is still there. It's just gonna stay
there it goes.
Oh.
Are you reading the Saribot thing?
No, I'm staring at this character really hard.
Yeah.
What I do when I want to cover up stuff that I don't think looks okay is I just, especially if they have wings, I just put the wings over it.
Yeah.
That's my secret. Is that I just... How many points do these wings have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? That's 5, I think. Looks like that is 5. No, it has 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's kind of different.
4.
1, 2, 3. No, because that's where it connects. It's different in both. So, what we're going to do is we're going to do 4. We're going to say it's 4 and just pray. So then you can just get rid of all this crap. You don't even have to, all this time I spent drawing it, don't need it. Don't need any of it. It's literally all garbage. And then Here's the thing. These wings have a very interesting shape. So
I'll figure out the wings. It was mostly just the body I was struggling.
yeah, well, now I'm doing everything. So fuck you. Also, your ear is probably gonna be like that. There's your ear. And your eyes are gonna be freaking fucked up. Your eyes are gonna be freaked out. Your eyes are gonna be freaking freaked. You won't even see those eyes. Here's your nose. Your nose is gonna poke out. You're not gonna see the bottom at all. Here's, oh fuck, this arm. I hate drawing arms like this. I'm gonna be honest. It freaks me out. It makes me freaky. It makes me so freaky and faz freaked.
Yeah.
I'm so faz freaking out right now. The FNAF was the friends we found
on the way.
Found. Is that my hat?
Yeah.
Can you warm it up for me?
I guess so.
I feel like hot air. How muscular. I mean, I don't know. We pretty. I literally said big boned earlier, but it's like there's like a difference. You're gonna see the back of the arm, so we're gonna see that probably. I think these arms are too. This one's too thick. Too thick. And then, yeah, that's gonna go over. This is gonna go over like that. And then we're gonna freaking McFreak everywhere. We're gonna start getting McFreaky.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck.
Okay.
Hold on. It's not finished.
I'll
Let me
take
flip
it from here.
Let me flip it. Okay. Now I'm gonna fix everything. Control. Fuck. We're gonna McFreaking. Freak it. Okay.
I know people hate to see me coming because I don't flip my art.
Yeah, I only recently started doing it, and it's improved all my humanoid art 10 billion%. So I think you should start doing it.
Uh-huh.
Oh, fuck me, I guess. You fucking whore. You're not gonna take my advice. Now, if you wanted this to be really freaky... Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you wanted to, like, be, like, really perspective-y, you can do this.
Yeah, that's what I was doing a lot earlier.
Yeah, and then you can take... That made the leg look weird.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to fix it again. This, and do that.
You're doing, like, exactly what I was doing earlier, too.
Well, yeah, that's the way you do
was the best way to force perspective.
And then this would actually go in, I think. Now, this fucking leg really should be, like, right here. If we're, like, spreading them. But...
Oh, they're not being spread.
Well, I know they're not being spread, but it's just, like...
That sounds...
This is a safe for work stream. Even though I've said we've drawn like the fattest ass known to man. Well, that's safe for work. Having a fat ass isn't a crime. This knee is actually gonna be like right here. Are we actually. Fuck, I fucking hate myself. I come home after work and I just start working again by spending an hour editing my girlfriend's art.
I just needed help with the ass.
Yeah, well,
and
when
you're redlining the whole
here's the
body.
thing. Whenever you ask me to help you with a person, it turns into this. So you should have really expected it. You should have expected it 100%. I hope this is entertaining. I think the ad break stopped.
It did.
I'm so stupid. Foot Clan is no more. This is now your new thing. Here's your new knee. Here is your new underleg. And then here's your new toes. It's going to be under your thing. There we go. You don't even have to draw the sandal. And then...
Girl asking for that overtime pay.
Don't worry, I just worked a 10-hour shift already. And I probably will be working 10-hour shifts for the rest of the week until they get my relief, actually.
Until they figure their shit out.
Yeah, it's kind of pissing me off a little bit. But you know what? If they fix it by, like, you know... If they fix it before I start, like, wanting to, like, die, then I'll be fine. But if they don't, then I'm gonna be like, Vanessa, you lied to me.
You said Vanessa, now I could think of
Vanessa. Yeah, those fucking FNAF. I said, the way I said it made me think of the FNAF name too. I'm so sorry.
But Vanessa, my ass is so fat, it's just waking the guards.
But Vanessa, I'm tired. I'm so tired. Vanessa, please. But Vanessa, I want to fucking McCrill myself. This leg is actually going to be really tiny. It's going to be up in there. No. We're not crushing his balls yet.
Okay.
Okay, there you go. I'm tired of it.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, I've got it from here.
Are you sure? What's in here?
Reese's animal crackers.
You notice yesterday when I came and got the file for that cat, I kind of ate half of Reese's Pieces.
Oh, did you?
Did you not even notice?
No.
They were like over here. Oh. And it was like halfway full. And then I just started eating them and I was like, damn, these are good. And I kept eating them. I'm like, maybe I should leave them in here for Faye because I bought them for Faye. This is my pay.
This is your pay. Ow! You pinched the piss out of my jaw, ma'am.
Sorry.
That hurt.
I'll tell you to pinch mine, but it's first.
Yeah.
I'm sucking dick.
Who's dick you sucking?
Yours? While you're sleeping.
While I'm sleeping. Okay. Move. Go get changed out of your work clothes, ma'am.
You like my sexy barista outfit? It's not even sexy. I'm wearing like long pants. I need to get a long sleeve black shirt.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I considered stealing yours, and I was like,
You can.
I can. Do you like my clip for my burn sleeves and my cut gloves that I will never use?
Yeah.
Because I work as a fucking barista and not inside. But honestly, these would keep me warm.
Yeah. But no, you can wear that tight one because I don't like the way it rolls up on me when I'm moving.
Ooh. Oh, these are actually pretty nice.
Yeah.
I may just wear them. They can't get mad at me for wearing my PPE.
No.
So. They still didn't give me a fucking thermometer though, so I can't tip my milk, even though they
Can't tip your milk?
tip.
Oh, temp your milk.
We have to do tip logs, and half of the baristas said it. Why is everybody here?
Oh.
You smell like soap.
Because you got a bath today.
You smell soapy. Did you get into something? I heard you were a little asshole. I heard you got in a trash can.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Because I was looking for her frantically because she wasn't running to the door this morning. And I was like, oh, God. I was like, she's either stuck in a room. Oh, that's cute. I was like, she's stuck in a room or maybe she got outside when you left. And I was like, oh, it's so cold. She's going to be outside in the cold weather. And then I find her in the fucking trash. The trash is laying on the side, on the ground.
Was it
and
locked this morning? Because I didn't put it.
I don't think I locked it last.
Unlocked.
Yeah, but she had knocked it over, and she was the only one in it too. She was inside the trash eating it, and then the pork bones.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have any meat on them, but they were dragged out across the floor too.
Yeah.
So.
They smelled like food.
Yeah.
She needs her claws clipped too.
She needs her claws clipped.
Where's the clippies?
I don't think they're on my table.
No, I think they're still in the bathroom. Yeah, you little whore.
For context, we're talking about our newest addition to the cat family. Is our little cat. She's a little shithead. Okay. Yeah. I need to take that over to Dad. Okay. So my posing wasn't too bad, actually. Hello, Cora. All right. Hello. Right. We'll get back to our regularly scheduled horror story time while I continue working on this.
So, who was that?
Okay.
So I had some weird stuff happen last night. I took my 2 dogs for walks. I normally walk Finn toward the park where I've had these sorts of experiences, and I walk Booger the other direction toward downtown.
Booger.
On my walk with Finn, about a block away in the direction that I was headed, I saw 3 or 4 deer calmly walking toward the park. Most nights where something weird happens to me, it always starts like this too. The deer seemed completely unbothered by me as I approached. They kept walking toward the park but stopped every few steps to sort of look back at me, as if they sort of wanted me to follow them. Then, as Finn and I reached where the deer were, I noticed about 10 or more other deer waiting as well. They all start walking together calmly, but still looking back at me every few feet. On my way toward the park, I then smell the stench of just rotting meat. I know that smell very well, as I used to be a butcher, and it was strong, like someone plugged my nostrils with rotting ground meat or something. At the same time I smelled the stench, I also get the chills. Finn's hair also stands up, and he begins to get more nervous. I can feel the air around me getting colder as well. As we continue walking, I look down an alleyway that cuts the block in half, and if you would walk down that dark alley...
Oh, hi, Mrs. Ashley. Welcome in.
Oh my god, let me exit. I fucking hate the TikTok live function, because once you accidentally get in one, it is literally impossible to get the fuck out.
Yeah. Hi, we're listening to horror stories.
Okay. Have you noticed her meows gotten deeper?
Yeah.
Like she's not as squeaky, and I thought she was sick, but it just stays.
Her, yeah, her kitten voice is slowly going away. She's definitely getting bigger too.
Yeah, she's definitely getting bigger.
It doesn't feel like it, but then you can see it in her face sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
She was purring in the bath earlier. It was really funny.
Yeah, she purrs in the bath. And she purrs when you're doing this.
Yeah. She just purrs a lot.
She purrs whenever you touch her.
Yeah.
She likes the attention. Hi, Lobster, you're next.
It would spot you out where I eventually walk back home. I was 2 blocks away from the park, and when you reach the park, you can either turn around and walk back down the same road, or you can continue into the park, or you can continue on the road, which turns left. Looking down that alleyway, you are looking at the part of the road that continues left, which is the way that I take every night on my way back home. And what I saw, I tried to convince myself wasn't real. Or maybe I just saw something else and my brain tried to convince me that it was this. In any case, a large, muscular, pale, hairless creature that was moving fast was now in my view. So fast that I could barely see it. I saw the motion down the alley about 2 blocks away. The exit of the alley on that side, it has a street light directly above it, and it definitely wasn't standing still. It was moving, and it was moving fast. The only reason I'm positive what I saw wasn't a deer, or something normal, is because of something that I saw later that night that I'll share soon. It was with my walk with Booger. It solidified that what I saw was something that I wasn't supposed to.
Do you need me to hold her for a second?
In the meantime, I convinced myself that I was making stuff up and just being weak. As we approached the tree line of the park, the large group of deer moved to the side of the street where the neighborhood is. But while I'm on the side with the tree line, I noticed something in the clearing. A lone deer separate from the large group across the street, staring directly at me. I have my flashlight pointed at him, and I even hung up my call with my wife to use my phone to take a video of this moment. This lone deer doesn't even have micro movements from breathing, though. The other deer across the street were constantly readjusting, but this one wasn't moving. It was like a statue. You might be thinking to yourself, oh yeah, deer do that with bright lights shining at them. Deer in headlights always act like that. But Finn, he starts to pull very hard and acts anxiously, nearly knocking me over. I turn to look across the street towards the large group of deer for at most 3 seconds before quickly turning around to face the lone deer again. And in those 3 seconds, that lone deer is easily 30 feet closer to me, still not moving, staring directly at me. And at that, I felt weird. I felt unsafe. I mean, I've lived in rural Iowa my whole life. I am and always have lived outdoors. But this didn't feel normal, and I was scared. I back away while shining my light at this thing, and once I get a block or so away, he finally turns around and calmly walks into the tree line. The whole way home, I feel like I'm being stalked, though. Not just watched, but like something is following me. Now, I went home and I sat for a bit and tried to talk myself into believing that it was all just coincidence.
Yeah.
After nearly 20 minutes, I started to walk Booger, my smaller chi mix. The entire walk was nice and pretty enjoyable, actually.
He's just a guy.
I had my earbuds in and was talking to my wife about what I saw in a joking way. Like, man, I just completely scared myself for no reason at all. At the end of the walk, I turned to go around our alleyway, and as I leave from the garage on our walks, I stopped speaking from what I saw on the opposite end of the alley, and my wife heard me stop. I want to preface this by saying that I did not have any substances, including alcohol, for weeks up to this point. The most I ever do in that apartment is a few beers, or occasionally I'll use some weed to ease anxiety if life is getting hard. But I have no mental conditions that will cause me to hallucinate. The most I have is a personality disorder resulting from trauma that I've been overcoming quickly this last year. But what I saw were 2 large, muscular, pale, hairless creatures walking like apes at the end of the alley. The same thing that I could have sworn I thought I saw with Finn. This time, though, not going fast.
Favorite fragrance? God, it's gonna sound so cliche for
cheeks. Rain. Fresh rain. Before it rains. I like doing rain smells because I'm a fucking stupid little ape. Little ape brain.
I hate rain smells.
I'm a little stupid little ape.
I actually hate rain smells. No, I was gonna say I'm gonna sound stereotypical for a gay person. I like fruity smells. I like citruses and fruit.
She like the smell of that pussy. That's fruity smell to a girl. That like girls.
No. Like I love like smells that have like orange in it and mango and lemon. I love those kinds of smells.
Bend the back more. Bend the back more.
Bend
That little squinch right there, unsquinch it and make it go suck inwards because we're sucking in. We're bending the back. You see little rib cage, go in, go back out. There's the hips. Yeah? No. Absolutely. You had the first part right. Do the first part and then no, in a little bit, in a little like out. No, out. Out, in, back out. Out. Not that bad. We're gonna go out with a curve.
Out. In.
And then no, we're gonna go in a little bit more than that. And then you're gonna pinch out like there's a triangle. The hips are a triangle. So when you're going in, that's the stomach getting like sucked inwards because of the way they're bending, and then the pinched inwards as on the hips. The back is like rounder than that because you got the back of your rib cage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then your midline of the back, yeah. And then your midline of the back is kind of in the middle, but you won't see most of that. So, okay, the chest.
Herb up here. I don't know what herb up here.
Your shoulder is still way too far away from you.
Way too far away?
Yeah. Like your shoulder and that arm has to go way more in. No, that's fine. What you do is select your shoulder and your top arm. Just select it. No, not the top arm. Select the shoulder and the bicep and the back. And go all the way to, yep, right there. And then, no. Wait for my instructions. Hit control. Hit Command T.
Command T.
Hold control. Hold control.
Uh-huh.
Now you see the middle bottom square?
Uh-huh.
Go, yeah. Mm-hmm. A little bit more. More. No, not that way. Up, diagonal, up. Northwest. 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock. You know how to read a clock, right? 10 o'clock. Mm-hmm. Yes, pull it out. Make the arm longer. Up a little bit more. Squinch. And then see that middle one on the right?
This one?
Pull it out. Not that much. No. Okay. Okay, here, okay. And then Command D.
Command D.
Deselect.
What the
Command
fuck?
deselect.
I don't use command.
No, you go so fuck. That's why you fucking draw so slow because you don't use any. Okay, so here, go back. Okay, so you're gonna make me kill myself. And then here's the thing with that. It's gonna have a little close enough. So then you select that little. No, you could have kept that skin fold. What the fuck are you doing? Okay, select that little the chest and stomach area, right? And then remember what I told you. Control T, and then hold control, and then you pull it up to the thing. And then you pull that one up a little bit. Not that one, the other one. The bottom left, or bottom right. Bottom right. And then you switch it just a little bit. So,
this way?
No, up 10 o'clock again. We're going 10. Good enough, yeah. Do it right there. Okay. And then you see the part that goes in right from where the leg things?
Yeah.
That's a triangle. So you want to draw a little line, nigga. You want to draw, no, fucking, I'm going to fucking make you kill yourself, dude. Oh my god. So see where it goes in from the chest? And where it goes in? That is a triangle. Now the triangle curves towards the back. So curve it towards the back. Yes! Holy fuck. God, that's why I sit in the chair for 10 hours. Okay.
Kit Kat says hi.
Hi.
The YouTube drama connoisseur is my girlfriend.
Now I've been dubbed June Pieta's girlfriend or whatever. So... How you doing?
Yeah.
So... There you go.
Don't talk to
Don't
you.
ask me for anything for the rest of the night.
Yeah, technically correct, yeah. In a way. I don't know if we have that brand in America.
What brand?
Zerjoff Herba Pura. I don't know. Because I think you said you're in Russia, right? So I don't know if we've got that here.
No, probably not.
I do have a like strawberries and cream smell though. I'm very picky when it comes to strawberries scents though, because usually a lot of like companies don't do strawberry right, so it smells so gross. It smells so chemically. But this one actually has like a proper like fruity strawberry smell to it. So I really like it. Possibly. And then there's a candle that I really like. It's called Sugared Lemon. And oh my god, dude. I could like live in that smell. It's so good. But yeah, most of my like wax melts and everything are all gonna be like fruity smells and shit. Hi, Asami. Are you gonna try and sit up here with us? Come on. Come on, Asami. Sit with her. Or not. She's so close to being able to sit with Olive.
Much closer, and it felt intentional. I saw them walk across the street very slowly.
I just noticed that the ad break started, and I started playing the video again.
Damn.
So, let me pause the video. So when you say like the triangle, do you mean like this, basically, above the ass, where it's kind of like a little triangle above the ass?
No, I'm talking about the triangle that is the hips. I'm not talking about that.
Hips?
The triangle above the ass? What the fucking triangle above the ass?
I don't know. Some people like where like the back and then like the top of the.
No. That. It looks freaky. You see on their sides of the reference how they have triangles right there.
Yeah, the hip dips. Yeah.
You can.
I'm used to the hip dips in the front, but not the back. So I think that's what was really confusing me too.
The hip dips go around the entire body.
Well, I know they do, but my
hips are circular.
Do you know how many times I've drawn shit from the back?
Not enough.
Not enough. Exactly. Ad breaks over. Back to the horror stories.
Staring directly at me, and these were definitely not deer. They didn't have long faces like deer. They didn't have fur or tails. They didn't walk like deer. They weren't slender like a deer. And my first thought, honestly, was that I was looking at two hairless male lions in the middle of Iowa, of all places. I stood there, though, paralyzed with fear, even well after they had left my sight. 15 seconds or so later,
Oh, he just
I
loafed
finally
beside
get the
you.
courage to walk with the few feet into the garage, and when I take my first step, I then see a third one, slowly sort of meandering across the street, staring at me. Booger noticed him too and started growling. I ran to the door and watched the garage shut all the way, and the entire night, Finn, he just sat at that bedroom door, seemingly guarding it.
Yeah.
I've never seen him do that before. He sat staring at that door all night. Booger stared at the windows all night, and he never does that either. This all happened to me yesterday, and quite honestly, I don't know what to think about it. So I was in my apartment about a month or maybe 2 months ago. My roommate just texted me and told me that he was going to head on to work, and about 5 minutes after that, I get up from my desk. I have a gaming PC that's barely holding itself together, and go toward the kitchen for a refill on my coffee. I leave my room and I'm coming down the hall toward the kitchen and the entrance to my place, when I see a shadow being cast onto the rug at the entrance from someone standing in my kitchen. I even hear someone moving around the silverware, forks, butter knives, that kind of thing. My first thought was my roommate hasn't left just yet, and I say, "Hey man, you still here?" and continue walking towards the kitchen and the entrance. The whole time there's sounds of like a chain jingling and a buzzing sound sort of. I round the corner expecting to see him, but when I do, no one is in my kitchen. So my second thought is that it must have been my dog. It roams free in the apartment and has his harness on, so maybe it was him shaking her clothes or something. It roams free in the apartment and has this harness on, so maybe it was shaking clothes. I wait a second for the dog to come out the other side of the kitchen, but after about 5 seconds, I'm becoming very puzzled. With furrowed eyebrows and a confused frown on my face, I lean in to look out of the peephole on the door to see what's going on outside of my apartment door, and I still hear the jingling chain and the footsteps, almost like someone was walking a large dog past my front door. Whatever it is that's happening, I don't see anyone though, so I assume it's something happening out of view out there, and I just sort of shrug my shoulders and oh well, right? But here's the weird part. I turn around and am immediately faced with what I'm going to describe as a grey, leaning around the corner with one 3-fingered hand touching the wall. It looks insubstantial, but like it's made of smoke or fog. I gasp and take a step back, and it ducks back around the corner without a sound. I start saying things like, "It's okay, you can come out, I won't hurt you, and I'm sorry, you just startled me." Of course, there's no reply. I up and inspect the corner where I saw it, and there isn't enough room for someone to stand there and peek around, much less to hide from someone coming into the apartment.
I think everything on
like
a
4
cat
inches
gets
of clearance
itches.
between the edge and the TV.
You see them always
unless
fucking
someone was
licking
like 2
themselves,
inches
dude.
wide, he just wouldn't fit there. And look, I know as well as you that it sounds crazy as heck, but I swear that it's the truth of what happened.
No nut.
Maybe it's stress and I hallucinated it. Completely possible. Maybe I'm actually sick and need medication.
He's
for some
mad
kind
that
of
you took his
chemical
nuts.
imbalance. I mean, I don't want to be a schizophrenic, but it's possible, right? And yes, before you ask,
Check Amazon.
before that and every single night since, I see things out of the corner of my eye. But when I turn to look,
the tag's still on the way.
there's nothing there.
I was like, everything
Not once
did,
have
and I was like,
felt
oh yeah, the
threatened or
tag.
afraid. I remember watching this
The
YouTube
tag had
video
to
about
be
lizard
made
beak
first, so it
biting
hadn't
wardrobe
shipped
malfunctions on live
for a bit.
TV. I know it's probably all bunk, but I enjoy a good conspiracy theory as much as the next guy. It's entertainment. But I really just don't want to be the crazy guy.
Saw me?
I watched this video and honestly didn't have a single thing on my mind. When I looked at it again. I just recall that was what I was doing when it started. I figure that I'm probably going to get a bunch of people probably doubting things and saying hateful stuff, and I can't help that or how I feel. The only thing that I can do is just try to be honest with the world and with myself. I may be cracking it, who knows, but this is what happened. I swear on it.
She just looks dumb.
Yeah.
I know I'm going
Last year, I, an 18-year-old female, was living in a very
Poor
rural
Sonny.
town in the middle of the mountains. Most small western towns only have one road that goes into the big city. Our road in particular was about 50 miles of empty highway, surrounded only by cliffs, fields, and occasionally a farm. At the very entrance to this road, once you enter the city, is a
I feel like
huge
Cora's
truck
been
stop
gaining
or
weight
gas
a bit
station
too.
that is always packed.
I don't know why, because we feed
Now,
them the
my
same
mum and I were going back home after a midnight
Maybe
showing
they should
of
have a
whatever
little less
movie
dry
we had
food in the
decided
morning.
to see, and as per usual, we stopped to fill up on gas and get a drink for the long drive home. As we were leaving, I vaguely noticed a dingy older Jeep pull out at the same time that we did, but of course I didn't take much notice of it. It wasn't weird at all that somebody would be leaving at the same time as us.
I don't know.
As we started down the pitch black road, the Jeep kept a steady pace behind us. Again, not weird. Until
She turned
him
back
flying
around.
past us before disappearing behind a hill. Mum and I just sort of scoffed at it. We were going
I still have
60,
your
but
pen.
when people knew the
We've
roads
just
well,
traded
they
art
often drove
pens.
them at close to 100 at least, even at night.
When you were
Eventually,
drawing.
though, we came up to the Jeep from before, and it was pulled over, but the back half of the vehicle was in the road, and what was clearly a man's arm was waving at the window, gesturing for us to pull over. Of course, we just pass it. The man flies past us once more and pulls over again. He does this once more, and my mum and I begin to get very nervous at this point. After passing him for the third time, he flies up and begins tailgating us. He's driving so close now that we can't actually see his headlights in the rearview mirror, and he's honking his horn every so often, waving his arm for us to pull over. He carries on with this for another 30 minutes. Mum and I are terrified. She's white-knuckling the wheel. I'm holding a pocket knife to make myself feel better. I swore at my mum for the first time that night, begging her not to pull over. If you've ever seen the movie Rest
White
Stop,
was not
then
the
that is all
way
that was
I
going
expected
through
you
my
to go.
mind. The road is a complete dead zone for service, so we couldn't call the police or anyone for that matter. And the picture of us dead or worse on the side of the empty road was the only thing that I could think about. But just as suddenly as it had all started, it ended. The man slammed on his brakes, turned around, and just went back. The ride home was eerily silent, and I ended up sleeping in my mum's room out of fear. The next morning, we had a discussion and came to the conclusion that he had seen two lone women traveling at night and thought that we'd be easy pickings, which he would have been right, to be honest. Some people suggest that he had seen us drop money or a receipt at the gas station and wanted to be a good Samaritan. Personally, I think that's ridiculous. Nobody following two women home in such an aggressive manner has good intentions. We moved out of town a few months later for unrelated reasons, but just before we did, the same car was reported following a group of 4 men on their way to work. So, maybe he just likes to scare people? Either way, that night was easily one of the scariest that I've ever had. I would like to share with you an encounter that I had in September of 2012 in a French woods. I'm not sure of the name of the forest, but I'm still haunted by this creepy encounter, and I'm having a hard time accepting that I'm unable to know exactly what this creature was. So, I was 20 and I was in an old small truck with an old friend, a 55-year-old who was the driver. I was sitting in the passenger place on the right side of the truck. The truck was really old, and I remember that we couldn't go faster than like 30 or 40 kilometers an hour. We were driving from Normandy, and we took only the very small road in order to stop anywhere that we wanted to visit this old church at, or an abandoned house, or a German fortification, etc. In other words, we weren't in any real rush. We were expecting to arrive, though, at our destination, a house that belonged to friends of mine, at around 3 in the morning. But we were late, and it was 3 a.m. when we entered a huge dark forest in the night. We were driving slowly in the woods on a straight small road. The old lights of the truck were some kind of blinking yellow, and at one point, I saw some very black humanoid outlines on the left side of the road. It was a very clear outline too, because it was the light of the truck that sort of outlined it. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have been able to see it, but the creature was on 2 legs as a biped would walk, no tail, and at first I really couldn't see any arms. As we were slowly approaching the creature, though, I saw it turning its head in our direction. We were silent in the truck, saying no words. My friend was just driving, and I was wondering if I was hallucinating. We slowly drive in its direction, and it started to cross the road as it was staring at us. It had huge yellow eyes, a bit like an owl. It was around maybe 2 meters high. We almost were at its level, and I remember fearing that if I opened my truck door, that it would probably grab me. I saw its arms sort of swinging along its thin black hairy body. It had hair all over its body as well. I saw its outline as we approached it, but it arrived on the other side of the road and suddenly stopped, turned in our direction, still staring at me or us. A few seconds later, we passed it, and I didn't move my head, just looking at the right rearview mirror, seeing that it was still staring at our truck, letting us drive away from it. My friend and I didn't say a word, and maybe about half an hour later, we drive out of the dark woods, and I said something like, "Well, weird things do happen in the woods." And my friend was suddenly extremely nervous, saying, "Yeah, did you see that? What the heck was that?" We talked about it, and he saw the same thing as me. He thought that he was hallucinating because we were very tired, but no, we both saw that thing in the woods. Today, he's in his 60s and I'm in my 30s, and we are both still really haunted by whatever this thing was. We talk about it every time that we meet each other. He is particularly marked by the intelligence in its big yellow eyes. I'm an urbexer since like 2004. I visited the catacombs of Paris every few 2 months. I saw weird stuff during my explorations, but I've never feared anything like this. This, whatever it was, it honestly scares me. One day I actually found a picture on the internet. Sadly, I didn't find the artist and there was no context, but whatever it was, it looked a lot like what we saw that night, except for the eyes. The creature that I saw had big round yellow eyes, but apart from that, it was pretty much the spitting image. So when I was a kid, maybe 6 or 7, this was the mid-1990s, we took a family trip to the beach in Florida. We were staying in a beach house a short walking distance from the beach. We went to the beach and I was supposed to stay inside of my mother, but I wandered way down and before I knew it, I was lost. A lot of the houses looked the same and I really wasn't sure which one was ours, plus I couldn't see my mum anywhere. It started to rain and I came to a path that I was pretty sure led back to our house, only it didn't lead to a house at all, but instead to a parking lot. There was a big dirty van parked there. It was the only vehicle around. I was about to turn back when I noticed an overweight woman with brown hair, a hot pink tank top, and those sort of big clunky thick glasses that were popular in the 80s, waving and smiling at me from the passenger seat of the van. She said something like, "Oh my, it's raining. Where's your mummy? Let us take care of you. It's dangerous to be out here in the rain. You could get struck by lightning." She was very friendly, almost overly so in fact. In the driver's seat was a very overweight man without a shirt on, a hairy grey chest and some clunky looking gold chain. He was also wearing yellow tinted Elvis shades and staring at me intently. He was smoking a cigarette, which I knew was bad. The woman stepped out of the van and kneeled down to me. She asked me how old I was. When I told her, she gleefully remarked, "Oh my, we have 2 boys your age at our house. You should come over and spend the night. We've got movies, Nintendo, and in the morning we've got all types of cereal." Now, I had been taught all about stranger danger, but at this point in my life, no adult had ever given me any reason not to trust them. The lady continued talking about stuff like how the boys have go-karts and that they like to drink chocolate milk. She made it seem very enticing for a 7-year-old kid, and at this point, I trusted her. I mostly liked the idea of getting to play with some kids my age. Then I remembered that I needed to ask my mum first. I told her this, and she told me that that was no problem, that they lived just up the road. My mum shouldn't mind. It started raining harder, and she opened the sliding door of the van and said something like, "Now let's get you out of this rain and go find your mummy." I knew logically that I really shouldn't do this, but the woman seemed really nice, and I was desperately wanting to get out of the rain. As I walked toward the open door of the van, I noticed an awful stench that almost made me gag. This set off alarm bells in my head that something just wasn't right. There were cigarette butts all over the floor. I looked up at the fat man who was not only staring at me with this menacing glare, but he had this really creepy sort of toothy smile, and his teeth were stained a really dark yellow. I could pick up on a very messed up vibe from him, and I knew now that I should run, but the woman was ushering me to hurry up and get in. Her demeanor had changed now, and she was being very demanding and trying to literally push me into the van. She sounded angry and said, "Get in already," in a tone that was the complete opposite of how she sounded before. I jumped to the side and started running as fast as I could. The woman managed to grab my arm or wrist, but somehow I was able to quickly break free and run back to the beach. I think she tried to chase me, but like I said, she was really overweight. I made it back to my mum, who was freaking out. I tried to explain what had happened to me, but I just don't think that at 7 years old, I was able to convey the gravity of what had actually happened to me, and I didn't fully understand it myself. Needless to say, my mum never let me out of her view again after that. Just over 10 years ago, I was dating my first ever girlfriend. We had just gone public and came out to our parents officially. At the time I was 15 and she was 16, if memory serves. Both of us lived in pretty good households and went on to an accepting school. However, for whatever reason, when we went public, we had secretly dated for 2 years prior to that, she went fully off the deep end for our final year together. I'll quickly mention that she was really abusive throughout our entire relationship. I just got out of an extremely abusive relationship, so I had a hard time recognizing the danger that I was in. It felt normal, I guess, but it got particularly bad this one night when she snapped, I guess. I'm hesitant to attribute her behavior solely to a psychotic breakdown, because, quite honestly, I think that she was an evil person. So, to summarize the lead up to this quickly, she had recently, within about 5 months leading up to this, told me that she had 7 souls living within her, all of which hated me. They were all men from Victorian era or something, and she apparently had lost herself to these men, and as each one emerged, she would abuse me in a unique sort of way. I'm going to give them aliases, as this should help with understanding it all, even though they're not real. I'm still afraid of her and them, I guess. But Duke liked to choke me in my sleep. Harold hit me. Han would try to cut me with knives when I was sleeping. Theo would ignore me, silent treatment. Gerald would force himself on me while sleeping. Tim would pick apart my appearance and bully me. But Alex was the worst, and the entity that I had to deal with the most towards the end. Alex was the present one this evening. He'd play Paranormal Activity and torment me with the creepiest stuff that you'd ever seen. For instance, he would sing in the corner of the room in the dark. He would mutter to himself constantly. He would smile at me while saying things like, "You'll die soon," or "You don't have to fear me when I'm unarmed." He was into knives and sharp things. He never self-harmed, but would try to harm me regularly. He also convinced me that if I ever left him, that he would kill me. I was 15 and I believed it. Now, you may be wondering at this point where our parents were in all of this. Well, my parents had just freshly divorced and custody was being settled. I stayed at my partner's place on the weekends and during some weekdays due to it being safer. Things were just really messed up in my own household that it genuinely seemed safer at the time. This is also where my hesitancy comes in with the legitimacy of their psychosis. Whenever their parents were around, they'd just snap out of it, literally like a light switch. They could turn the crazy off and on like it was nothing, which makes me think that they did this with the intention of harming me, not as a cry for help. Anyway, fast forward to the afternoon that it happened, my final straw. We were downstairs, Alex, or my girlfriend, and myself, watching TV. Their parents were going to be out for the whole day, and upstairs was their older sibling, who was a complete hermit, kept to their room with soundproof headphones on, in fact. And well, Alex also hated this person for no real reason. I was sitting at the downstairs kitchen table working on some homework when I hear Alex start humming in the corner like usual. I turn around and ask if they're okay, but they do the creepy smile and nod thing. I went into freeze mode and just went back to my homework while keeping a close but discreet eye on them. It always got bad for me when I reacted, but I had a feeling that they were about to have a violent outburst for some reason. They started walking over to the kitchen, still humming, but there was a shake in their voice that I hadn't heard before. I looked up slowly and saw that they were taking a large paring knife out of the knife block. I remember my adrenaline started to kick in and I looked around for ways to defend myself. To my surprise, they started walking away from me, not towards me. I watched them walk down the hallway and towards the stairs before they exclaimed, "I'm going to kill you," I presume to their sibling. Something came over me at this point, and before I knew it, I was booking it up the stairs and trying to stop them as they started running, knife in hand, up the stairs. I grabbed their pant leg and pulled them down a few steps. We both collapsed as their sibling opened their bedroom door. It was a ways away because it was a huge house, and asked what was going on. Alex, at this point, turned around and struck me with the knife, leaving a huge gash on my arm and shoulder. I retreated back downstairs as they calmly called out to their sibling, "Nothing, just tripped. I'm okay, thanks." I ran to the kitchen downstairs, texted my parents to come and get me, and started cleaning and bandaging my arm as best as I could. Alex returned at this point, and as soon as we made eye contact, they dropped the knife, walked into the kitchen, sat on the floor, and started singing to themselves while rocking back and forth. I was stunned, literally going into shock. I stared at them, bloody tissues in hand, and informed them that I was done with all of this and was going to wait outside for my parents. They began crying through the song that they were singing, still smiling like a maniac. But I never went back after that. I broke up with them over the phone about a week later. They sobbed and told me that they'd get rid of their souls and that she still loved me, but I didn't listen, just hung up, and that was that. She even dropped out of school, which meant that I literally never saw her again after that.
Just because this guy is like particularly boring.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm listening to one of these crime psychology things, and I don't really. Here's the thing: crime psychology. I'm about to start fucking yapping. Crime psychology is kind of bogus. Like a lot of the people who do it on YouTube, it's especially like body language and stuff like that. A lot of it is kind of trash science.
Mm-hmm.
And shouldn't really take into effect that people are guilty of that. So there's a good amount of crime psychologists on now that kind of like have gone away from that and have mostly gone to describing cases. But here's the thing, they make these long videos where, like, a good portion of their video is just uneditedly, like, playing just the interrogation or playing, like, people who are, like, talking in the case or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't really like listening to them, because most of the time you're just listening to an interrogation straight up without any commentary, which is kind of fucking boring. Like, I used to when I needed noise, but I got so bored of them. They're so fucking boring.
Yeah.
But some people, they talk more over them, so I can actually stand them. But I was listening, he was playing, like, this thing, and this lady had the weirdest accent I've ever heard in my life. Like, sometimes she sounds Irish, and sometimes she sounds American, and sometimes she sounds Hispanic, and she just looks like, she looks white. She looks like she's from Texas. Apparently, they're in Germany. I'm like, what the fuck? This isn't, her accent isn't really German. It's so weird. They're freaking me out. Anyway, because I would, you know, it was like uncanny. I guess.
Anyways. I'm just over here, like, taking reference pictures for this piece. Like, my hand and my foot and shit. Because I don't draw feet.
Pics?
Where?
Send them to me. I need to buy new headphones, because my headphones are going out.
They're going out.
Yeah, sometimes the audio will just cut out, and I'm just like, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Because they're not old. I just bought you. Like, you remember when I bought these? I bought these at GameStop.
Yeah.
Like, here. So, I don't know. I don't know if the cat chewed on them or what.
It's probably because you always throw them down, too.
Yeah, I do have them on the ground, so I'm...
They're always, like, whenever I see them, they're just, like, sprawled across the fucking ground.
So they could have been chewed on.
Or just have been tossed to the ground hard enough. I don't know. She's so tiny. Hi, Cora. She's gonna see Olive and get so mad.
Yeah.
Hey, Cora. Cora. Hi, baby. Cora. Hi. You got some eye crusties. Come here.
She always has eye crust.
Come here. Let me see your eye, woman. Crusties be gone. Oh, she's about to try to jump in my lap, but Olive is here. Oh, she's gonna get so mad.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh. Cora.
Cora.
She didn't get mad.
She looked at me, narrowed her eyes, and put her ears back. What, do you hate me that much, Cora? Stop narrowing your eyes at me.
Cora.
I'm calling you. Lobster thinks every cat's name is his name.
Oh no. Oh no.
She's too busy being mad at me. Oh. This is...
Oh.
Cora. She just blinks at me.
Where are you going, Olive? Right back.
She doesn't sit in my lap like that. Whenever I have her over here, she just keeps trying to crawl on my desk.
Do you sit crisscross?
Yeah.
Or like this? Like I do? Because she has a spot to sit that's not actually on my legs.
Yeah.
And she seems to like that. I don't know. She also likes to curl up on your chest if you're laying back.
All the cats do that, but I don't lay back like that.
Yeah.
Like, being too far from my screen makes me uncomfortable.
I do that usually, like, if I need to relax from gaming.
I do that when I'm, like, watching a video, but then I'm usually eating.
Yeah. She's purring.
Years later, though, I found out that she's dating this friend of hers that I also was familiar with as a teenager. Then found out that she was cheating on me with them for the entire time her and I dated. I've tried to feel bad for her for years, but honestly, I'm still healing from the several attempts at my life. And it's hard to feel bad for an abuser like that, let alone someone who attacks you with a knife. Anyway, it's good to get this off my chest. I've been in therapy for this recently, and I wanted to share it to kind of reflect on it also, I guess. If you have any questions or need any clarification, then do let me know. Be careful out there who you date, and if you see red flags, then please take them seriously, because otherwise you'll end up like I did. I'm really not even sure where to begin with this. I just wanted somewhere to talk about this with people who won't think that I'm crazy. I work at a school or daycare, and I swear to you that there's a demon in it, or possibly several. As someone who has never had a for certain paranormal experience, this has been a hard pill to swallow. My belief was always more of a, oh, well, it could be real, and I am not enjoying finding out for sure. This is awful. It's terrifying and nerve-wracking, and I want to throw up just thinking about going to work tomorrow. I'm searching for a new job as hard as I can, but it's slow going. So, it started with a particular toddler room called T5. Since I started working there, I've never liked going in there. Couldn't put my finger on why exactly, but I just hated T5. I thought that it was just that the kids were really out of control there, really mean and aggressive for toddlers, but it ended up being more than that. I was in there giving a break to their main teacher. I'm afloat, and all the kids were taking their nap like usual. The room was dark, no sound except for a quiet white noise machine. Then I heard something around the corner at the sink. The dishes started clinking like someone was doing the dishes. I looked around the corner and nothing was there. I sat back down and it started up again. I shrugged that one off, but the next time that I was there, the closet door opened by itself. I still tried to shrug it off. Other things were happening too, like I noticed that I was suddenly having a lot of weird health problems, mostly related to reproductive stuff. I was getting bad dizzy spells and double vision, but I didn't make the connection that it was only happening at work and only when I was in T5 or adjacent rooms. Then, another teacher who I'd become friends with mentioned offhand that she and her daughter, who also had worked there, had felt like the place had really negative energy. When I asked what she meant, she sort of tentatively admitted that she'd seen weird things. Without me telling her first, I asked her what she saw, and she also described dishes clinking, doors opening, hearing a deep voice speaking from the ceiling, and dizzy spells and other weird health stuff. She also told me, I don't have proof of this or anything, that her former co-teacher saw stuff too. She also had 2 unexplainable miscarriages while she worked there, and now that she quit, she's pregnant again and almost due with no complications. This teacher also told me that the former main teacher of T5 had been into occult stuff. I don't know if this is true or not. I only met her once, and all I noticed was that she was a really sort of snappish and negative person who no one else really could stand. She quit a week after I started, so I really didn't know her well. I do, however, know that 3 current teachers are also into occult stuff, based on their social media posts. All 3 also bullied me and another teacher over here for being Christian. But after that, it got worse. I felt like I was being targeted, in fact, or attacked. I feel dizzy, like the floor is tilting, almost all the time when I'm in there. My body gets weirdly racked with pain that doesn't subside until I leave the building. This horrible dark depression comes over me, like life is pointless. I close my eyes and see glimpses of knives cutting my skin.
A Rotax sod
During
just
nap time,
Thank you
the
for the
kids
follow,
are asleep
Rotax.
is always when the thing really acts up. In T5, dishes clink every time, once the sink even turned on. Then whatever it was started knocking glasses on the floor. That one actually woke some of the kids up. Another day during a nap, I got my air cut off for about 5 seconds, like something had me by the throat. Then, one of the almost 2-year-olds pointed to the doorway of the classroom and nervously said, "There's a ghost in there." She and another child often stare at something towards the ceiling and burst into uncontrollable crying and screaming. It sounds like claws are tapping on the glass window happening all the time, and shadow figures glide past the big outside windows. The other day, another teacher who I had not talked to about any of this nervously told me the bathroom door in her classroom closed itself and clicked locked, despite the fact that it scrapes on the floor and has to be pushed really hard to close. Prior to this, my work bestie, the only other religious employee, had been the only one to say that she'd seen stuff. She quit shortly after this too. Now a third teacher, not religious, had seen stuff as well. And last week, I saw it. It was like a black diamond shape in the air above the shoulder and a little bit behind a teacher standing in the hallway. The shape was kind of like a cloak draped, but mostly just a black mass with blurry edges. The head wasn't really describable, I guess, but the closest thing would be a cross between a vulture skull and a plague doctor mask. I only saw it for a second and jumped out of my skin, but I know that I saw it. It's worth noting too that the teacher that it was behind is a horrible person who probably shouldn't really even be working with kids, and he has a weird mood swing thing going on and alternates between hitting on female teachers and acting aloof and yells at the kids a lot as well. Today I was supervising napping kiddos in an older classroom. That class has an autistic boy who is not very verbal. He was sound asleep and I was sitting in a chair between him and the bathroom when I suddenly began to feel really cold and the familiar I'm being watched feeling, so I knew something was in there. Then I heard things being scooted around in the bathroom. It was quiet enough not to wake up the kids sleeping right by the bathroom, but the little non-verbal boy suddenly woke up, pointed at something, and absolutely screamed. He isn't like that at all. I ran and hugged him and said, "Get out," at the thing.
Sorry,
It took a few minutes, but the feeling faded and the little boy laid back down. So, I've gotten enough confirmation about this that I'm convinced now that it's real. And my question for all of you is, how do you deal with this? I feel traumatized and honestly, I just hate this. I can only talk about it for sure with the one teacher, but everyone in the building acts dark and sort of depressed. I'm having night terrors now. Anxiety attacks are increasing just from having to go to work and be around this. If other people weren't experiencing it too, I would think that I was going insane, but others have, and the kids see stuff as well. Plus, I only experience stuff at work, never anywhere else. Everything is fine as soon as I'm not in the building. So, please let me know if you've seen something like this before, if you know what it is, and if you have any advice that you can give me, of how to deal with the fear, then
It's
that
gonna be so
would be
funny
much
when she's like fully
appreciated.
grown and they try to do this.
Also, I just found out yesterday that the bully teacher
Yeah.
is completely getting away with everything. She even convinced the mum of the student that I was lying, even
He,
though
like,
2 other
buried his
teachers had
head
also
into
come
her.
forward with
It's
the
so
same
cute.
information. And I was just told that because I just answered a parent's question honestly, I'm no longer allowed to be a floater.
Yeah.
I am to be kept contained in one classroom so that I don't interact with the other staff or expose them
They're
to
just a
anything
massive
else.
white fur.
My boss literally used the word kept contained. I'm just so floored by this whole
I need
thing.
you to see
and
the angle that I'm
I'm
seeing.
desperately applying for other jobs as fast as I
And then
can.
you give me your angle.
In the late 90s, I accompanied my mum to England so that she could see where her grandparents had lived. I was basically there to look after her because my dad didn't want to come and my mum has a hard time doing things for herself. Our agreement was that after spending a week in England, the second week we would spend in Ireland. But my mum is terrible at planning, so we ended up spending a week sort of in limbo in Liverpool waiting for the Irish Sea to calm down so that we could cross on a ferry. It was September, which is probably the worst month to try and cross here, and we never made it to Ireland in the end. Anyways, for 5 days I had to try to find places for us to sleep at, because she also made no hotel reservations for our entire 2-week stay, and I was completely unaware of this until we were already in England. I picked a hotel that seemed okay, and my mum paid to sleep in a different room because she has really bad RLS and shakes violently at night. It keeps everybody up. In the middle of the night, I heard a man yelling in the hallway, though. He had to have been very intoxicated.
Yeah.
He was pounding on the doors all the way down the hall and hitting the walls. Being the punk kid that I was, I made the mistake of acknowledging his rage by telling him to shut up. This really enraged him. He started beating on the door, screaming that he was going to kill me. He tried the doorknob and, thank God, those doors had an automatic lock. I started looking around the room and realized that this hotel has no phones in the room. Like I said, this was the 90s. I went to the window, but I was 3 floors up and windows didn't open either. So I just stayed there, listening as he did his best to break the door down while threatening what he was going to do to me once he opened the door. And this went on for at least 20 minutes. Somehow I finally fell asleep, and when I woke up the next morning, I saw just how much damage he had actually done. He smashed in my door with a fire extinguisher that he had apparently pulled off the wall nearby. There were dents and marks all down the hall where he had dragged it violently from end to end. The worst part was my mum down the hall never said anything. When I told the clerk as we were checking out, he looked at me like I was crazy and making it up. I told him to just go and look. Later I asked my mum about it, and she said, "Oh yes, I thought I heard you screaming. Was that you crying for help?" When I was 14, I worked at a McDonald's that was connected to a gas station. It was a truck stop basically, so it was very busy 90% of the time. The only downside to working at a truck stop fast food place was that the bathroom was on the complete other side of the building. Now, I was a freshman in high school. At the time, I was pretty small. Maybe not in height, but certainly in size. I was around 5'6" and anywhere from like 130 to 150 pounds. Not super tiny, but small enough to where I'd probably have made an easy target. This wasn't really a fear of mine, however, but maybe it should have been. I remember that I was in gym class. It was maybe the middle of the school day, and it was one of those days where we could just sit on the side and catch up on work for other classes if we didn't want to participate in the game. My friends and I did this almost all the time anyway, and almost never actually worked on anything important. We were laughing, joking around until I received Power School notifications, my school iPad excusing me from the remaining classes of the day. I was really confused by this, considering that my mum hadn't mentioned anything about picking me up so early, and I was only seeing my dad every other weekend, and he wasn't the type to pick me up from school. I was grounded, so I didn't have a phone with me, other than a cheap flip phone that my mum had gotten me from Walmart. I texted her about the notifications, but before I got a response back from her, my gym teacher told me that I needed to grab my things and go to the office because my mum would be picking me up. This confused me even more, and I shot my mum another text asking if she was picking me up from school. She freaked out though and told me not to leave the building. At this point, I was sitting in the office by the window, waiting for apparently nobody to come and pick me up until the situation was figured out. My mum ended up calling the school and letting them know that I wasn't allowed to leave with anyone that day. Apparently, whoever called claiming to be my mum and said that they were coming to pick me up wasn't actually her. As far as I know, nobody ever showed up to pick me up, and I didn't hear anything else about it. But my mum wasn't comfortable with me working at a truck stop, and we got my location switched to a McDonald's that was closer in town and wasn't connected to a gas station. Because what we think might have happened is someone saw my name tag and possibly called all the schools in the area until they found me. I still have no idea how they would have known my last name, but with that said, it was a creepy experience, and I'm really glad that I texted my mum that day, because if I hadn't, quite honestly, I probably would have just walked out. This is the recount of my first ghost encounter that turned me from a non-believer and a skeptic to, well, eventually a believer. The first event was highly peculiar due to the strange things that, looking back, were probably a precursor for the actual encounter. I was around 15 at the time, if that's of interest, and at that time, I was a non-believer, like I said. I was invited to stay at my, at the time, sister-in-law's parents' house to meet them for the first time. This was around the time Borderlands came out, and I had played that game endlessly and beat it several times. Since I was going to stay there for about 3 days, I brought my 360.
I gotta run to the restroom. Actually, I think I'm gonna go ahead and end this off just because it's almost 7 hours streaming. Let's see. Let's raid out to this person. I've never seen them before, but they only have 8 viewers, so let's give them a little raid. Thanks to everyone for stopping by and hanging out with me and listening to ghost stories. Hope y'all have a good rest of y'all's day. Bye.